Chapter 9. The Cutting Edge of Courage. The All-Americans and Screaming Eagles on D-Day. Sainte-Mère-Église was one of the most important objectives for U.S. paratroopers on D-Day. The quaint crossroads town had to be taken in order to prevent German reinforcements from getting to Utah Beach. The 3rd Battalion of the 505th Parachute Infantry drew the assignment of taking the town, but as it turned out, a diverse mixture of troopers, some of them even from the 101st Airborne, fought to capture the town. An understrength company of German service troops garrisoned Sainte-Mère-Église. Some of these soldiers and many of the town's residents had been awakened by the sound of anti-aircraft fire to the north and south of town. A tracer round strayed into a building located in the town square immediately opposite the town's main feature, a church that dated back to the 11th century. The tracer cooked off hay inside the building, owned by Madame Julien Pommier, and the whole structure caught fire. The mayor of Sainte-Mère-Église, Alexandre Renaud, along with several German soldiers, supervised a bucket brigade to put the fire out. At 01:15, they were concentrating on putting out the fire, even as German tracers continued to light up the skies, when the first American paratroopers began to drop right into the town. Overhead in one of the planes, Private Ken Russell, a 17-year-old native of Maryville, Tennessee, stood waiting to jump. The young private saw tracers whip past his plane. Russell was a replacement soldier, whose youth precluded him from understanding the full magnitude of what he was about to experience. A few days earlier, he had battled a fever that threatened to keep him from participating in this jump. He had lobbied fiercely for inclusion. He had looked forward to the invasion of Europe for better than 4 years now. He could not stand the idea of missing it. On the flight over tonight, he realized that if he had not dropped out of school to join the Army, he would be graduating with his high school class right at this very moment. Instead of striding across a stage to accept a diploma, he jumped into the fiery maelstrom above Sainte-Mère-Église. His parachute opened with callous, spine-straightening shock. Russell looked down. "Oh, Lord, they are jumping us into hell," he thought. Below him, he could see the fire fiercely burning in the town. The fire lit up the whole night sky around him, as did German bullets. I knew we were in trouble, and it was so horrifying. All of a sudden, Russell heard an explosion nearby. A German bullet scored a direct hit on a trooper, detonating his gammon grenade. He just exploded. There was nothing but a chute. He was blown away. I've never seen anything like that and hope I never see anything like it again. Seconds later, he saw something even worse. One of his buddies let out an anguished scream. Russell's eyes bulged as he watched the trooper descend into the burning building. He cried once and then was gone. Flames voraciously consumed the unfortunate trooper. Now Russell could feel himself getting pulled toward the fire. The heat drew the nylon chutes toward the fire, and the air to feed the fire was actually drawing us into it. I had to work my risers hard to keep from going in, too. 3 other members of his stick, Privates H.T. Bryant and Ladislav Tlapa and Lieutenant Harold Kaddish, got hung up on telephone poles and machine-gunned. It was like they were crucified there. Private Russell successfully avoided the burning building, but he felt a bullet crease his hand. Seconds later, he landed on the roof of the church. His suspension lines caught on a promontory and snared him. Russell hung helplessly from the roof. Approximately 30 feet above him, another 505th Trooper, Private John Steele of Longest Day fame, hung perilously from the steeple. Immediately below him, Russell saw a deadly struggle unfold. Another man in his stick, Sergeant John Ray, landed in the square, directly beneath Russell and Steele. Ray's feet had barely touched the ground when a red-headed German soldier ran up to him and shot the sergeant in the stomach. Ray grunted and went down. In a horrifying instant, the German soldier turned away from Ray and looked upward, right at Russell. Terror shot through the young Tennessean. Caught on this damnable promontory, he was a helpless target. Just as the German began to raise his rifle, Russell heard a single pistol shot. The back of the German soldier's head exploded. Ray, in his dying moments, had unsheathed his .45 revolver and shot the enemy soldier dead. "There's no doubt in my mind he saved my life that night," Russell asserted. Russell cut himself free, plunged about 20 feet to the square, breaking 2 ribs and wrenching his back, and ran for cover as bullets ricocheted around him. He could hear the chattering sound of a German flak battery somewhere close by. Running like a madman, he found the battery just south of town. He yanked a grenade from his harness, pulled the pin, flipped the spoon, and heaved the grenade into the darkness. I covered my ears. I knew what would happen. The grenade exploded. It jarred the ground a good distance away. The Germans didn't have time to pick it up and throw it back to me. They were too interested in shooting paratroopers. Machine gunner Ray Abisher's F Company 506th Parachute Infantry stick got misdropped in Sainte-Mère-Église. This was miles away from the intended drop zone. Private Abisher's opening shock was so sharp that most all of his equipment, stored in one of the infamous leg bags, plummeted to earth, never to be seen again. He landed with a thud in the square near the church. He now had only a trench knife and a canteen with which to defend himself. The church bells were ringing loudly, but he could hear machine gun fire coming from across the square. He tried to take refuge in the church, but found the doors locked. Using a high cement wall behind the church as cover, he crawled around in search of other Americans. Along the way, he saw Ray's body. Now, in the moonlight, Abisher saw what looked to be an American. I could see the silhouette of his shoulders and the familiar outline of his helmet. Without making a sound, I crawled to within 3 or 4 feet of this man. I first tried the cricket, which each man had been issued to use in lieu of password or identification. The cricket I had didn't work, apparently broken or mashed, so I whispered the password, my knife in hand, ready to plunge it into this person's body. He quickly turned around, facing me, bringing his rifle into firing position. Luckily, the man restrained from firing and gave the correct reply. For this, we were both much relieved. Another misdropped Screaming Eagle, Sergeant Carwood Lipton, E Company 506th, landed heavily in somebody's walled-in backyard. Like Abisher, Lipton had lost his leg pack, containing his Tommy gun, ammo, rations, and anti-tank mines. He took a few moments to regroup. He could see and hear planes roaring overhead, but they did not seem to follow any particular pattern. No one stirred in the backyard where he stood, nor in its adjacent house. I was quite calm, and I very deliberately unbuckled my chest strap and loosened my belly band and leg straps, and stood up and took stock of where I was. Armed with only a trench knife, grenades, and several blocks of TNT, he skulked around the town trying to find out where he was. Light from the fire reflected off the clouds, creating some residual illumination. Sergeant Lipton used that light to read a road sign that said Sainte-Mère-Église. He later fell into an abandoned German anti-aircraft position before linking up with members of his unit and a few 82nd Airborne troopers. Lipton was fortunate to land in a quiet section of town. Many of the 505th troopers, like R.R. Heward, the veteran who wondered if this would be his final combat jump, landed right in the middle of the town where the fighting was fiercest. Heward was floating to the ground right in the middle of Sainte-Mère-Église when an equipment bundle full of anti-tank mines exploded immediately beneath him. The explosion blew him sideways. I landed on the side of a large pile of dirt in someone's backyard and busted my left ankle. He could do little else but try to lay low. Private James Eads landed squarely in a manure pile, a smelly but soft landing. A few streets away, he could see the reflection of the burning building and hear shooting and yelling. He was snickering softly at his manure landing when he saw movement to his right front. 3 men in a line about 10 feet apart came running towards me, the first one about 100 feet away. He could see that these 3 men were Germans. Oh, hell, out of the frying pan into a latrine, now this, he thought. His Tommy gun was still strapped to his chest, so he reached for his .45, strapped more accessibly to his right thigh. I thumbed back the hammer and started firing. The 3rd man fell right at my feet. I heaved a huge sigh of relief and tried to get up. As he did so, a German machine gun opened up on him from about 75 yards away. I could hear the rounds buzzing and snapping into ground all around me. He dived for cover and began to fiddle with his Tommy gun. He heard a loud boom. Now he could still hear shooting and yelling, but the machine gun had stopped firing. A trooper whom I didn't know crawled up and I could have kissed him for just being one of us. His first words were, "I got those overanxious Kraut machine gunners with a grenade, but it blew off my helmet and I can't find it." A sour look crossed the other trooper's face. "Holy cow, you stink!" The shooting soon died down in Sainte-Mère-Église. Eads, his newfound friend, and dozens of other airborne troopers hovered around the fringes of town looking for landmarks, trying to find their units or waiting for orders. In the meantime, the fire was extinguished, and the remnants of the German garrison incomprehensibly went back to bed. For their laziness, some of them earned eternal slumber. A dire threat to their mortality was crystallizing just outside of town. In the meadows around Sainte-Mère-Église, Lieutenant Colonel Edward Krauss, commander of the 3rd Battalion, 505th, succeeded in organizing the equivalent of 2 companies of his soldiers by 0400. Guided by a drunken but friendly Frenchman, this stealthy force infiltrated unhindered into the town just before dawn. Krauss ordered some of his men to break off and set up roadblocks along the 6 approaches to the town. The rest filtered right down the town's main street. We moved quickly, filing past the darkened houses that lined the street, Sergeant Ronald Snyder of G Company recalled. Here and there, small groups searched the building, rousing the snoring Germans. They killed 11 enemy and captured 30 others. Private Howard Melvin of I Company wandered into a German motor park adjacent to the church. There he saw some of the remnants of the brief but violent battle that had been fought there a few hours before. He saw dead American paratroopers, who he believed were from the 101st, dangling from the trees. There were about 4 or 5. This other trooper and I came around the church and stopped short because we saw a dead German laying right by the door. This was probably the red-headed German whom Sergeant Ray killed. Private John Fitzgerald, a 502nd Parachute Infantry trooper, who arrived in town around the same time with a mixed group of troopers, never forgot the sight of a dead 82nd Airborne trooper. He had occupied a German foxhole and made it his personal Alamo. In a half-circle round the hole lay the bodies of 9 German soldiers. His ammunition bandoliers were still on his shoulders, but empty of all the M1 clips. Cartridge cases littered the ground. His rifle stock was broken in 2, its splinters adding to the debris. Fitzgerald looked at his dog tags. The name read Martin V. Hirsch. I wrote the name down in a small prayer book I carried. Fitzgerald, an Irish Catholic kid from New York, hoped to someday meet someone who knew the valiant Hirsch. I never did. Private Heward, who had managed to hobble into the town for medical care, watched as soldiers retrieved the body of the man whom Private Russell had seen land in the burning building during the night. Heward watched soldiers go into the still smoldering, ruined building and remove what was left of him on a long plank. He was burned up so bad that he broke in 2. By the time the sun rose, Sainte-Mère-Église was firmly in American hands. Thanks to the addition of elements of Lieutenant Colonel Benjamin Vandervoort's 2nd Battalion, Colonel Krauss now had a force of some 300 soldiers holding the town. In addition, he had cut the main communications link between Cherbourg and Caen, along with the N13, the only major road between those 2 largest of all Norman towns. The question now was whether the Americans could hold the town against the inevitable German counterattacks. Krauss and Vandervoort deployed most of their troops at or near roadblocks at the edges of town. 2 companies, E and I, acted as a mobile reserve. Vandervoort, before arriving in Sainte-Mère-Église, had originally set out for Neuville-au-Plain, a small hamlet 1 mile north of Sainte-Mère-Église, before joining Krauss. On a hunch, Vandervoort, confined to a glider-delivered jeep now because of a broken ankle suffered on the drop, detached 1 platoon from his D Company and sent it north to defend Neuville-au-Plain. Events would prove this decision to be fortuitous. The first enemy attack came at 0930 at the southern edge of Sainte-Mère-Église. The Germans preceded their attack with preparatory machine gun and mortar fire. 2 companies of infantry, supported by 3 light tanks and 2 self-propelled guns, drove north against the roadblocks, consisting of anti-tank mines and dug-in soldiers Krauss had emplaced. On the N13, the lead scouts of this enemy force drove cattle ahead of them for cover. In an outpost position near the road, Private Dominic de Tullio took in the whole bizarre scene. He leaped from his hole and guided the cattle into a field by waving his field jacket. Even as he herded the cattle, DeTullio pitched a grenade at the Germans, killing one, wounding another, and stampeding the remaining cattle. At the edge of town, Lieutenant Colonel Krauss watched all this and noticed German soldiers fanning out beyond the road in an effort to flank DeTullio's position and infiltrate the town. Krauss immediately ordered reinforcements to deploy in the buildings between roadblocks. These Americans opened fire on the Germans, hitting a few, and the German attack began to stall. The enemy was not content to trade shots from a distance. For his trouble, Krauss took some mortar fragments in his lower right leg. The enemy attack had been stopped, but the withering, accurate enemy mortar fire continued. The rounds screamed in mercilessly, sending fragments and shards of masonry flying in every direction. An American 81mm mortar team under Lieutenant William Wilson tried to respond in kind, but they could not locate the German positions. The Frenchman had told Lieutenant Colonel Krauss that the Germans had an entire battalion camped south of town. Krauss knew that he had just seen part of that battalion during the attack. A little more than a mile south of Sainte-Mère-Église, a slight rise overlooked the road. The Americans called this rise Hill 20. The many hedgerows and trees between Krauss's position and Hill 20 prevented him from seeing enemy positions on Hill 20, but his instincts told him that the German mortars had to be there. When he saw several enemy trucks moving in the direction of the hill, he decided that the enemy mortars were certainly there. He ordered I Company, about 90 men strong, to swing wide right of the road, double back, and take the hill. The commander of this unit, Captain Harold Swingler, assembled his troops and led them along the dizzying span of hedgerows and many ridges just west of town. With Swingler accompanying the point element, the company, in staggered rows of alert, taut soldiers, zigzagged from cover to cover. It cost time, one officer recalled. Worse yet, we lost sense of distance and direction. Almost 2 hours after the start, we were back next to the main road 1 mile south of town. That was far short of the goal. We discovered too late that we were approaching on a line which put us directly in front of the mortars we were supposed to be outflanking. It was like a kick in the groin. All at once, the enemy mortars zeroed in on them. To make matters worse, German machine gunners and riflemen unleashed a deadly volley of fire from somewhere in the right rear. Bullets tore through Captain Swingler's body, killing him instantly. Several other men went down. The I Company troopers dived for the cover of ditches and embankments. One of the pinned-down troopers, Sergeant Bill Dunphy, could not understand why his captain had placed himself with the point troops in a terribly vulnerable position. For some reason, he was out with the point, where he shouldn't have been. I believe that he didn't think there were any Germans between us and Fauville, another name for the position on Hill 20. The company remained pinned down for about an hour. Sergeant Dunphy maintained that the officers were arguing over who should now assume command. My understanding is that the ranking platoon leader didn't want to take over, so another one did. Under scattered enemy fire, the company eventually withdrew back to Sainte-Mère-Église. At times, the German fire intensified, as Private Bill Tucker, a machine gunner, found out. The musette bag on my back stuck above the drainage ditch on the side of the road. Jesus, there were bullets going through it. So we got by this hole, and the damn machine gun receiver fell in. I couldn't get it out. The guy behind me was screaming, "Get moving or I'm dead!" So I had to leave it there. Only one good thing came out of this ill-fated attack. It helped convince the Germans that Hill 20 was indefensible, because they believed the Americans were present in great strength in Sainte-Mère-Église. The German battalion eventually left its positions and slipped west to the Marais. Immediately to the north of Neuville-au-Plain, Lieutenant Turnbull and 40 other American soldiers waited for any sign of the enemy. When they were sure he was out of earshot, Turnbull's men affectionately called him Chief because of his Cherokee heritage. These soldiers of D Company 505th were deployed behind hedgerows in orchards and oat fields on either side of N13. They were the extreme northern outpost for the American forces holding Sainte-Mère-Église, roughly 1.5 miles to the south. At around 1300, they saw 2 long columns of men walking down N13, approaching from the north. Turnbull and his men studied them carefully, but could not tell if they were friend or foe. Just then Vandervoort arrived in his jeep, towing a 57mm anti-tank gun. As several soldiers deployed the gun in an ideal position along an intersection, Vandervoort, Turnbull, and the others continued to watch the approaching column. They saw what appeared to be GIs waving an orange flag, a recognition signal used by Americans at this point in the Normandy campaign. Just then a Frenchman on a bicycle pedaled up to them and told them in English that American paratroopers were bringing in a group of German POWs. Vandervoort wanted to believe him, but grew suspicious when he noticed 2 tracked vehicles at the end of the column. He knew that no American tracked vehicles could be coming from that direction. A few more moments passed, during which the colonel grew even more skeptical. He ordered Turnbull's machine gunners to fire a burst in the direction of the column. Immediately, the POWs scrambled into ditches and returned fire. The collaborationist Frenchman rode away furiously before anyone could catch him. The battle was on. Mortar fire began to fall on Turnbull's positions. The 2 tracked vehicles, self-propelled guns as it turned out, slowly advanced under cover of smoke canisters. They were only 500 yards away. One of them fired. The round blew up among a bazooka team Turnbull had deployed in a building at the northern edge of Neuville-au-Plain. These men were shredded, killed instantly. Another round singed the anti-tank gun, driving the crew to the safety of nearby buildings. Vandervoort hollered at them to get back on their gun. They obeyed, fired at one of the SPs, and blew it up. The victory was short-lived, though. The enemy column consisted of nearly 200 soldiers from the well-trained 91st Air Landing Division. Under cover of intense mortar fire that kept Turnbull's people hugging their hedgerows, the Germans began to fan out along both flanks. Slowly, they worked their way close to the American positions. Mortar shells kept exploding among the Americans, inflicting casualties, mainly shrapnel wounds to the extremities. Seeing that Turnbull's platoon was greatly outnumbered and in deep trouble, Vandervoort hobbled back to his jeep and went back to Sainte-Mère-Église to send help to the embattled D Company survivors. Meanwhile, Turnbull's men fought on for several hours. Near 1600, they began taking sniper fire from buildings in Neuville. One of the men turned to look at the houses and, in so doing, was shot and killed. When the fire slackened enough for quick glimpses beyond the hedgerows, the Americans could see German infantrymen crawling in ditches on their flanks only 60 yards away. The lieutenant was down to 23 effectives now. Sensing that soon his men would be surrounded, he knew the situation was becoming more desperate by the minute. For a brief moment he contemplated charging the enemy soldiers, but one of his men, Private Julius Sebastien, talked him out of it. "We're not quite cut off yet. There's a chance we can get out, and that's what we ought to do." Lieutenant Turnbull looked at the rest of his men. "Tell me what you want to do." They agreed with Sebastien. "We'll have to leave the wounded," Turnbull said. His medic, Corporal James Kelly, grimly said, "I'll stay here with the wounded and surrender them if I can keep from getting killed." Turnbull nodded. 3 other men, Sergeant Robert Nyland, Corporal Ray Smithson, and Sebastien, offered to cover the withdrawal. "I talked you into this withdrawal," Sebastien said privately, "so I stay here and cover Kelly and the others with my BAR." The lieutenant agreed. The bravery of these men was astounding. He only hoped that somehow, some way, they would survive this mess. "For Christ's sake, let's go!" someone screamed. They rose as one, 16 men in all, and rushed methodically, deliberately, out of Neuville and all the way to Sainte-Mère-Église. The Germans captured all but one of those who had been left behind. The other man, Sergeant Nyland, was killed by German small arms fire as he rushed from one position to another. He fell dead, right on top of Kelly the medic. Kelly spent one night as a POW, while the wounded were evacuated to a German hospital in Cherbourg. American soldiers liberated them 1 month later when they captured the town. Nyland's death, along with the concurrent deaths of 2 of his brothers, one of whom turned out to be alive but in Japanese captivity, served as the inspiration for the film Saving Private Ryan. The only surviving brother, Fritz, was a member of the 501st Parachute Infantry. He made it through the Battle of Normandy and was later sent home, despite his protests. Trumbull's men escaped in part because of a group of helpers they never saw. The E Company relief force Vandervoort sent to Neuville arrived at about the exact moment when Trumbull's forces were retreating. Incredibly, the two groups of Americans did not initially see each other. Sergeant Otis Sampson, a mortar squad leader who had seen extensive action in Italy, helped drop withering mortar fire on the advancing German soldiers. This kept them at bay as Trumbull's soldiers escaped. Sergeant Sampson had no love for the Germans. When he could, he liked to sneak up close to them and blister them with .45 caliber Thompson fire. I liked to see exactly who I was shooting at and to let them see me. It was like a contest, to prove I was better than the Krauts. They pissed me off with their talk about the master race. On this day, Sampson had to be satisfied to kill from a distance. Riflemen and BAR men laid down a strong base of fire, while Sampson and another soldier repeatedly fired and displaced their 60mm mortar. Just over the hill, the Jerrys were crossing the lane one at a time on the run. I timed the interval, and when I thought another would cross over, the tube was fed around. As planned, when Jerry was in the center of the lane, the shell hit, right to the fraction of a second. Sergeant Sampson could see Germans getting hit, but he did not know how much damage he was inflicting. So far, we had not lost a man. The fight had been short and heavy. Sampson's mortar, along with effective small arms fire, blunted the momentum of the German advance. The E Company soldiers broke off contact and headed for Sainte-Mère-Église. Soon they made contact with Trumbull's retreating force. I brought up the rear with Lieutenant Turnbull, and we talked. He was strong, well-liked. Behind them, they could hear the sound of guttural voices. The Germans were yelling at them, taunting them. It reminded me of an unfinished ball game, and they were yelling at us to come back and finish it. They were really trying to draw fire to find out where we were. We withdrew in a casual way, as one would after a day's work. Another small group under the command of First Lieutenant Charles Salmon also helped keep the route open for the remnants of Turnbull's platoon. Salmon commanded a light machine gun platoon in Vandervoort's headquarters company. Just before first light, the colonel ordered Salmon to deploy his troops in a position roughly a mile northeast of Sainte-Mère-Église, just east of N13. Salmon had 3 machine guns and supporting riflemen. All was quiet at his position until the daylight hours. Lieutenant Salmon and his runner were in the process of checking on Salmon's first machine gun position when he discovered that it had been infiltrated by enemy soldiers. They were nearly killed by a long burst from a German machine gun and 1 or 2 machine pistols. The bullets hit the dirt at our feet, and the 2 of us hit the ditch beside the road. They were thoroughly pinned down. Salmon felt completely helpless. He could do nothing to help his soldiers. He was frightened, but more than that, he was angry at having been outsmarted by the Germans. Eventually, he and his runner crawled flat on their bellies out of the ditch and back in the direction of their original position. When they got there, they found mass confusion, so Salmon set about the task of restoring order. I managed to round up the remnants of my platoon and set up 1 machine gun to keep firing at the German position so they wouldn't attempt to advance any further. He also ordered several of his riflemen and rifle grenadiers to keep up a steady stream of fire at the Germans while his mortar set up an open fire. With the grenades and mortar shells falling into their position, the Germans had no choice but to move out. Salmon and his men picked about half of them off as they retreated. German artillery shells began to drop near Salmon's position, but still he hoped to close with the enemy force and destroy it. We were so pinned down by artillery fire that I was unable to find anyone to go with me. Salmon tried to charge them himself, but he failed to do any damage. He lay quietly behind an embankment, wondering what to do next. All at once, a lieutenant from the airborne engineers materialized and offered to help. We scrambled up the embankment so I could show him what to do. As we cautiously poked our heads up over the top, a machine gun cut loose from the German ditch. We both slid back down the embankment. When the firing stopped, I got up, but he didn't, so I rolled him over. He was shot right through the head. Salmon grabbed a couple of grenades, scrambled over the embankment, tossed them into the German positions, and hurried back over the embankment. He heard 2 explosions, but not much else. When he chanced to look, he saw a white flag poking out of the German ditch. A German doctor came out in the open and, in perfect English, proposed surrendering. 2 or 3 of the dead engineering lieutenant's men had joined Salmon now. They wanted to shoot the Germans, but Salmon ordered them to accept the surrender. It never happened. Instead, while Salmon and his small group waited for the Germans to come back with their wounded, German artillery began raining down on their position near the embankment. It was obvious that the doctor's surrender was all part of a very clever German plot. Salmon went back to his platoon's original position, found the rest of his men, and led yet another attack that broke German resistance. Making liberal use of grenades, the battle-weary Americans closed in on the enemy-occupied ditch. Those that were not killed by the grenades got up to run and were cut down by machine gun fire from our main positions. There were about 15 dead and wounded Germans lying about the position. They rounded up about 10 prisoners, along with whatever wounded they could carry, and went back to Sainte-Mère-Église. The stubborn, resilient performance of these 505th troopers, along with Turnbull's D Company platoon and the E Company soldiers, helped save Sainte-Mère-Église for the Americans. In tandem, these soldiers held the northern approaches to the town, while the main group warded off yet another German counterattack on the south side of Sainte-Mère-Église. This guaranteed that American reinforcements could not use the town as a gateway to counterattack Utah Beach on D-Day. It also meant that those 82nd Airborne troopers who had landed farther to the west in the marshes of the Merderet were not cut off. Their mission was to seize and hold two vital causeways over the flooded Merderet, one at Chef du Pont and the other a mile and a half north at La Fière. Infantry soldiers could wade with great discomfort across the marshy Merderet, but not vehicles. German vehicles moving east toward Sainte-Mère-Église and the invasion beaches would need to use these causeways. The same held true for American vehicles rumbling up from Utah Beach and moving in the opposite direction, west, across the river. So the fighting in this sector amounted to a bloody contest for control of the causeways. General Gavin jumped with the 508th and, like so many troopers from that regiment and the adjacent 507th, landed in shallow swamp water west of the Merderet. He spent his first few hours in France organizing troopers and trying to find out just where he was. As it turned out, he and the others were northwest of La Fière. German fire, seemingly coming from everywhere, immobilized Gavin's growing force. Most of the troopers were content to hunker down behind hedgerows and wait for the enemy shooting to slacken. Gavin made repeated futile attempts to get them moving, or at least shooting back. The general soon learned of the existence of a 57mm anti-tank gun wedged into a crashed glider in the swamp, little more than a quarter-mile away from his position. I sent a patrol led by Lieutenant Thomas Graham, a veteran of the 505th, to get it. The Germans knew it was there and increased their fire into the area. Following a short hike, Lieutenant Graham and a few other troopers attempted to wade out to the glider, all the while taking fire. They steadily sloshed through the water and reached the glider. We could not raise the front end. It was wedged into mud and grass. The occupants apparently had gotten out through the side of the glider. They tried several times to lift the nose of the glider, something they had to do to free the gun. Nothing worked. Exhausted, wet, and more than a bit jumpy from the German fire, they reported their failure to the general. He decided to abandon the effort to retrieve the gun. By now, he knew his position was quite unfavorable. He had hoped to advance on La Fière from the western edge of the Merderet, but he knew that German opposition was too intense and his tactical situation poor. Instead, Gavin gave the reluctant order to abandon the current position, along with many of the wounded whom he hoped to recover later, cross to the east side of the Merderet and advance on La Fière from the north. The sun had risen, bathing the Americans in the half-light of dawn. As the troopers, rifles held high, plunged into the water, the Germans could see them through the foggy mist that rose just above the water. We must have covered an area several hundred yards across, Gavin later wrote, with troopers 15 to 25 yards apart, holding their rifles and sometimes their equipment over their heads as they went into the marsh. Soon we were almost shoulder-deep, and the going was exceedingly difficult. The grass wrapped itself around our legs and seemed to pull us down. By then the Germans were firing at individuals. Occasionally troopers would be hit and go down. Lieutenant Graham, waiting several yards behind the general, could see bullets kicking up water all around them, and sometimes you heard them go overhead, but you never knew how close. I had cramps in both of my legs. I didn't know whether I could make the next step, and I believe others felt the same. Gavin inspired him to keep going. The general was out in front, And when you have someone like that leading, you know you're going to make it. They finally made it across the Marais to a raised railroad embankment. Gavin and his force, consisting of about 300 troopers, turned south and headed for La Fière. As they closed in on the town, they made contact with other Americans from the 1st Battalion 505th who were fighting their way toward the same objective. In fact, the assignment of this unit was to capture the La Fière causeway. Their drop had been, by Overlord standards, quite orderly, and they were now in the process of accomplishing their mission. They were led by A Company, under the command of a red-headed Boston Irishman, First Lieutenant John Red Dog Dolan. Dolan's A Company had landed on its intended drop zone. Within an hour, he had gathered up all of his equipment bundles and 90% of his soldiers. Now, just after daylight, his men were deployed along a dirt road on the eastern edges of La Fière. Hedgerows were on either side of this road, and beyond it, in the direction of the bridge, was an open, flat field about 100 yards deep and about 75 yards wide. Those fields, a farmyard really, were dominated by a small collection of stone buildings just east of the bridge. The buildings were known as Le Manoir. When Dolan's lead troops, led by Lieutenant James Presnell, closed to within 300 yards of Le Manoir, they began taking machine gun fire. Immediately, Dolan's company took cover in the ditches alongside the dirt road. Dolan ordered his mortar squads to pepper the buildings. They did so, but with little effect. Lieutenant Dolan knew that the buildings had to be dealt with. They commanded every approach to the bridge. There was no getting around them. He had to order some of his men out to capture those buildings. He ordered Lieutenant Donald Coxon to send several of his men forward. German small arms fire continued pouring out of the buildings, spattering along the road and ditches. The lieutenant was a courageous officer who understood the first rule of military leadership. Never ask your men to do anything that you yourself are not willing to do. "Well, sir, if I must send someone out into that, I'll go myself," he said. Coxon and one of his scouts began crawling alongside whatever cover they could find along the road. They had gone about 100 yards when a German machine gun opened up. Immediately, the bullets scythed through the scout, killing him instantly. Then Coxon got hit. He turned around and had started crawling in Dolan's direction when another bullet caught him flush in the abdomen, tearing open the lining of his stomach. In a matter of minutes, he bled to death, dusty and alone, by the side of a little French road. Coxon's second-in-command, Lieutenant Robert McLaughlin, took over the platoon. He and his radio operator tried to crawl forward. Suddenly, a sniper's bullet smashed into the radio operator. Lieutenant McLaughlin tried to render first aid. With a loud crack, the sniper's rifle opened up again. A bullet slashed McLaughlin's thigh, ripping through his stomach and buttocks. The Americans in the ditches fired back at the unseen enemy. Dolan was now joined by the battalion executive officer, Major James McGinnity. Dolan and the major could not sit still and watch anyone else get killed. "With Major McGinnity and myself leading," Dolan wrote, "a few men holding and returning frontal fire, the platoon flanked to the left." They moved along a high, thick hedgerow that they hoped would provide cover. Dolan was trotting a few paces behind the major. When we had traveled about 2/3 of the way up to the hedgerow, they opened up on us with rifles and at least 2 machine pistols. I returned fire with my Thompson submachine gun at a point where I could see leaves in the hedgerow fluttering. In the next instant, Dolan saw the major drop like a sack of wheat as a shot from a sniper tore through his brain, blowing out pieces of skull. Before the sniper could take a shot at Dolan, the Irishman sprayed the hedgerow with his Thompson. As luck would have it, there was a German foxhole to my left, which I jumped into and from where I continued to fire. The fire was effective. He got the enemy sniper full in the face. At this spot, Dolan was close to McLaughlin. Still under heavy fire, he crawled to McLaughlin and tried to drag him back to the foxhole. "Don't move me!" McLaughlin, writhing in pain, cried. Dolan felt speckles of rain beating on his neck. Small droplets pelted softly, mixing with the blood from McLaughlin's wounds. Dolan crawled back to his foxhole, retrieved his raincoat, and covered up McLaughlin, who bled to death in a matter of moments. Dolan's company was effectively pinned down and remained so for at least an hour. In just a few minutes, he had lost 10 killed and 21 wounded. He stayed put and dispatched a runner to look for a patrol under 2nd Lieutenant William Oakley, he had sent out earlier. Unbeknownst to Dolan, Oakley's group was having better luck taking Le Manoir. They had managed to swing around behind Le Manoir undetected until they were between the bridge and the buildings. The lieutenant told several members of the patrol to cover his platoon sergeant, Oscar Queen, and him as they rushed the first building. Just as they did so, a German charged them, firing a machine pistol. The 2 Americans opened fire with their rifles, killing the charging German and 2 others nearby. The Americans caught their collective breath behind a stone wall and then kept going, right into the rear of the machine gun position that had ragged Dolan's men. In the meantime, another group, mostly comprised of 507th Troopers, under the command of Captain Ben Schwarzwalder, coach of the Syracuse football team after the war, began attacking from the other direction. The Germans were effectively surrounded. They showed a white flag. When an American private stepped from cover to receive the surrender, a German shot and killed him. Amazingly, the Americans did not slaughter the cornered German force. Instead, they captured the remnants of an understrength infantry platoon that had, through an odd coincidence, appropriated the houses owned by Monsieur Louis Leroux the night before. The Americans had been unable to coordinate their attack on this key objective. Consequently, a single German platoon had held off a force 10 times its size for several hours. Even so, the Americans now controlled the eastern end of Lafayette Causeway. About mid-morning of D-Day, another group, mainly composed of 507th Troopers, briefly held Coquigny, the little town at the opposite end of the causeway. The scattered drop of the nighttime hours, combined with a rash of radio problems, meant that American airborne forces operated in small groups with practically no coordination. A force of about 80 troopers under Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Timms took Coquigny, a tiny hamlet consisting mostly of a church and a graveyard. Timms left a 12-man squad under Lieutenant Louis Levy to garrison Coquigny, while the rest of his group headed for Infreville, another D-Day objective. Unfortunately for Timms, he found that Infreville was too strongly defended to be taken by a force of this size. He and his men ended up dug in, stymied, in an orchard north of the village. Nor was luck with Levy's men. His small force had been reinforced by a mixed group under the command of Lieutenant Joseph Cormilot. They dug in behind the walls of the graveyard and sighted their machine guns to command a road that led into the village and to the bridge over the Marais. Levy's soldiers had no sooner finished K-ration lunches, supplemented by milk and cider from the locals, than they heard the sound of approaching vehicles. Strangely, a German ambulance flying a Red Cross flag briefly appeared and then left just as quickly. An instant later, shells, probably fired from German light tanks, began to land in the graveyard. Levy shouted a warning to his men to expect an attack and ran along the shelter of hedgerow next to the road. The Americans could hear the tanks approaching. They were Renault tanks that the Germans had captured from the French 4 years earlier. German infantry accompanied them. Fighting like a madman, Levy pitched grenades over the hedgerow. Several other Americans poured fire down the road. They could see the lieutenant bleeding from the shoulder, laughing like a maniac. He ran back to the churchyard. The enemy tanks were visible now. To oppose them, the Americans had only gammon grenades. The German tanks paused a few moments, while the commander of the lead tank scanned the American positions. No more than a few feet away, lying unseen on a slope of ground that overlooked the lead German tank, 19-year-old Sergeant David Waters was hastily assembling his gammon grenade. Waters was a code clerk in the 507th Regimental Headquarters. All morning he had been wandering alone in search of other Americans. Just minutes before, farther up the road, he had found the bodies of 5 82nd Airborne troopers who had been killed, maybe by this group of Germans, as they set up a machine gun. They died in the position they were firing from. There were also many dead Krauts. This macabre sight had nearly shattered Waters. He opened his mouth to scream, but nothing came out. My body was shaking from head to toe. I was sure I wouldn't be alive by sunset. Never ever in my life had I felt such horrible fear. The only thing that kept Sergeant Waters going was the memory of his intense airborne training. He knew that he was expected to be scared, but that he had to overcome that fear, to do your job carrying your fear. Now, as he assembled his gammon grenade, Sergeant Waters focused on revenge. The grenade consisted of a black bag with a plastic cap and a hole in the bottom with the elastic sewn in. Waters removed the cap, inserted the detonator, and carefully screwed the cap back on the bag, arming the grenade. Below him, the German tank commander, still completely oblivious to the presence of Waters, continued to eyeball the Americans in the churchyard. Waters unscrewed the cap and prepared to throw the grenade. My brain was clicking along at 90 miles per hour. It was as though all the fear had changed to a cold, calculating frame of mind, knowing what I had to do. The whole process took maybe about a minute and a half. Waters rose up to throw the grenade. The German noticed the movement and looked up, but too late. The gammon grenade flew straight down the tank commander's open turret. The tank opened up like a can of sardines. The explosion combusted the tank immediately. Searing flames consumed the tank as Waters scrambled away. At the graveyard, the other Americans were amazed at the sight of the lead tank blowing up. They could not see Waters, nor did they know him. To them, the tank appeared to mysteriously blow up, but this inspired one of the soldiers, Private Orland Stewart, and another man, to run forward and pitch several gamma grenades at the other tanks. Simultaneously, the other soldiers opened up with rifles and BARs. The tanks blew up, and the Americans were tempted to think they had blunted this German attack, but dozens more infantry and another tank suddenly appeared from around the bend. Their fire drove the Americans back to the church. Levy and the other officers knew they could not hold out any longer. They had used up their gammon grenades, and they were clearly outnumbered. The surviving Americans sprinted out of the town, eventually joining up with Tims's force. They had made a brave stand, but they could not hold Coquigny. A mile to the south, American soldiers were fighting hard for possession of the causeway at Chef du Pont. Once the fight at Le Manoir had been successfully concluded, General Gavin teamed up with Lieutenant Colonel Edwin Ostberg of the 507th and took a force of about 100 men south along the railroad track in hopes of capturing the Chef du Pont causeway. They ran into some enemy resistance as they approached the railroad station on the outskirts of Chef du Pont. A train began to move from the railroad station, Gavin recalled. There were German troops aboard, and they fired at us and then scattered. The general quickly sent his troops after the train and the station. One of those troops, Private Paul Bouchereau, the New Orleans Cajun, charged forward with the others. The Germans were taken completely by surprise, and all were killed or wounded. We set fire to a few boxcars and blew up a locomotive. The Americans searched the train. Gammon was surprised to see that the boxcars were filled with empty bottles and aromatic Norman cheese. The Yanks pushed forward into the town, heading southeast in the direction of the bridge. All at once, German fire rained down on them from several buildings. 4 Americans were hit. This slowed the advance to a veritable crawl as the troopers systematically searched the town building by building. But the Americans had no intention of staying put to be hunted down like rats. They knew that the town had no value. It was the bridge that mattered. Enemy soldiers in cohesive groups sprinted to prepared positions along the causeway. They were supported by comrades who fired at the Americans from a collection of buildings located on an island in the middle of the flooded Marais. It took the Americans 2 hours to clear Chef du Pont and finally turn their attention to the bridge. At the eastern edge of the bridge, the situation was fluid. Individual Germans hunkered down in holes and took pot shots at the Americans. Then the shooting quieted for a couple minutes. All at once, a German rose up and shouted something. The Americans were not sure what the enemy soldier was doing. A trooper shot him, and the German toppled over, dead, in an instant. The same thing happened to another German a minute later. In his classic book, Night Drop, S.L.A. Marshall asserted that the German soldiers were trying to surrender, but were foolishly gunned down by jumpy American troopers. Marshall argued that those trigger-happy troopers ended any hope that the Germans might surrender the bridge without further resistance. This, he believed, condemned the American force to a tough all-day fight for the crucial objective. But Captain Roy Creek, the E Company 507th commander, who had briefed his men so directly and eloquently back at Fulbeck, did not see it that way. He and his men were near the bridge, right in the thick of this fighting. Creek saw the whole incident firsthand, from only a few yards away. I would defy anyone to make a split-second judgment on what to do when an enemy soldier jumps up out of a foxhole 5 to 20 feet from you in the heat of heavy firing on both sides, and in your own very first fight for your life. I support the action taken by our troops. To this day, years later, I don't know if the enemy was trying to surrender or not. In my opinion, any enemy shot during this attack, as close and intense as it was, had waited too long to surrender. He was committed, as the attacker was, to a fight for survival. Perhaps the whole tragedy can simply be filed under the fog of war category. Whatever the truth of what happened that day at Chef Dupont, the objective still needed to be taken. Lieutenant Colonel Ostberg believed quick action was necessary. He ordered Creek and the others to charge. As he rose from cover, Creek saw Ostberg himself leading the wild run for the bridge. Speed seemed to be the answer. We knew the bridge must be taken before the Germans could organize their defense, so we made a semi-organized dash for it. 2 officers reached the bridge and were both shot, one toppling off the bridge and into the water, the other falling on the eastern approach. The officer toppling into the river was Colonel Ostberg. He was rescued shortly afterward by 2 soldiers of the 507th and lived to fight again. The other officer was dead. Obviously, the bridge could not be taken with a quick dash. The job would require more tactical planning. The Americans found cover on the edges of Chef Dupont, while officers like Creek decided what to do. For practical purposes, the only approach to the bridge was the one we had chosen through Chef Dupont. The approaches from the west were not approaches in a military sense. They were causeways, long and straight and completely flooded on both sides. Germans were dug in on the shoulders of both sides of the road, occupying foxholes dispersed at intervals of about 10 yards for a long stretch leading to the bridge and beyond. Another 75 troopers, under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Arthur Maloney, reinforced the pinned-down Americans. Maloney and Creek led yet another attempt for the bridge. The best the Americans could do was crawl, under fire, into the German holes at the eastern edge of the bridge. To do this, they made liberal use of grenades, throwing them into any hole they saw. With this done, they plopped into the holes and, mustering all their strength, threw the hole's dead occupants out into the mud. German fire from the island and the western section of the causeway was deadly, though. Any trooper who raised his head risked getting his brains blown out. German artillery and sniper fire continued to harass the Americans, but they kept control of the eastern edge of the causeway, while the Germans held the west. The battle had stalemated and remained that way for a couple of hours. In the meantime, General Gavin, believing that the Chef Dupont causeway had been secured, ordered Maloney's men to leave the town and head for La Fière so that they could help with the crisis there. More on that later. This left only 34 lonely, battered men under Creek's command to hang on to an objective that they did not really control. During this vigil, the captain and his troops experienced a litany of emotional highs and lows. No sooner had Maloney's people left than intense German artillery fire began to fall on the American foxholes at Chef Dupont. Seemingly every shell inflicted casualties. Creek himself came very close to getting hit. He was circulating among his men, checking on each position, when a flurry of shells caught him out in the open. I spotted a very small brick sentry house just short of the bridge on our side. I made a dash for it and went inside and found a still-burning enemy soldier, victim of a white phosphorus grenade. The house only had room for one man standing, so it became crowded with my arrival, and the other guy in there wasn't going anywhere. This, coupled with the fact that the smoke and stench from the burning man, caused me to make a quick decision that I would rather take my chances out in the open. Creek survived the shelling, but many of his soldiers did not. Before long, he was down to 20 men who were still able to fight. As if this weren't bad enough, one of his observers, nestled into the upper floor of a creamery that overlooked the bridge, reported the sight of a German company massing for an attack. Luckily for Creek's tiny force, this German unit was headed for Sainte-Mère-Église, not Chef Dupont. Still, the captain did not know how much longer he could hold out. He was underwhelmed when an officer sent by Gavin appeared at his side and told him the general wanted him to hold at all costs. It was pretty obvious that it couldn't cost too much. At the same time, it was doubtful we could hold something we didn't have. Creek sent the officer back to Gavin with a request for reinforcements. Then, in a scene reminiscent of Hollywood, C-47s appeared overhead. The planes dropped bundles of weapons and ammunition right on top of Creek's position. Creek was now able to set up a 60mm mortar position and return fire on the Germans. Within 30 minutes, the officer, who had previously delivered the hold at all costs message, returned with 100 men and a 57mm gun, which was pulled into position on our side of the bridge. The gun silenced the German artillery piece that had caused so many casualties. Thus reinforced, Creek now went on the attack. During another one of his reconnaissance forays, he had found a narrow finger of terrain that enfiladed the enemy positions on the causeway. Creek moved his squad to this sliver of land, and it proved an ideal place for sniping. When the captain determined that the Germans had been softened sufficiently, he gave the order to assault. On a prearranged signal, all fires lifted and 10 men and 1 officer stormed the bridge and went into position on the western approach to guard the causeway. 5 Germans made a run for it down the Death Trap causeway and were immediately shot down. That did it. The battle was over. The bridge was ours, and we knew we could hold it. The D-Day afternoon fight at La Fière turned out to be every bit as desperate. By that time, several small groups of Americans were deployed along the eastern edge of the Marais in or near La Fière. The principal group holding the eastern portion of the causeway was still Lieutenant Dolan's A Company. Dolan ordered them to dig in as best they could. Down at the bridge now was most of Company A, about 1 platoon of Company B, a platoon of the Division Engineers, mission to blow the bridge if necessary, about a half of Battalion Headquarters Company with mortars and machine gun sections, and several stray men from other regiments. In addition, Dolan could now call on the services of a 57mm gun he had emplaced at a suitable point along the road. The gun crew had an excellent field of fire against anything that came across the causeway. In foxholes on the muddy causeway, close to the actual bridge, Dolan had bazooka teams in place. The 2 Company A bazookas were dug into the left and right of the bridge. They were dug in below the level of the road, so that in order to fire, they had to get out of their foxholes. In one of those foxholes, Private Marcus Heim, one of Dolan's A Company men, prepared grimly for the possibility that German armor might attack across the causeway. Heim shared the foxhole with Private Lenold Peterson, a willowy Swede who spoke only rudimentary English. Heim was the loader, Peterson was the gunner. The 2 of them had to stand to see the causeway, peeking at it like children peering over a windowsill. Peterson, Heim, and several others moved around the area near their holes, preparing the terrain for battle. There was a concrete telephone pole in front of us, Heim recalled. We carried anti-tank mines and bazooka rockets from the landing area. These mines were placed across the causeway about 50 or 60 feet on the other side of the bridge. There was a broken-down German truck by the manor house, which we pushed and dragged across the bridge and placed it across the causeway. All that afternoon the Germans kept shelling our position. Heim and the other soldiers heard rumors that the Germans would soon counterattack. Not long after this rumor buzzed through Dolan's command, his men heard engines and rumbling coming from the other side of the causeway, in the vicinity of Coquigny. West of the Marais, just around the bend of the road leading to the bridge, 3 German tanks, probably Renaults, and dozens of infantry were on the move. They closed in on the Americans who were deployed around the bridge. Dolan, operating from a foxhole on the edge of La Fière, gave the order to open fire. When the lead tank was about 40 or 50 yards away from the bridge, the 2 Company A bazooka teams got up just like clockwork to the edge of the road. They were under the heaviest small arms fire from the other side of the causeway and from the cannon and machine gun fire from the tanks. At his forward position, probably no more than 30 yards away from the lead tank, Private Heim saw the tank grind to a halt. The tank commander popped open the hatch to inspect the mines and the truck that Heim and the others had placed near the bridge. Somewhere to the left, an American .30 caliber machine gun opened fire, spewing a staccato stream of bullets that smashed into the German tank commander. Spurting blood from many wounds, he slumped lifelessly on the turret. Heim and Peterson were squatting behind the telephone pole, trying to line up the sights of their bazooka through a tangled jumble of tree branches. Heim loaded the 2.36-inch rocket into the back of the bazooka, armed it, and patted Peterson on the shoulder. Peterson pulled the trigger, and the rocket left the bazooka with a whoosh. The first tank was hit, started to turn sideways, and at the same time was swinging the turret around and firing at us, Private Heim related. He and Peterson displaced as the enemy tank fired. We had just moved forward around the cement telephone pole when a German shell hit it, and we had to jump out of the way to avoid being hit as it was falling. Bullets kicked up dust around them. They found a new position, calmly reloaded, fired, and hit the tank again. The enemy tank burst into flames, roasting the crew inside. Dolan watched it all unfold and could hardly believe that the withering enemy fire missed his brave men. To this day, I'll never be able to explain why they were not killed. They fired and reloaded with the precision of well-oiled machinery. Watching them made it easy to believe that this was nothing but a routine drill. The other crew, Privates John Boulderson and Gordon Prine, was doing just as much damage. They fired and displaced, hitting the second tank several times, setting it afire. The anti-tank gun crew, about 100 yards to the rear, was busy firing at the third tank, but Heim and Peterson were in their own world. They had no idea what was happening anywhere but the 10 yards in front of them. German infantry had taken cover in the ditches and behind the burning tanks. They fired their rifles and machine pistols at the bazooka men. The Americans kept dodging the enemy bullets while trying to line up a shot on the third tank. Peterson and I were almost out of rockets, and the third tank was still moving. They started screaming for more bazooka ammunition, but they thought that no one heard them. Actually, the 1st Battalion's commander, Major Frederick Kellum, heard them quite clearly. He scooped up a bag of rockets and, accompanied by the battalion operations officer, Captain Dale Royden, sprinted for their position. They didn't make it. When they were within 15 or 20 yards of the bridge, Lieutenant Dolan recalled, the Germans opened up with mortar fire on the bridge. Major Kellum was killed and Captain Royden was rendered unconscious from the concussion. He died later that day. Heim and Peterson did not realize any of this. They just knew they needed ammo. Peterson asked me to go back across the road to see if Boulderson had any extra rockets. I ran across the road, and with all the crossfire, I still find it hard to believe I made it to the other side in one piece. When I got to the other side, I found one dead soldier, and Boulderson and Prine were gone. Their bazooka was lying on the ground. Private Heim found some rockets and made it across the road to rejoin Peterson, just in time to see the 57mm blow up the last enemy tank. The enemy attack had been blunted. The surviving Germans withdrew and contented themselves with long-range fire. Dolan and his men went to ground and hoped for the best. We had almost a 560-degree perimeter defense. The rest of the day we were under heavy mortar fire and machine gun fire. The mortar fire was very effective against the 2 forward platoons because of tree bursts. On high ground above La Fière, General Gavin watched A Company's determined stand. His instincts told him that even though the German attack had been defeated, they would be back. This was when he sent the officer down to Chef Dupont, ordering Maloney's troops to reinforce La Fière. Gavin was a splendid commander, but he was wrong. The Germans were not coming back, at least not tonight. The eastern end of La Fière Causeway remained in American hands. The 101st had 2 basic missions: secure control of the 4 causeways that led inland from Utah Beach, and seize and hold the Douve bridges and locks that comprised the southern flank of the Cotentin. The purpose of the first mission was to safeguard the Utah Beach landings. The Germans had flooded the flat tidal basin that lay just inland from Utah. The 4th Division needed the 4 causeways in order to move men and vehicles off the beach at necessary speed. The Germans, of course, knew of the importance of the causeways and placed heavy guns to cover each one. The Screaming Eagles were supposed to find and destroy those guns. The Douve crossings needed to be taken for the same reasons the 82nd needed to take the Madurai crossings: to prevent movement of German reinforcements and provide a springboard for the American invasion forces to advance deeper into Normandy. The two northern causeways, exits 3 and 4, were located near the towns of Saint-Martin-de-Varville and Audouville-la-Hubert. The 502nd Parachute Infantry drew the mission of securing these beach exits, along with their accompanying towns. Captain Lillyman and his pathfinders, fresh from their nocturnal activities on the fringes of the regiment's drop zone, began scouting for the guns that covered the two exits. These were 122mm Soviet guns that the Germans had captured on the Eastern Front. The Germans had placed them about 2 miles west of Utah Beach. Lillyman and his men found the bunkers housing the guns. Royal Air Force bombers had pasted the site on May 29th and again on June 5th, right before the paratroopers went into Normandy. In so doing, these bombers demonstrated how effective a more extensive bombing campaign of German Cotentin defenses could have been. Lillyman discovered that the bombers had collapsed one bunker, destroying the gun within. The Germans had then removed the other 3 guns to points unknown. In addition to the wrecked bunker, Lillyman's men found only torn ammo crates, a flipped-over Renault tank, and discarded enemy equipment at the site. The Pathfinder captain soon made contact with Lieutenant Colonel Patrick Cassidy and Lieutenant Colonel Steve Chapuis, commanders of the 1st and 2nd Battalions, respectively. Lillyman passed along the news that the guns had been neutralized. Cassidy and Chapuis breathed a big sigh of relief. Both of them knew that the guns could have caused real problems for the 4th Division troops, who would soon storm Utah Beach. They now turned their attention to organizing the random groups of troopers drifting into the area so that they could secure the western ends of the beach exits. This happened swiftly. The Americans were in perfect position when the Germans began retreating at 0930 from the 4th Division Amphibious Assault Forces. The 502nd Troopers cornered between 50 and 75 enemy soldiers and annihilated them. Other troopers went about securing various towns and secondary objectives near the northern beach exits. Private Burgett, following his precarious descent, far away from his intended drop zone, met up with several other troopers by employing his toy cricket for recognition in the dark. They wandered in the darkness trying to get their bearings. At dawn, they finally met up with one of their officers, Lieutenant William Muir, another Michigan native. The group now numbered 11 soldiers, 1 or 2 of whom were 82nd Airborne troopers. Muir declared an intention to capture the nearest town, whatever it may be. He posted 2 of Burgett's buddies as scouts, and they led the small group slowly west along a country road. Burgett trailed just ahead of the main group, roughly a quarter of a mile behind the 2 scouts. They walked without incident for half a mile or so, until they arrived at a bend in the road and Burgett lost sight of the scouts. The 2 men had disappeared. Burgett halted the column and told Lieutenant Muir what had happened. In search of the 2 lost men, Burgett and the lieutenant plunged into the surrounding foliage. Burgett felt terribly uneasy, as if he was being watched by enemy soldiers hidden behind a nearby hedgerow. Then he saw something that made his heart catch. I saw 2 rifles and packs lying on the ground. The sick feeling came deep inside my stomach, for this was the equipment of our 2 scouts, and here I was standing in an open field. Burgett found out after the war that one of the scouts was captured by a German patrol. The other scout is still missing in action. But at this moment, as Burgett now assumed the role of lead scout, the whereabouts of the 2 men remained a mystery. Burgett, feeling quite lonely and frightened, led his small group another few hundred yards down the spooky country lane. Soon they came to a collection of houses and barns. The private knew that there could be enemy soldiers hiding in the buildings, so he called a halt. As he did so, 3 French girls, about his age, emerged from a doorway and ran toward him. "Vive les Américains!" They offered him wine, but he refused. Not that I don't like wine, but I just didn't feel like being poisoned, and at this time I didn't trust anyone. Lieutenant Muir asked the girls if anyone in town spoke English. They directed him to the home of a woman who taught English. They told the lieutenant that he was on the outskirts of Ravennoville. He folded up his map and told his men to keep moving. They found several Americans lying in a ditch, not doing much of anything. These soldiers told the lieutenant that anything farther forward was in enemy hands. Muir rounded them up, attached them to his own group, and gave the word to attack. Beyond the ditches, they could see Ravnoville, a collection of stone houses and barns at the other end of open fields. With great impetuosity and aplomb, they spread out and charged across the field, Muir in the lead. We all jumped up and followed him, yelling and screaming at the top of our lungs. They fired as they ran. I saw my first crowd running through the trees on an angle toward our right flank. I stopped, took a good sight on him, and squeezed the trigger. The rifle bucked against my shoulder. The German spun sideways and fell face first out of sight in the grass. Another crowd stepped around the corner of a building, stopped, and just stood there, looking down at the spot where the first soldier fell. He was facing me. I had a good straight-on shot at his chest and took careful aim. Again the rifle bucked against my shoulder, and he, too, fell face forward. Burgett had no time to contemplate the fact that he had, for the first time, killed fellow human beings. Caught up in the frenzy of combat, he ran forward. Fighting was at a fever pitch now. All around, men were running between buildings, through yards and over fences. 4 troopers ran through a gate in a hedge surrounding a house, and almost immediately there came a long ripping burst of a Kraut machine gun. The 4 Americans died in the weed-choked front yard. The gun was firing from a window in an adjacent house. Other troopers shunned the yard and moved down a hedge until they were in throwing distance of the house and grenaded it. One trooper leaped through a side window, fired several rounds from his M1, then stepped to the front door and motioned that it was all clear. About 30 Germans had been killed and another 75 taken prisoner. The rest, remnants of an entire company, retreated. Burgett and his buddies inspected the buildings and were amazed at how easily the Germans had yielded. The walls were all of stone and 2 feet thick, with small rifle apertures to fire out from, and many of the rooms were filled with food, ammo, and weapons. A German-speaking GI asked the prisoners why their comrades had left. They said that when we came running at them, yelling and shooting across the open fields, they figured the whole invasion was directed right at them. A tiny American force of about 20 men had routed an entire German company from stone fortifications. Lieutenant Muir spread his tiny garrison around Ravnoville to defend against an inevitable counterattack. Burgett and a buddy got assigned to the road leading into the town. They mined the road, hunkered down in a ditch, and fortified themselves with captured enemy grenades, in addition to K-ration breakfast meals. A few hours later, they spotted a German crawling along the road. Burgett raised his rifle. It was an easy shot. I saw the dust fly from his jacket as I squeezed the trigger, and he dropped straight down. A machine gun opened up on them. An instant later, the whole world seemed to explode in flame as a German attack began in earnest. The 2 sides shot at each other from either side of the narrow blacktop road. Action became automatic, firing at fleeting shapes, crawling to different positions and firing, reloading and firing again and again. The fighting took place at extremely close quarters. The Germans were in the ditch on one side of the road while we were in the ditch on this side. A distance of not more than 15 yards separated us. At times, just as I slipped my rifle through the foliage to fire, I could feel the muzzle blasts from the enemy rifles as they fired toward us. We were so close together that our faces were being blackened by the enemy's muzzle blasts. The smell of powder burned deep into our nostrils. It left their throats dry and parched, almost with a powdery sort of copper taste. The Americans fought hard and warded off the German attack. Ravnoville remained American territory. As D-Day unfolded, Lieutenant Colonel Cassidy continued his attempt to forge some order out of the chaos of the misdrop. Even as he sent men to keep exits 3 and 4 under control, he sought to consolidate the western and northern edges of his area. Small groups of troopers set up roadblocks around Foucarville. Cassidy dispatched a small patrol, under the command of Staff Sergeant Harrison Summers, B Company 502nd, on a special mission. The little hamlet of Mézières was nothing more than a tiny collection of stone buildings at a crossroads, but it housed the German artillerymen who manned the missing guns of exits 3 and 4. Located a kilometer west of Saint-Martin-de-Varville and several hundred yards west of the abandoned bunkers, the Americans called Mézières Objective WXYZ. Cassidy's battalion had been given the mission of taking WXYZ. At 0830, Cassidy sent Summers, who was about to become an airborne legend, and his odd collection of men to capture WXYZ. It wasn't exactly a formidable force. Summers had only 15 men, most of whom he did not know, but it was the best Cassidy could muster at this early stage of Overlord. The sergeant and his hodgepodge patrol moved carefully along a hedgerow-lined dirt road leading to Mézières. At 0900, they arrived at the first building in Mézières and immediately took cover in roadside ditches as German sniper fire spewed forth from the building. Summers mulled over his next move. One glance at the prone, frightened men around him told him that they were reluctant to leave the ditch. If he gave the order to assault the building, would they obey? He did not know. He glanced at two men who seemed more eager than the others. One of those men was Private John Camion. Summers ordered Camion and another trooper, probably from the 506th, to check out the building, while the rest of the group laid down fire for them. Much to Summers's relief, they obeyed. The two men sprinted to the back door of the building, kicked it in, and entered. They saw the Germans shooting through firing ports. "The two of us killed 3 Germans in the first house." From there, Camion and the other man ran across the street to clear out a cluster of 3 buildings. At the second house, they received no fire but took 2 prisoners and killed 4 sleeping Germans with 2 hand grenades. The following house was empty, so we went on to the next, where I went upstairs and the boy from the 506th took downstairs. I killed 1 German, and at the same time I heard someone running up the attic stairs. I ran up after him and took prisoner this German officer. While I was upstairs, the 506th boy killed a German soldier and was killed himself by a round from a P-38. Their shots must have been simultaneous. Private Camion, catching his breath, now found himself joined by several other soldiers. Lieutenant Elmer Brandenberger, a B Company 502nd officer who had been fighting on the fringes of Mézières all morning, an anonymous tall 82nd Airborne captain, Private William Burt, and Sergeant Summers. In front of them, the 5th building beckoned. To get there, they had to charge across the road. The 82nd Airborne captain took a bullet through the heart and fell dead close to the road. Summers and Camion, lugging Tommy guns, remained unscathed. They were sprinting now for the front door of the building. Burt was carrying a light machine gun. He found some cover in a ditch and laid down fire. Some of the other members of the patrol drifted into the ditch around Burt and provided additional fire. Brandenberger got sidetracked. As I left the house, I heard someone shouting that there was a machine gun firing from a stone building at the far end of the village. Brandenberger called for 2 men to grab a bazooka and follow him. He glanced to his right and saw Burt. I still remember him with his machine gun alongside the road covering for us. Brandenberger ran across the road and dived over a hedgerow adjacent to the road. Machine gun bullets clipped the foliage around him. "Where in hell is that bazooka team?" he wondered. He shouted for them, but they were nowhere to be found. Suddenly, he heard a thud. A couple of potato masher grenades landed nearby beside me. They didn't go off. I can remember my feeling of fright when I saw them hit the ground so close to me that I could have spit on them, if I had any spit left. He kept working his way in the direction of the machine gun and eventually got hit in the left arm. He staggered into the safety of a ditch where medics later found him. Meanwhile, Summers and Camion kicked open the door of the 5th building in the WXYZ complex. "A French girl told us that there were 5 Germans hiding in the closet," Camion recalled. I put a burst of Tommy gun fire into the door, heard a scream, the door flew open, and 1 German soldier fell dead onto the floor. Another attempted to run up the stairs. Sergeant Summers shot him and killed him. They searched the house room to room. Summers shot several other enemy, and 3 Germans surrendered. The 5th building was clear. Once again, Summers and Camion caught their breath and prepared to move on. The next 3 buildings were arranged in a sort of triangle, just to the north of the road and west of the 5th building. Supported by Burt's machine gun, Summers and Camion now turned into a 2-man wrecking crew. Adrenaline was pumping through their veins. It was as if nothing existed except the next building, the next group of Germans. They had fallen sway to the kind of violent tunnel vision so necessary to survive in close combat. As Bert covered them with his machine gun, Summers and Camion cleared out all 3 buildings, room by room, taking some time to rest between buildings. The Germans in those buildings could not get a good look at their 2 assailants because Bert provided such effective suppressive fire on their firing ports. Before they knew it, Sergeant Summers and Private Camion burst into each building, spraying the walls and halls with .45 caliber slugs from their Tommy guns. In all, the 2 Americans killed about 10 enemy soldiers and took another 7 prisoner. Summers and Camion were nearing exhaustion now, and they had seen and experienced many horrible things. The surprised, agonized looks of other men as they died at close range, the uniquely thick, pungent smell of their blood as it flowed from their wounds and onto the floor, the rot, decay, and degradation of violence. Camion turned to the sergeant and asked, "Why are you doing it?" "I can't tell you," Summers replied. "What about the others?" Camion asked. The sergeant shrugged. "They don't seem to want to fight, and I can't make them, so I've got to finish it." "Okay, I'm with you." Their next objective, a well-built, long 2-story chateau with dormer windows, was about a quarter mile to the west. To get there, Camion and Summers hugged the inside edge of a low embankment that ran west along the road. Behind the 2 attackers, Byrd and a growing number of supporting troops displaced and followed. Many of these newcomers had no idea what was happening ahead of them. They only knew that something was going on and that they were supposed to lend fire support. Summers led the charge into this 9th building, which turned out to be a mess hall. He kicked in the door, turned left, and began searching rooms. The first 2 rooms he searched were empty, but not the 3rd room. At the 3rd room, Summers was greeted by a surreal sight. 15 German artillerymen were sitting at a long table eating breakfast, completely oblivious to the battle around them. Summers could hardly believe his eyes. The Germans attempted to scramble out of their chairs and grab their weapons, but it was far too late. Summers sprayed the room with his Tommy gun, emptying a full clip of 20 rounds. At such point-blank range, the weapon was devastating. The bullets tore through bodies and plates alike. The enemy soldiers fell all over themselves, all of them dead or gravely wounded. Summers never understood why they had put themselves in such a vulnerable position. He later referred to them as the 15 biggest chowhounds in the German army. It was late afternoon now. The last building, the main barracks, beckoned from atop a gentle rise some 50 yards to the west. The barracks was another sturdy 2-story structure. There was no covered approach from any direction to the place. Summers and company took shelter behind hedges at the end of the road, rested, and contemplated the best way to attack. As they did so, other Americans were closing in on this last piece of the WXYZ puzzle. Cassidy had been sending troops to WXYZ for several hours. A group of these reinforcements was now moving through an orchard just across the road from Summers's patrol. Another airborne force, consisting mainly of the 502nd Regimental Headquarters, was approaching from the west, and a 4th Division reconnaissance force from the east. From somewhere behind, an enemy sniper opened up on the paratroopers in the orchard, killing 3 of them in quick succession. In an attempt to get away from the sniper, the surviving Americans crashed through the orchard along with a line of hedges. This put them right in front of the barracks. German soldiers in the barracks shot them to pieces, killing 4 and wounding a like number. In an attempt to shield the pinned-down Americans, who were bleeding and dying on the grass in front of the barracks, Summers and his people blazed away at the barracks. Private Burt saw a haystack near a shed that stood adjacent to the barracks. He shot up the haystack with tracer rounds, starting a fire that spread to the shed, which went up like a Roman candle. The Germans had ammunition stored there, and a whole platoon inside guarding it. These unfortunate enemy soldiers now had to choose between 2 apocalyptic options: fire or American bullets. They chose the latter. Basically, this amounted to a choice in favor of death by violent gunshot wounds rather than incineration. American small arms fire and grenades devastated the hapless Germans, killing every single one of them. In a matter of moments, 30 German soldiers lay dead. To the Americans, they looked like shredded, bloody rag dolls. The fire in the shed did nothing to dislodge the main group in the barracks, though. Staff Sergeant Roy Nickren, a garrulous Chicagoan, had lugged a bazooka all the way through the orchard, in the process surviving the sniper and the fire originating from the German barracks. Now, nestled behind a hedgerow to the north of Summers's position, Nickrent leveled his weapon and took aim at the enemy-held building. I fired 2 rounds to adjust my range. The first one fell short, while the second hit the stone wall of the building near its base. I continued to adjust my aim until the 7th round went through the roof. Black smoke began to pour through the hole. Nickrent's bazooka had set fire to the roof. The fire soon spread throughout the barracks. This larger group of Germans now faced the same dilemma their comrades in the shed had faced moments before. This group chose to flee north through an open field. In so doing, they put themselves right in the path of the 502nd Headquarters troopers in one direction and the 4th Division men in the other. Once again, the Americans shot the Germans to pieces. They killed about 50 enemy and accepted the surrender of another 31. When the carnage finally ended, Summers and his patrol members relaxed and lit up cigarettes. The sergeant was bruised all over from bumping into walls and kicking in doors all day. "How do you feel?" someone asked him. "Not very good," he responded. "It was all kind of crazy. I'm sure I'd never do anything like that again." The battle had taken nearly the entire day. Incredibly, a platoon-sized group of Americans, mostly strangers to one another, had captured nearly a dozen stone-reinforced, fortified buildings. In so doing, they defeated a German artillery company of about 200 men. Exits 3 and 4 were wide open. As it turned out, exits 1 and 2, farther to the south, ended up being more important for the safety of the invasion. As will be recounted in a later chapter, the first assault waves at Utah Beach landed about a mile south of their intended invasion beach. This made them heavily dependent on exits 1 and 2. The 506th had the task of capturing these exits. Most of the regiment's men had been scattered all over the Cotentin. All night long, they had wandered the fields, hedges, and lanes of Normandy, like so many other troopers, searching for friendly faces. By daylight, some of them had succeeded. One group, under the command of Lieutenant Winters, the legendary commander of E Company, performed a Herculean task that probably saved many lives on Utah Beach. Winters had been misdropped and had lost all of his weapons and ammo except for a knife. In spite of this, he gathered a small force together, met up with Lieutenant Colonel Cole, 502nd, and his mixed group of troopers, and moved east toward the beaches. Along the way, this force cornered a small German supply column, killing several enemy soldiers and capturing others. When the sun rose, the men from different units went their separate ways. Winters and about a dozen E Company soldiers headed south in search of their unit's objective at Le Grand Chemin, near Exit 2. They reached the town and found many 2nd Battalion soldiers, along with several staff officers. 2 of those officers, Captain Clarence Hester, Battalion S3, and Lieutenant Lewis Nixon, Battalion S2, briefed Winters. These men were good friends. They had worked together for 2 years, living through the hell of airborne training. The battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Strayer, barely had enough men to cover all the jobs that needed to be done. He needed Winters to take his dozen representatives of E Company and capture a 4-gun battery of 105mm guns that menaced Exit 2. The enemy had dug the guns into a field at the Brécourt family farm, close by Le Grand Chemin. Mysteriously, these guns had not yet begun firing at the beaches, but that might change at any moment. Approximately 50 German infantrymen defended the guns. They were dug in behind hedgerows with interlocking trenches, fortified with machine guns and mortars. Winters had the equivalent of a squad: 1 60mm mortar, 2 light machine guns, 2 Tommy guns, and 5 rifles. On the face of it, this sounded like a suicide mission, but the skill and bravery of Winters and his men made it otherwise. Winters devised an audacious but simple plan. He knew that the angle of the hedgerows lining the field made it possible for his men to approach from several directions. As his training had taught him, he planned to lay down a strong base of fire while his men maneuvered along the flanks of the enemy force, eventually moving close enough to destroy the guns and kill the crews. Winters faced his men and calmly outlined his plan. First thing I did was have everybody drop all equipment except ammunition and grenades, for that's all we'd need. Then I placed 2 of my machine guns in a position where they could give us a little covering fire as we went into position. Next, I divided the group into 2 units. One went with Lieutenant Buck Compton, the other with myself. He took one hedge, I another. Compton had Sergeants Don Malarkey and Bill Guarnier with him. Winters ordered Sergeant Carwood Lipton, the man who landed at Sainte-Marie-Église, to take Sergeant Mike Ranney and move to the right flank. They were to provide supporting fire and then bring up TNT when it came time to destroy the guns. Everyone was in place now. Winters saw a German helmet moving along the lip of one of the trenches. He fired 2 shots and the helmet went down. Later he found a pool of blood in that spot. The 3 riflemen with Winters and one of the machine gun crews fired more rounds in the direction of the first German gun. This functioned as cover fire for Compton's group. Compton, Malarkey, and Guarnier were crawling under cover provided by the hedges around the field. Ever so steadily they neared the first gun. Over on the right, Lipton and Ranney discovered that thick foliage prevented them from seeing the German positions. Lipton glanced around, looking for a tree to climb. There were no trees with a large single trunk that I could climb and position myself behind the trunk to fire. There were smaller trees, smaller trunks, and I found that in climbing up into these smaller trees, I had to settle myself down among the branches on the front side in order to be able to see in the direction of the enemy. It gave me a ringside seat looking right down into the German positions that were only 75 yards away. Using a carbine, Lipton added his fire to that of Winters' group. I fired at a German in a prone position. When I fired, he dropped his head down to the ground and made no other movement. Lipton continued firing unopposed. For the moment, the Germans were fixated on the fire coming from Winters. Out of the corner of his eye, Sergeant Lipton saw Compton, Malarkey, and Guarnier preparing to throw grenades. In one flurry of motion, the 3 of them hurled their grenades in the direction of the German gun. Following the explosions, Compton led them through the hedge straight at the enemy gun position. The Germans were taken by surprise. They had been so fixated on the threat originating from Winters to their front that they had not noticed Compton's group. In an instant, Compton jumped into the German trench that led into the gun pit. Sergeant Malarkey was right behind him. As he dropped into the trench, a German was standing about 15 feet from him. He pulled his Tommy gun and fired at him, and the gun jammed and misfired. In the meantime, the German ran down the trench, and Compton turned and waved us all across. Lying in his firing position at the first hedge, Winters saw Compton and knew it was time to move. He leaped to his feet and shouted, "Let's go! Follow me!" Firing and running, Winters and his 3 men quickly made it to Compton. The German gun crew, along with their accompanying infantry, was fleeing. Compton, Malarkey, Guarnier, Winters, and the others pitched grenades at them as they ran. One of those grenades hit a German in the head and exploded. The trench system snaked forward in the direction of the guns. From those positions, German crews shot at the Americans with small arms fire. Across the open field, at the opposite side of Brécourt, several German machine guns kept up an insane chatter. Winters now took his first casualty. One man, Popeye Wynn of West Virginia, was hit in the butt and fell down in the trench, hollering, "I'm sorry, Lieutenant. I goofed off, I'm sorry," over and over again. At the same time, a Jerry potato masher sailed into the middle of us. They hit the dirt as far away from the grenade as possible, but Corporal Joe Toy, a 25-year-old coal miner from Pittston, Pennsylvania, never saw it. All he heard was a scream from Winters, "Joe, look out!" Toy barely had time to react. All I did was flip to get the hell out of the way, and that goddamn thing went off. Whatever Toy did, it was enough to avoid injury. The grenade exploded between his legs, but in spite of that, the fortunate Toy was not hit. I flipped, and it took a chunk out of my rifle. I never saw it. If it wasn't for Winters, I'd be singing high soprano in some church choir. Shaking off the cobwebs, Toy glanced down the trench to his left and got a glimpse of the enemy soldiers who had thrown the grenade. I took a couple pot shots at them. I got up enough nerve to crawl down in the trench, and I saw them easily. These guys must have been only 17 or something. They had been hit, and they were sitting there, so I started searching them. In the meantime, Winters led Guarnier and Private Andrew Lorraine on a ruthless search for the first gun. They pitched grenades in front of themselves as they went. This flushed out 3 German soldiers, who took off running across the field. The 3 Americans raised their weapons and fired. Lorraine hit his man with a first burst, Winters recalled. I squeezed off a shot that took my man through the head. Guarnier missed his man, who turned and started back for the gun, but he'd only taken about 2 steps when I put one in his back and knocked him down. Then Guarnier pumped him full of lead with his Tommy gun. This fella kept yelling, "Help, help," for about 5 minutes. Lieutenant Winters saw a 4th German about 100 yards away. I had the presence of mind to lie down and make it a good shot. All of this must have taken about 15 to 20 seconds since we rushed the position. Winters took a moment to rest and assess the situation. Jesus Christ, he thought. Somebody will cut loose in a minute from further up the trench. To prevent this from happening, the lieutenant flopped down and peered into the next enemy position just in time to see 2 Germans setting up a machine gun. He took aim and fired. I hit the gunner in the hip. The second shot caught the other boy in the shoulder. Now Guarnier, Lorraine, Toy, Malarkey, and the others joined Winters. With the first gun captured, Winters went back to check on Wynne, who was still sorry he goofed off. Winters inspected Wynne's wound, determined it wasn't too bad, and told him to crawl back to an aid station. As Wynne made his way back, crawling cautiously along the ground, Sergeant Lipton saw him and provided some first aid. From his perch in the slender birch tree, Lipton had traded shots with the Germans for a few minutes, but then thought better of it. Enemy bullets were clipping branches and leaves all around him. The sergeant knew it was time to leave. That's the fastest I ever came out of a tree, and when I got to about a dozen feet off the ground, I just dropped the rest of the distance. When he got to Wynne, he poured some sulfa powder in the wound and dressed it. I had to bandage Wynne's butt. Lipton found Winters, who had drifted back to the captured gun position. He wanted to disable the gun. Only then did Lipton realize that he had left his musette bag and demolitions kit back at the road, where they had staged this attack. I told him I would go back for it, and I crawled back and started back up with the musette bag and the demolitions. German machine gun fire was heavy, singing mere inches over his head. Lipton became aware of someone crawling next to him. It was Warrant Officer Andrew Hill of Regimental Headquarters. "Hey, Sarge, where's Battalion Headquarters?" he asked. Lipton wondered what Hill was doing out here. He pointed toward the rear, back that way. Hill chanced to look in the direction Lipton was pointing. Just then a German bullet hit him in the forehead and exited through his ear, killing him instantly. He was the first American that I saw actually killed, Lipton said. Sergeant Malarkey, normally a level-headed, excellent soldier, now did something very foolish. Believing that one of the dead Germans in the field was wearing a holster containing a Luger pistol, Malarkey left the cover of the trench and braved withering enemy fire in search of the Luger. As he inspected the holster, which ironically was empty, the enemy fire tapered off. Observing Malarkey from their positions at the opposite end of this Brécourt farm field, they apparently thought he was a medic. Winters saw what Malarkey had done and screamed in disgust, "You idiot! Get the hell out of there! The place is crawling with Germans!" Malarkey, chagrined, realized that Winters was absolutely right. When Winters yelled, I jumped up and started running back to the first gun, where I had come from, and as soon as I jumped up, 4 or 5 German machine guns started firing at me, and the bullets were kicking up the ground all around me, but nothing hit me. I dove under the gun. I lay there, face up, as they kept firing into the gun itself, and the fragments of bullets were dropped into my face and burning me. I was stuck there until it all ended. Farther up the trench, Winters ordered his men to capture the second gun. Throwing grenades and hollering as they ran along the trench, they took the gun easily. They also captured the 2 wounded machine gunners Winters had shot a few minutes earlier. The lieutenant knew his tiny assault force was low on ammo and overextended. He paused to regroup and sent back word for his 2 machine gun teams to come forward. This took about half an hour, after which the group captured the 3rd gun against little opposition. In the meantime, Winters had found in the 2nd gun position some excellent enemy maps that delineated artillery positions all over the Cotentin. All this time he was still waiting for Lipton and his TNT to disable the guns. Sergeant Guarnier attempted unsuccessfully to destroy them with some improvisation, I tried to disable them by dropping grenades down the barrels, but it wasn't really working. Fortunately, Captain Hester soon arrived with several blocks of TNT and some white phosphorus grenades. Guarnier and the others destroyed 3 of the guns, blowing their breeches out and curling the barrels, giving them, according to the participants, the appearance of half-peeled bananas. Lipton was disappointed when he finally came back with his demolitions kit and found the guns already disabled. With this vital job done, Guarnier gave way to exhaustion. The adrenaline I had been running on just left me. I was so tired that I remember looking over the top of a hedge with a pair of field glasses to see if there were any more Germans around, and I fell sound asleep. Joe Toy came up behind me and tapped me on the shoulder, and I think I jumped 10 feet. The 10 seconds I slept were like 10 hours. There was one last gun to go. Reinforcements arrived and took it. Lieutenant Ronald Spears, D Company 506th, led a wild one-man charge at the final position. He jumped into the gun pit, spraying the crew with Tommy gun fire. "Look at that crazy motherfucker go!" several men exclaimed. Spears shot up the crew and nearly was killed by one of their grenades. In the attack, he lost 2 men killed. In a matter of 3 hours, all 4 vital guns had been destroyed by the equivalent of an overstrength American squad. The machine guns at the other end of the field were still going strong, though, and Winters knew that it was time to withdraw. The mission had been accomplished. There was no point in losing anyone to the German machine gun fire. He ordered his men to withdraw back to Le Grand Chemin. They did so with methodical precision. Winters was the last one out. As I was leaving, I took a final look down the trench, and here was this one wounded Jerry we were leaving behind trying to put this machine gun on us again, so I drilled him clean through the head and pulled out. About an hour later, Winters guided several Sherman tanks, just in from the beaches, to Brécourt. Making liberal use of their cannons and coaxial machine guns, the tanks cleaned out the enemy machine gun positions. Lieutenant Winters had lost 4 killed and 2 wounded. The Germans had lost 15 killed, several more wounded, and 12 captured. Thanks to the success of the American attack at Brécourt, the 4th Division GIs at Exit 2 would not have to worry about artillery fire coming from the direction of Le Grand Chemin. Historian Stephen Ambrose succinctly summarized a major reason for the success of the tiny but effective American assault force that day. From the Supreme Commander in Berchtesgaden on down to the field officers in France, to the local commanders in Normandy, to the men in the barracks, the German army was an army inferior in all respects, except for weaponry, to its Allied opponents. Even as Winters and his tiny band of brothers destroyed German artillery positions opposite Exit 2, a mixed group of 502nd and 506th troopers did the same for Exit 1. Allied intelligence knew all about the guns threatening Exits 2, 3, and 4, but they had no idea of the existence of a battery of 4 105mm guns dug in along a field north of Oldie, a tiny hamlet near Sainte-Marie-du-Mont. These guns were a dire threat to Exit 1. In the early moments of the night drop, an unfortunate stick from the 502nd had landed in tall trees adjacent to the 60 German artillerymen manning these guns. The Germans slaughtered many of these troopers in their harnesses and captured the rest. Some Americans later claimed that the Germans slowly, sadistically executed these men by attaching thermite grenades to their legs. When activated, the thermite grenades, designed to wreck the breech of an artillery piece, generated intense heat. Troopers who landed near Oldie told of hearing agonized screams coming from the vicinity of the artillery position. Not long after D-Day, Private Burgett was in the area and said he saw several dead Americans lying face up, shoulder to shoulder, with their manhood cut or shot completely away, leaving nothing but blood-caked, gaping wounds in their crotches. An American battalion surgeon, Captain George Lage, who supervised an aid station in Oldie, beheld many of the same things, and later wrote to his wife, "Some of the cruel, cold-blooded things that some of the Germans did made us all see red. From that time on, we decided if they wanted to fight dirty, we could too. We took very few prisoners compared to the number we could have for just that reason. This war business can be terribly horrible." Lieutenant McCarney, the platoon leader in E Company 502nd, landed near Old D. He wandered the area, collecting ultimately a fighting force of about 60 men. His first order of business was to determine his whereabouts. He soon found himself in contact with Lage. We came to a little village. As it was surrounded by a stone wall, I decided to move in. As we approached it, we were challenged in English. Inside was a medic captain from our own battalion, Captain George Lage, and 3 aid men. Dr. Lage told them that they were in Old D. We set up a perimeter defense around the village and remained tight until dawn. McCarney soon found out that he was almost right on top of the enemy battery. With typical Irish luck, I had stopped just short of a battery of German field pieces. McCarney's men quickly sealed off every route from the field. The Germans were now in quite a fix. They could not use their 105mm guns on the Americans at such close range, nor could they escape. They could only engage the Yanks in a small-arms fight that was not to their advantage. The two sides traded shots for nearly 2 hours. They were just as amazed to see us as we were to see them, McCarney believed. We were so close that they could not deflect their fixed field positions to hit us. They tried to dislodge us in a half-hearted manner. The morning wore on. The wounded were staggering in. At one time, Doc Lage had 40 or more wounded men. The dirty bedroom he had as an operating room was sticky with blood. The wounded were laid in the town court. It seemed fantastic. It was like a scene from a film. As McCarney's people battled the German artillerymen, Colonel Bob Sink, commander of the 506th Parachute Infantry, was sitting in a jeep, risking life and limb on a reckless reconnaissance ride. He and the men with him encountered many Germans, but managed to survive unscathed. While on this journey, Sink spoke with a runner who told him about the action around Old D and the surprise battery of 105s. Sink sent reinforcements, about 75 in all, to Old D. This force, under the ambiguous joint command of Captains Knut Raudstein and Lloyd Patch, arrived at McCarney's position at 1000 hours. The officers were working out an intricate plan for a double envelopment of the enemy force when one of McCarney's bazooka men decided the whole issue. He shouldered his weapon, closed to within 30 yards of the enemy, and fired. The bazooka round tore into a group of enemy soldiers in a ditch behind one of the guns. He resolutely loaded and fired 4 more times. 2 of his shots scored direct hits on ammunition dumps, blowing them sky high. This collapsed German resistance, and the bazooka man knew it. "Come on! All you gotta do is kill the rest of them," he screamed at his buddies. They tore into the field and shot up the Germans. The fight lasted only a few more minutes. When it was over, Lieutenant McCarney gazed upon the sickening detritus of the battle. What a scene of carnage! This was my first association with violent death. A man at 100 yards seemed so impersonal. By contrast, this was very personal. He and several of his men found the troopers who had been killed in their harnesses. Most of these men were slashed about the face and body. Our men said nothing. Words are so useless at a time like this. Somberly, they cut the dead troopers down, wrapped them in their chutes, and prepared to bury them. I tried to think of a suitable prayer. All I could think of was my Mass prayers in Latin. This broke the tension. Patch's force moved on to nearby Sainte-Marie-du-Mont and met strong German forces. Some of the Americans bore-sighted one of the 105s and fired a couple of shots into the steeple of Sainte-Marie-du-Mont's church. As it turned out, most of the town was in German hands except the steeple the GIs were using for sniping and observation. McCarney and another officer, Lieutenant Raymond Hunter, became very worried about a German counterattack to recapture the guns. All day long, they were under sniper and mortar fire, and they grew increasingly nervous with each ricochet or explosion. They decided to destroy the guns. This was a mistake. Colonel Sink knew that the 377th Parachute Artillery Battalion had been badly scattered. This unit probably endured the worst drop of any unit on D-Day, and he coveted the 4 German guns for the artillery support they could provide. Sink sent a detail to tow the guns to his CP, but by the time they arrived, McCarney and Hunter had destroyed 3 of the guns. Only one undamaged gun was turned over to the 377th. General Taylor landed all alone in a cow pasture near Old D. He struggled to free himself of his chute, fully expecting to see several of his soldiers at his side. But looking around, I saw not a single soldier, only a circle of curious Norman cows, who eyed me disapprovingly, I thought, as if resenting this intrusion into their pasture. On the upside, the presence of these cows told him that the pasture was not mined. He cut his way out of his chute and made off into the night in search of other Americans. The first trooper he met was Staff Sergeant Ed Hahn. The general was so happy to see Hahn that he hugged him. Within half an hour, Taylor and Hahn made contact with several other soldiers from the 101st, including General Anthony McAuliffe, the division artillery commander, Lieutenant Colonel Julian Ewell, commander of the 3rd Battalion, 501st, Major Lawrence Legere, assistant operations officer of the division, and Colonel Gerald Higgins, Taylor's chief of staff. By daylight, the force was larger, but still dominated by headquarters staff and officers. They could see the church steeple at Sainte-Marie-du-Mont, a landmark quite familiar to them from their pre-invasion briefings. Thanks to that knowledge and conversations with locals, the Americans now knew exactly where they were. Taylor had a brass-heavy force of about 85 men. He decided that they would go due east and open up Exit 1 at the town of Poupeville. In the master plan, this mission was supposed to be accomplished by 2 battalions of the 506th, but Taylor, like so many other airborne commanders that morning, had to get by with what he had. With a famous wisecrack, "Never have so few been led by so many," Taylor told his men to get moving along the dirt road that led to Poupeville. Farther ahead in the column, Private First Class Bill Kopp also could not help but notice all the officers doing jobs normally reserved for enlisted men like himself. There were so many officers and so few enlisted men that even lieutenants were assigned as riflemen. As the Americans approached the beach exit road, they saw figures approaching in the distance. Another group of soldiers, platoon-sized, was coming from the vicinity of Poupeville, heading straight for Taylor's force. It was a German patrol. Both sides saw each other at the same time. No one opened fire. Instead, the Americans and Germans both dived for the cover of roadside ditches. At the front of the American column, one officer, Captain Vernon Krager, quickly tired of the standoff. Krager, the commander of G Company 501st, was spoiling for a fight. He had seen 2 plane loads of his men shot down several hours ago during the jump. All at once, Krager hopped onto the road and started walking in the direction of the Germans. The captain's bravery inspired one of his men, Corporal Virgil Danforth, to follow him. Captain Krager insisted on walking down the center of the road toward the town, carrying his carbine, which was almost as big as he was. Another soldier from G Company joined them, and they began shooting at the Germans. Sergeant Lionel Cole was on the right trying to kill all the Germans in the ditch and the hedges on that side, while I was on the left side doing the same thing. We kept telling the captain to get back where he belonged, but he kept telling us to mind our business. He had almost lost his whole company, and he was just plain mad. They were taking fire from enemy soldiers in Poupeville, but most of the Germans in the ditches cowered passively while the 3 Americans raked them over. Danforth, a sniper, was trying to manipulate his bolt-action Springfield rifle. I was having a rough time feeding the bullets into the gun one at a time, and at the same time outran the captain and killed a number of Germans on my side of the road. I shot 11 in one group in the ditch, all in the head. That was the only part I could see sticking out above the ground, so it wasn't much of a trick. In fact, Danforth's fire was devastating. The Springfield, like any sniper rifle, excelled at long-range, accurate shots. At close range, it packed an even deadlier wallop. Each round from Danforth's rifle made a clanking sort of metallic sound, roughly akin to that of a steel mallet rapping against a girder, as it pierced the helmets and skulls of the German soldiers. The German patrol was, for all intents and purposes, eliminated. Led by Krager, Danforth, and a few others, the Americans now left their ditches and approached Poupeville. As they did so, they began taking fire from the outlying buildings of the town. Once again, they dived for the cover of the ditches. 60 Germans from the 91st Division, a well-trained and equipped unit, defended the town. They shot at the Americans from second-story windows. Lying in a gully near the front of the American column on the south side of the road, T5 George Koskamaki, the Michigander who served as General Taylor's radio man, was crouched low, trying to make himself as small a target as possible. Koskamaki's company commander, lying on the other side of the road, spotted the young radio man. The captain wondered how many other signalmen were with this assault group. He ordered Koskamaki to leave the ditch, walk down the road, and count the number of signals people. Encumbered with my radio equipment and other gear, my movement was rather sluggish as I got up and started toward the rear. A concealed German opened fire at me, and with bullets wanging off the road surface, I dived back into the ditch. The shooting stopped. After waiting a bit, the captain suggested I go back to do the checking. The same thing happened again. Luckily for Koskamaki, the captain decided to forget about this silly order. Scouts along the flanks of the American force began shooting at the German-held buildings in Poop Field. As they did so, the troopers in the ditches crawled forward. By now, Koskamaki, exhausted, had fallen asleep. Someone behind me was nudging and shaking my foot to urge me forward. Koskamaki started to move. But the person in front of me was still lying there. I reached forward to shake his leg, assuming he had dozed off like I did. He hadn't. He was a dead German. Some of the Americans were out of the ditches now, rushing toward Poop Field. Koskamaki could see Major Leger at the head of a small group of soldiers, looking for all the world like just another squad leader. He moved past me and up the center of the road about 20 yards to my front. A shot rang out, and he was down, writhing in the road, brought down by a sniper's bullet. The call "medic" immediately went down the column. A young trooper with Red Cross bands clearly displayed on either arm hoisted himself from the ditch and ran to the fallen major. This young medic, T5 Edwin Hull, knelt beside Leger and fumbled with his first aid kit. Koskamaki watched in horror as the unseen sniper fired again. Hull was killed instantly with a bullet in the chest. Private Bill Cobb, a machine gunner whom Colonel Ewell had placed in an intersection a little farther up the road, looked back in time to see Hull's death. I saw him topple on top of the major after being shot. I can still picture his face. One of the scouts spotted the German sniper and unleashed a volley of fire that silenced the enemy rifleman. Leger was gravely wounded. Most of his thigh had been shot away by the sniper's dum-dum bullet, a wooden projectile outlawed by the Geneva Convention. Someone pulled Leger into the ditch, and another medic worked on him. Eventually, Leger had to be shipped back to the States for a long recovery. Ewell split the assault force into two groups and ordered them to envelop the town from the north and south. From both directions, they moved into Poop Field for a house-to-house assault. Koskamaki, trailing right behind the lead rifleman, paused to look at Hull's body. The tragedy of the youthful medic's death struck home to the radio man. He was just a kid. Hurling grenades and firing into windows, the Americans cleared out the first few houses, driving the remaining Germans to a large schoolhouse that served as their main headquarters. At one point during this melee, a trooper came unexpectedly face-to-face with a German in a doorway. The American had a bayonet fixed to his M1 Garand. Reacting more than thinking, he thrust the bayonet under the German's chin, straight through his head and out the back of his skull. The man extracted the bloody, gore-stained bayonet, took off his rifle, and never used it again. Ewell was with the lead troops, right at the cutting edge. At one point, he peeked around the corner of a house. A sniper's bullet glanced off his helmet, leaving only a dent. Others were not so lucky. Private First Class Fred Orlowski, like so many others with Ewell, was running toward the schoolhouse, dodging German fire. I saw Lieutenant Nathan Marks get shot in the forehead while peering around the corner of a small building towards the larger house where the Germans were holed up. Sergeant Tom Criswell and PFC Bob Richards were shot within a few yards of me as they were running toward the big house in the height of the attack. The sight of these men getting hit temporarily slowed the American advance. Corporal Danforth crouched in a doorway and watched as a medic tried to help Sergeant Criswell, who was bleeding badly. German fire kept driving the medic back to cover. Danforth, a very brave man, moved from his doorway into the line of sight of the Germans. I tried to draw their fire so the medic could get down to the downed man, but They put a bullet in me, too. It hit the ring of my helmet and split in two, and half of it went into my skull, and I still had the headaches to prove it. Captain Krager then got hit in the arm with a wooden bullet. About all this did was make him madder. The Americans brought up a bazooka and fired a few rounds into the German headquarters. The German commander emerged from the house. Ewell took a few ineffective shots at him with his pistol, until it became clear that the enemy officer wanted to surrender. 38 Germans emerged from the building with arms raised. They had lost 25 dead and wounded. With Poopville now in his grasp, General Taylor sought to make contact with 4th Division troops coming up from Utah Beach. He sent 2nd Lieutenant Eugene Briere, an airborne military policeman in charge of security for division headquarters, on a search for friendly amphibious forces. Briere went down to the beach, found some Americans under the command of Captain George Mabry, and brought them back to Taylor's CP at Poopville. Briere also found time to minister to a dying German in one of the houses. He signaled to me to hand him something. I saw that he was pointing toward a rosary. I picked up the rosary and handed it to him. He had a look of deep appreciation in his eyes, and he began to pray, passing the beads through his fingers. He died shortly thereafter. Later in the day, T-5 Koskamaki excitedly watched as tanks rumbled up from Utah Beach. I remember how elated I felt when the first tanks poked their way through the streets. One paratrooper rushed forward and planted a kiss on the first tank. Thanks to the aggressive efforts of small groups of determined troopers, the 101st Airborne successfully captured the 4 beach exits and the guns that menaced them. But the other half of the division's mission did not go nearly as well. Troopers from the 501st and 506th Parachute Infantry Regiments were to capture Saint-Côme-du-Mont, a key town 3 miles north of Carentan on the N13, along with the 5 Douve River crossings that comprised the southern flank of the entire 7th Corps front on the Cotentin. Mistrops and tough German resistance thwarted them. These Americans achieved only mixed success by the end of D-Day. Colonel Howard Skeets Johnson, commander of the 501st, was a hard-driving, hard-assed, almost fanatical officer. During his Invasion Eve speech to his troopers, he brandished his fighting knife and promised to plunge it into the heart of a Nazi bastard before another setting of the sun. Actually, Johnson had to rely on something more modern, his pistol, to do away with the first enemy soldier he encountered. Johnson landed directly opposite the front gate of Chateau Le Bel Hainaut, a beautiful 3-story mansion that served as a German CP. A German sentry raised his rifle and shot at Johnson as he was struggling free of his harness. Luckily for Johnson, the sentry missed. This gave Johnson the chance to draw his .45 caliber pistol and shoot the sentry. One of the men in Johnson's stick had landed in a sequoia tree at the south edge of the mansion. He freed himself and came running toward the sound of the shots. Unfortunately, Germans were emerging from the building at the same moment. They shot and killed the trooper. 2 other men in the colonel's stick landed on the roof, crashed through the windows, and cleared Le Bel Hainaut room by room. Meanwhile, Johnson drifted away in search of his objective, the La Barquette locks and the 2 highway bridges near Saint-Côme-du-Mont. The colonel succeeded in collecting about 150 men. This force quickly captured the locks. These locks controlled the flow of seawater in and out of the Cotentin. The Germans had used them to flood the Douve and Medore river basins. Control of the locks could give the Americans a way to impede the flow of German reinforcements into the peninsula. Johnson was so pleased with the easy seizure of the locks that he ordered part of his force to detach and push on to his other major objective, the 2 highway bridges south of Saint-Côme-du-Mont. Those troopers who remained at the locks came under German artillery fire all day long, but the enemy did not mount any serious D-Day counterattack to win back the locks. Johnson soon found out that German resistance was much more formidable elsewhere. The only other cohesive groups of Americans in the area were busy dealing with strong German opposition north of La Barquette locks in and around Saint-Côme-du-Mont. In effect, this small town served as a kind of barricade to the bridges. All day long, fighting raged in and around Saint-Côme-du-Mont. Radio man Joe Byerly of I Company 506th landed on the roof of the church at Saint-Côme-du-Mont, and quickly found that he was in unfriendly territory. Taking fire from the church steeple, I slid down and made my way through a cemetery surrounding a church, over a wall, and headed toward our objective, which was the 2 wooden bridges over the Douve River. When Byerly left town, he went in the wrong direction, west, but did not realize it until he came upon the Carentan-Cherbourg railroad line. He reversed himself and went back to Saint-Côme-du-Mont, where he used his gammon grenade to blow up a power station. Once again he left town. This time he moved south on N13. As I was trying to make my way to the bridges, I crawled over a hedgerow and landed in a German machine gun position manned by 10 to 12 Germans, and was captured. The German soldiers were paratroopers just like Byerly. They marveled at his equipment. We had a mutual admiration society. That probably helped me survive. Guards took him to an underground headquarters in an apple orchard near Saint-Côme-du-Mont. An English-speaking intelligence officer interrogated Byerly. I would only give my name, rank, and serial number. That was standard, but there was something quite unusual about this particular interrogation. There was a young blonde woman sitting on the corner of the officer's desk. Byerly could not escape the feeling that he knew her from somewhere. She proceeded to tell me that she had been in Ramsbury and had danced with many of my buddies and officers. She could even identify these men by name. Byerly ended up in a POW camp in Germany, but was later liberated by the Soviets and fought alongside them for several months in the last months of the war. As if that were not bizarre enough, his parents received a telegram stating that he had been killed. One of Byerly's captors took his dog tags, later tried to infiltrate American lines in Normandy, and was killed. The body of this German was mistakenly buried under Byerly's name in an American cemetery. After the war, Byerly had the strange, perhaps unnerving experience of visiting his own grave. Another 506th Trooper, Private Bill Oatman, also got captured that day near Saint-Côme-du-Mont. Following a narrow escape from his burning C-47, Oatman had another close call. He landed in a minefield. Oblivious to the deadly peril all around him, Oatman crawled out of the field without tripping a mine. He met up with a couple of other troopers and roamed the environs of Saint-Côme-du-Mont, looking to make trouble or find their unit, whichever came first. While we were lying in a gully figuring which way to go to meet up with our company, we heard some noise, and about 8 or 10 Krauts came running towards our gully. When they got to the gully, they split up and ran up both sides. We had pulled the pins in our grenades, so we just waited till they got pretty well past us. Then we threw the grenades and took off in the other direction. I know we got a few of them because of all the screaming and hollering. They had a few more brief firefights until they found a French farmhouse. Several French children brought them wine and bread. They showed the kids their maps, and they pointed out where they were, but for some reason, Private Oatman and the others did not trust them, so they headed in the opposite direction. This was a mistake. They ran right into a large German unit. We had quite a battle until we ran out of ammunition. We were taken prisoner, and they stripped us of everything. They took us to a farmhouse where we saw some other wounded paratroopers and also some of our boys hanging in the trees, still in their chutes, with their privates cut off. Throughout D-Day, the Americans tried several unsuccessful, uncoordinated attacks on Saint-Côme-du-Mont. Captain Sam Gibbons, a staff officer in the 501st and a future congressman, led a group of 50 men on one such attack. He had landed near Craquebut to the north. Now, as the sun rose, his platoon-sized group cautiously made its way south along the N13, closing in on Saint-Côme-du-Mont. The flankers to the east and west and all of the riflemen were walking in the fields and having to cross hedgerows, and some of those hedgerows were 6 feet high and were a solid combination of stone, dirt, and bushes, vines, and trees, a foreshadowing of the geographical challenge that would soon impede the Americans in Normandy. Of course, before each hedgerow was crossed, it was necessary to make sure no one was ready to surprise you on the other side. Shortly after a break, in which Gibbons shared 2 cans of Schlitz beer with several other men, the point man found evidence that the Germans were near. In the west ditch was a wounded German soldier. The German had been hit in the stomach area and was in bad shape. He had already turned rather gray-looking and seemed to be rather incoherent. They moved on and left the wounded man where he lay. He was a pitiful sight, so all alone, so badly injured, and so near death. They closed to within 300 yards of Saint-Côme-du-Mont. From here, they could see the buildings. Nothing looked untoward. The windows and shutters were all closed. Nothing stirred. The place looked like several other towns they had passed along the way. Gibbons ordered his men forward. He heard the clacking of a bolt nearby, glanced to his right, and saw the muzzle of a machine gun poking out of a hedge right at him. He dived for a ditch, and all hell broke loose. We had been ambushed. Instantaneously, shots started coming from the buildings in Saint-Côme-du-Mont and from the hedges that stretched out to the east and west just outside of the town. Captain Gibbons was pinned down. He could hear one of his fellow officers 50 yards away shouting orders, even as the machine gun continued to chatter in the next hedge. Gibbons knew he had to eliminate that machine gunner. If Gibbons didn't, he would remain pinned down while German snipers in Saint-Côme-du-Mont picked him off. I took a grenade out of my pocket, pulled the safety pin, and lobbed it over the hedge. After it went off, I heard no more firing from his position and assumed that problem was out of the way for a while. With the help of supporting fire from other troopers, Gibbons made it to better cover. He consulted with his second-in-command and his sergeants. It was obvious that we were badly outnumbered. So there we were, 200 to 300 yards north of Saint-Côme-du-Mont, meeting superior fire from a major force. We had no automatic weapons, no radios, only our semi-automatic rifles and a few pistols. We hardly knew each other, but we were getting well acquainted. Gibbons decided to break off the fight. At the tiny village of Les Drouilles, scarcely a kilometer to the east of where Gibbons and his patrol were fighting, another mixed group was also encountering strong resistance. The commander of this force, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Ballard, commanding officer of the 2nd Battalion, 501st, actually had a good drop. From the start, he knew he was in the right spot, just to the east of Les Drouilles. He gathered together the typical mixed force of troopers, and as the sun rose, the force numbered some 70 men, moving west straight at Les Drouilles. One of Ballard's scouts reported seeing a German going into a building in Les Drouilles. The colonel concluded that the Germans defended the town in strength and decided to attack them. He was tempted to bypass Les Drouilles and move on to Saint-Côme-du-Mont, not to mention his objective, the highway bridges, but he knew he could not. If he did, he might leave an enemy force of unknown size in his rear. So Les Drouilles had to be taken. Ballard divided his men into 2 platoon-sized companies. At 05:30, they approached Les Drouilles in 2 parallel columns, hugging hedgerows along the 2 roads that led into town. In one awful instant, the town came to life with German small arms and mortar fire. The roads leading into town were no more than 200 yards apart from each other. At the easterly road, where F Company steadily worked its way toward the town, a young lieutenant, Leo Malik, led the way. Clutching his carbine, keeping his men under cover, he made sure to keep sight of the terrain ahead. In front of us was an open pasture and a farmstead from which we were receiving enemy fire. We set up a mortar and scored several hits on the buildings. Enemy fire persisted. We tried to advance along a lane running perpendicular to our hedgerow. More enemy fire. German machine gun fire swept everywhere. 100 yards or so in front of Lieutenant Malik, his point man, Private Jack Schaefer, took cover from the enemy machine gun fire. He hugged the ground for a while, hoping not to get hit, and then found himself in a very lonely position. I realized that I was left alone. The others had gone back. He eventually tried to make his way back to where he thought the others had retreated. I was pinned down for about a half hour before I started my return trip. I continued on back and met a patrol of Americans and got directions to where the others were located. A few hundred yards away, the other prong of Ballard's attack, E Company, also got pinned down. German mortar fire inflicted several casualties. By 0700, Ballard had lost about 15 men. He repeatedly tried to attack the town but failed. At one point he was reinforced by a 20-man patrol that executed a wide flanking maneuver and captured one of the buildings in Les Drouilles, but this was not decisive. All day long, Ballard and his men were stymied at Les Drouilles, far away from the highway bridges. No Allied airborne unit had a bloodier drop than Lieutenant Colonel Wolverton's 3rd Battalion, 506th. When he led his men in such soulful prayer at Exeter on D-Day Eve, Wolverton could not have known the terrible fate in store for him and many of his troopers. The transport crews dropped the battalion fairly accurately on their intended zones, south and east of Saint-Côme-du-Mont, but this was not a good thing. The Germans regarded this area as ideal for paratroopers and defended it accordingly. At the eastern edge of the drop zone, they had doused a barn with oil. Now they set it afire when they saw Wolverton's troopers descending. This lit up the area and made the paratroopers quite vulnerable on their descent. Many were killed before they ever hit the ground. Others landed right in the midst of the Germans and were killed or captured in seconds. Out of 723 troopers, only 130 made it to the battalion's intended objective, the wooden bridges that forded the Douve at Bevon. Wolverton himself got hung up in an apple tree east of Saint-Côme-du-Mont. German soldiers cornered him and shot him to death right in his harness. The same thing happened to Wolverton's executive officer. Corporal Ray Calandrella, aboard Wolverton's plane, landed nearby but managed to avoid this fate. He hit in a field all by himself and assembled with several other troopers. Germans were everywhere. Calandrella could hear their machine guns ripping, and he could see tracer rounds slashing through the night sky. The fire from the barn lit up the whole area, almost like daylight in spots. Calandrella was leading a small patrol of 6 men when he heard a Teutonic-sounding voice yelling for me to surrender or halt. Instead of doing that, I turned and beat it back about 30 yards. The Jerry fired a shot close but missed. Calandrella and the others got away and found a hiding place when the sun rose. All day long they could hear the Germans around them. Finally, the inevitable happened. The Germans detected their presence and cornered them with a superior force. One of our men yelled that he was hit in the leg. 1 was captured and 2 were either killed or wounded. A German soldier was so close that Calandrella could have reached out and grabbed him. Eventually, the enemy soldiers rooted them out. Calandrella and several others got captured. As Wolverton's headquarters group struggled for survival, one of his staff officers, Captain Charles Shettle, managed to assemble 2 officers and 13 enlisted men. They headed straight for the Douve bridges. On the way, they cut one of Carentan's main power lines. They also were reinforced by 18 more troopers. At 04:30, Shettle's group reached the bridges. The 2 structures were located within half a mile of each other. One of them was a footbridge and the other a vehicle bridge. The Americans took cover behind an embankment that paralleled the Douve River. Shettle studied the bridges and pondered his best course of action. He knew full well the importance of these objectives. Control of the bridges meant control of the entire southern flank of the Cotentin. Any German reinforcements moving toward Utah Beach in this area needed these bridges. As Shettle studied the bridges, 20 more American soldiers filtered into his position. They were wet and tired from crossing drainage ditches and eluding Germans. In the memory of one of these men, Shettle immediately spread them out along his tenuous line. The bridges were nearly half a mile apart, so our line was stretched very thin. Across the river was a small hill, defended by a fairly large force of Germans. There was a levee running along the river, so we dug in along this levee and prepared to defend these bridges. German small arms and mortar fire peppered the area. The snipers killed several men, but the mortars did practically no damage. Only a few men were slightly injured from them. The mortar fire, however, grew steadily more effective. In spite of the German presence across the river, Shettle wanted complete possession of the bridges. For this to happen, he needed men to cross the bridges under fire and establish a lodgment on the east bank. He asked for volunteers to cross the footbridge. 2 men stepped forward, Private First Class Donald Zahn and Sergeant George Montilio. Armed with only a Tommy gun, Private First Class Zahn stooped and ran across the bridge, avoiding German machine gun fire. Zahn made it across and ran to a point about 80 yards beyond the bridge. There he scouted a wooded area and found signs of German positions. Deciding it was time to leave, he made his way back to the bridge, where he met Montilio, who was just crossing. They took cover and talked over their next move. 10 troopers joined up with them. Because it was now full daylight and German fire had zeroed in on the bridge, These men had crossed the bridge by means of the girders on the underside of the bridge, similar to climbing a ladder horizontally. As the Americans wondered what to do next, a German pistol shot rang out from a nearby hedgerow. A bullet tore through Private First Class Hank DiCarlo's back and exited near his right breast. Zahn sprayed the hedge with his Tommy gun, killing the German who had pulled the trigger. The Americans heard screaming from the other side of the hedge, and the German fire intensified. Zahn and several others pitched grenades, fired a few clips, and took off for the bridge. When they reached it, they recrossed it on the girders. As they crossed, this patrol noticed American demolition specialists in scalp locks and war paint wiring the bridge for destruction. Shettle was hedging his bets. If he could not have the bridges, he wanted to make sure that the Germans could not either. His men at the footbridge settled into an uneasy stalemate that would last all day long. Meanwhile, at the vehicle bridge, the situation was the same. The Germans on the east bank, controlling the high ground and outnumbering the Americans, were nonetheless content to stay at a distance and trade shots. For their part, the Americans were not strong enough to push across to the east side of the Douve. They found this out when a small force under the command of Lieutenant Turner Chambliss, an idealistic West Pointer, ran into heavy enemy fire at the bridge. One of Chambliss's men, Private First Class C.A. Spiller, got wounded during their wary approach to the objective. As we neared the bridge, the Germans opened fire. I was in a ditch with other fellows. The Germans zeroed in on our position with artillery. The first shot hit long, the second was short, and the third hit within 8 feet of me. The man ahead of me was killed, and I got hit in the side. Crossing the bridge was out of the question. Private First Class James Pee-wee Martin, like all the other soldiers, had taken cover and waited for the killer artillery and mortar to abate. He saw Lieutenant Chambliss, his platoon leader in G Company 506th, stand up suddenly. He was shot twice through the mouth. Someone pulled the lieutenant to the cover of a ditch, but he was dying. Martin was deeply saddened. He could not stop thinking about an incident that had taken place just before the invasion. Martin and the other men were consistently amazed at how idealistic and moral the lieutenant was. He was very GI, very strict, but fair. He never drank or ran around, and all the other officers must have been a little envious because they pumped the men for lapses which they might use to needle him. There were none. The lieutenant was so intensely proud of West Point that Martin wondered if the 2nd Platoon should be known as an entity belonging to the Army or West Point. I stenciled West Point over the breast pocket of all of our combat jumpsuits. Martin and the rest of the platoon showed up in formation the next day with their new adornments, but the lieutenant never seemed to notice, then or after. Deflated, the men jumped into Normandy with their apparently unnoticed West Point stencils. Now, as Lieutenant Chambliss's young life neared an end, he demonstrated quite clearly that he had noticed the stencils. An H Company sergeant was cradling his head. Chambliss asked him if any 2nd Platoon men were around. They weren't. According to Martin, Chambliss told the sergeant that he wondered why we put West Point on our jackets. He wondered if we were mocking his background. This hit Martin like a thunderbolt. I cried tears of shock and frustration and shame as his body was carried past my position. I keep wondering how he could have failed to perceive the great pride and affection we had for him. Shettle and his men held on to the western approaches to the Douve bridges, but they could not establish bridgeheads on the other side. They did not know it, but their ordeal was just beginning. For the next 2 days they held out and waited for reinforcements. As the captain remembered it, their existence consisted of very little sleep, worry about our exposed position, lack of ammunition, and only hard chocolate bars, D-bars, for food. The airborne troopers jumped into Normandy believing they would fight 2 or 3 days and then be relieved. But for many of them, the fight was only beginning. Chapter 10. The Air Cover. Allied airmen had spent more than 2 years making Overlord possible. While the ground troops trained, the aviators fought. Ever so steadily, they pummeled the Luftwaffe into submission. The veritable destruction of the once formidable enemy air force served as a kind of gateway back to the continent. To the airmen, Overlord represented a new and welcome phase in the war, one in which the Germans were on the defensive, one that foresaw the end of the war, one that meant that the airmen could now look forward to the day when the Europe below them was no longer an unfriendly maw of perilous enemy-controlled territory that promised only captivity to the downed airman. The bomber crewmen and fighter pilots of the U.S. Army Air Force in England were tingling with pre-invasion anticipation and excitement. They had felt this way for weeks, ever since they began carrying out the transportation plan, an offensive whose obvious purpose was to prepare the way for invasion. It is fair to say that the aviators had worked themselves to a fever pitch. They were keenly waiting for the special day. In the declining hours of June 5th, teletype machines clacked at American bomber and fighter bases in England. The awkward machines, so reminiscent of the stock market tickers of an earlier era, spit out the fragmentary orders that eventually set the Air Force into motion. Tonight at Grafton Underwood, American crewmen like to call it Grafton Under Mud for obvious reasons, Colonel Dale Smith of the 384th Bomb Group sat in his tiny office in the group's operations shack. He heard the teletype machine chattering in the main room outside his office. A few seconds after the teletype went silent, Smith's operations officer, Major Tom Beckett, stepped into the little office and solemnly handed him a piece of paper. Beckett rarely, if ever, gave the colonel copies of the fragmentary order, frag order. Usually Beckett orally conveyed the orders while they waited for the formal, more complete field orders that followed. Not this time, though, and that could only mean one thing. Colonel Smith felt a nervous surge of anticipation. My hand trembled a little as I held the yellow paper. I had a good idea what it contained, the long-anticipated invasion. The 384th was ordered to bomb enemy positions near Caen in the morning. I told Tom to call a meeting immediately of all senior staff officers, squadron commanders, and company commanders, and I have them assemble at the senior officers' quarters. We had a lot to do. At nearly the same time at Ashford, home of the 406th Fighter Group, Captain William Dunn, the Ace and Eagle Squadron veteran, was awakened by the sound of hundreds of aircraft engines. He lay in his cot and listened for a moment. What was this all about, he wondered. He decided to go to the operations shack to find out. When he arrived, the invasion frag order was just coming over the teletype. "What's going on, guys?" Dunn asked. "Those birds you hear overhead are C-47s hauling paratroopers," an operations officer responded. He proceeded to tell Dunn about the invasion, along with the missions his group would fly. Someone else handed Dunn a copy of Eisenhower's Great Crusade pamphlet, the one that had so turned off paratrooper Private Webster just a few hours before. Dunn read it and had a completely different reaction. He was impressed with the seriousness of the Supreme Commander's resolve. Captain Dunn and the other officers immediately set to work preparing for their mission. "We haven't got too much time before we all become heroes," one of them breezily observed. Lieutenant Jack Havner, a B-26 co-pilot in the 344th Bomb Group, did not see his group's orders, but he and the rest of the combat crewmen sensed the imminence of the invasion when they were alerted for an O-200 briefing. Some celebrated, some prayed, some wrote a letter home, and some withdrew into themselves and wouldn't speak. Havner thought the occasion called for some comic relief. Several weeks earlier, he had found a British bowler hat. He wrote D-Day on a 3x5-inch card, stuck it in the hat band, and propped the hat on his head. Then he fashioned a similarly ridiculous-looking outfit. I cut out a huge handlebar mustache from black art paper and stuck it under my nose. Over my underwear, I wrapped my light tan trench coat, hooked on my pistol belt, holster, and gas mask, and strode out bare-legged in my GI shoes. Toting an umbrella in one hand and a pistol in the other, he walked from Nissen hut to Nissen hut, proclaiming, "This is it, men!" He got the response he was hoping for. Even though there were some pretty serious countenances on some members of the huts I visited, not one remained that way after they'd seen Havner making an ass of himself. I knew it certainly eased my tensions. Not long after Havner's impromptu comedy routine, it was time for the pre-mission briefings. All over England, combat aviators trooped into briefing halls or tents and listened with rapt attention as intelligence officers explained their respective roles in this historic event. A palpable sense of excitement, almost electrical in its intensity, pervaded the briefings. When Lieutenant McManus, a pilot in the 466th Bomb Group, entered his unit's briefing room at Adelbridge. He was amazed by all the security and intelligence activity. He had to give a password and be checked off a list before actually entering the room. S2 men were all over the place, refusing to answer our leading questions, guarding the large war map. When finally all flying personnel had crowded into the room and settled down to a tense silence, Colonel Pierce, the group commander, was the first to rise. A blind man could see he was nervous. His hand shook as he handled papers, and I saw him wet his lips before he read. When Bombardier Al Corey, of the 387th Bomb Group, strode into the briefing room at his unit's base at Chipping Ongar, he knew this was it. A day before, he had been recalled from leave in London. Then, earlier tonight, he had noticed ground crewmen painting white stripes on the group's B-26 medium bombers. At the briefing, he crammed into an uncomfortable wooden chair and waited for his colonel to speak. Corey was wearing most of his flight gear, flak vest, leather jacket, 2 shirts, and fur-lined boots. When the colonel saw that everyone was in place and the doors to the room had been closed, he stood up. He wore his cap at the jaunty angle that was so popular among airmen, and he chomped on an unlit, stubby cigar. "Hey guys, good morning, good morning, good morning. Well, here we are. This is it. This is the big day we've been waiting for. That's what we all came here for. We're going to France at 6 as air support for the Allied forces invading the Normandy coast. This is to be the invasion." For a couple of seconds, the men absorbed what he had just told them, but the silence did not last long. The quiet erupted into a big roar. We were all pretty excited. At a fighter base in Thruxton, 22-year-old Lieutenant Quentin Ananson, freshly arrived from his pilot training in the States, donned his flight gear and settled in for his briefing. The Minnesotan was so new to his unit, the 366th Fighter Group, that he had not yet officially joined a squadron. New or not, he could sense the unearthly tension. It was almost deadly still. We glanced at each other knowingly, but no one spoke. A lieutenant colonel moved up to the map in front of the room, faced us for a moment in silence, and then said rather softly, "Gentlemen, this is it. The invasion of France is beginning." The room erupted in jubilation and cheers. In the middle of the mayhem, Lieutenant Ananson sat there and thought, "I can't believe I'm here." He knew that this was a moment in history that would never be forgotten. For many of the youthful American aviators, the ecstasy soon gave way to sober reflection on the dangers that lay ahead. First Lieutenant Chet Peterzak, a native of Erie, Pennsylvania, was just as excited as everyone else at briefing when the commanding officer of his 388th Bomb Group broke the news of the invasion. But Peterzak, a bombardier, had managed to survive 22 missions. He knew what combat was all about. The same was true for many others in the briefing room. Some aviators worried that the recent absence of the Luftwaffe meant that the Germans were husbanding their planes for a maximum effort to disrupt the invasion. These veterans feared that D-Day would be a bloodbath. No sooner had the 388th crewmen settled down and the colonel relayed the basics of the mission than Peterzak and the other aviators began a spontaneous prayer. I'll never forget this as long as I live. The whole group got off their chairs and knelt down as one person. No one said a thing. They just did it, and they prayed. There was a whole different atmosphere right then, and to this day I still feel it. It's like nothing else I ever felt. Now we had something to fight for, those guys who would be underneath us. At the briefings, the crewmen learned the information they would need to know on D-Day. Bomber crews were briefed on formations, rally points, bomb loads, targets, altitude, weather, flak, and the like. Fighter pilots studied reconnaissance photographs of their patrol areas, flak concentrations, and German fighter bases. They learned which units had responsibility for combat air patrol in which areas. They learned how they were expected to communicate, and they learned what kind of strafing targets they might find in which sectors of Normandy. As the sun gracefully rose in the eastern sky on this momentous morning, the great aerial armada droned inexorably toward the coast of France. The men in these planes, especially in the tightly packed bomber formations, had to be very alert. Roughly 11,000 planes were in the air over southern England. The cloudy weather, a remnant of the recent storms, made the going that much tougher. Some bombed choke points and troop concentrations at Caen or Saint-Lô. A few American bombers supported the British landings, hitting such targets as Ouistreham, where British and French commandos would soon go ashore. At Omaha Beach, some 1,200 bombers of the 8th Air Force prepared to bomb enemy emplacements, pillboxes, bunkers, troop concentrations, and supply depots at or near the beach. The bomber crewmen could not even begin to see the beaches below. In order to make sure they did not bomb their fellow Americans in the landing craft and ships below, they held their bombs or waited another half-minute or so before they dropped their bombs. The majority, like Sergeant Edwin Arrett's B-17 crew, opted to do the latter. Seated at his modest little desk in the neck of the plane, right behind the flight deck, the radio man had a $1 million seat high above the screaming and pounding of our bombs. He was awed by the whole spectacle. Fortresses filled the sky ahead, behind, below, to the sides. They're everywhere. Impressive isn't the word for it, as hundreds of forts go over their respective targets, each dropping its load of destruction from their yawning bomb bays. Down the bombs tumble through the soft clouds, like ears of corn falling out of a bushel basket. Arrett felt the bombs release from his own plane. He left his station to check that all bombs had released. They had. As his B-17 turned west and then headed for home, he muttered a quiet prayer for the boys down there. They'll be pushing open the very jaws of hell. Unfortunately for those about to push open the very jaws of hell, Arrett and the other heavy bomb crewmen did them no good. Most of the bombs from this enormous aerial armada fell harmlessly inland, behind German beach defenses and away from German reinforcements. The heavies at Omaha dropped close to 3,000 tons of bombs that detonated anywhere from 300 yards to 3 miles behind the beaches. These bombs killed plenty of Norman cows in pastures and fields, but precious few Germans. The ineffectiveness of the bombing at Omaha was a bad harbinger. Realizing that the hilly, ridge-pocked shoreline of Omaha would probably be the toughest to assault, the planners had invested a lot of hopes in the bombing at the expense of naval bombardment. In retrospect, this was foolish. In this war, heavy bombers had not yet proven their usefulness as a tactical support weapon for ground troops, nor would they. Shell fire from the Navy's destroyers and cruisers proved to be the best weapons for destroying the enemy's extensive concrete-reinforced beach defenses. The Allies would have been much better served to employ more of these ships in pre-invasion bombardment and invasion support, but they did not. Senior commanders like Eisenhower, Bradley, and Montgomery needed only to study the lessons learned in the Pacific, at places like Tarawa and Kwajalein, to understand the need for a more overwhelming, efficient naval bombardment. But strangely, they turned a blind eye to these lessons. For instance, at Kwajalein, the 7th Infantry Division received more direct support from more battleships, cruisers, and destroyers than directly supported all of the American assault troops at both Omaha and Utah Beach. In the view of one Pacific-experienced officer, the SHAEF senior commanders, especially Bradley, thought of operations in the Pacific as strictly Bush League stuff. The assault troops at Omaha Beach paid the price for such inexcusable prejudices. The medium bombers flying below the clouds at altitudes between 3,500 and 7,000 feet achieved much better results at Utah Beach. Beginning at 05:15, an hour and a half before H hour, a force of about 400 B-26s hit German positions on the beaches and immediately inland. Approximately 43% of their bombs hit within 300 feet of their targets. When the crews learned they were bombing at such low altitudes, they were fearful. Many of us were reminded, Lieutenant Alan Stevens explained, of the first B-26 low-level missions against German submarine pens earlier that year, on which all 10 of the attacking ships were lost. Fearful or not, they went ahead and did their job. Stevens piloted one of the first planes to bomb the Utah Beach area. Our targets were coastal guns and blockhouses along the beach. As his B-26 closed in on the target, Lieutenant Stevens saw the immense fleet below. Viewing this awesome sight, he felt a great sense of pride at being part of something that would reshape world history. The closer his plane got to the target, the more excited he became, but enemy fire soon quelled the excitement. We went through the heaviest concentration of anti-aircraft fire I had yet seen. Tracers and flak explosions were so thick that it looked impossible to get through without being hit. They dropped their bombs, turned away, and flew safely home to their base at Rivenhall. Elsewhere in the formation, Lieutenant William Redman and his 387th Bomb Group skimmed along the coast, closing in on the German beach defenses they were slated to bomb. They were flying at 4,000 feet. From his bombardier's perch, Redman could see for miles. Somewhere near Saint-Vaast, about 7 miles from the target, Redman spotted 4 German flak boats. They opened fire with deadly tracers. Lieutenant Redman saw the tracers score hits on several planes from another group. One disintegrated in a ball of flame. Apparently its bombs exploded. I became very mad at the Germans. He yelled to his gunners to return fire, and they did so. In minutes they were over the target. Redman could see the invasion fleet and the German response. All along the coast, naval guns blinked at our destroyers and landing barges. The lieutenant concentrated on his bomb sight and, at the correct moment, let his bombs fly. He could see them striking home. Our bombs knocked out the machine gun and mortar nests in the target area. In another plane near Redmond's, fellow bombardier L. Corey hunched over his sight. I set my intervalometer so that every 2 seconds a bomb would release. I also had a manual trip switch, so I'd drop a couple using my foot as the aiming point. He salvoed the bombs and saw them fall to earth, explode, and make good foxholes for some of those guys coming ashore. I could see Germans on the far side running away from the front. The 344th Bomb Group was one of the last in the formation. The men in this unit dropped their bombs on Beauguillot, La Madeleine, and Saint-Martin-de-Varville about 20 minutes before the first wave of 4th Division troops hit the beach. Second Lieutenant George Eldridge was the deputy lead bombardier of this group's 18-plane formation. His plane was so low, 5,000 feet, that he did not even need oxygen. He could see enemy batteries hurling shells at the ships offshore. Any second, he figured, those German guns would turn on his formation. Our target was right on the beach, and we paralleled the beach on the bomb run. Bomb bay doors were open now, and we were on the run. It seemed an eternity, but only a minute or less, and bombs were away. I released on the leader. We were carrying 16 250-pound GP, general-purpose, bombs. Our gunners were cutting loose at anything they could see. Tracers could be seen going in all directions. Our bombs hit on the beach and near the target area. The aviators were amazed at the destruction their bombs wrought. "The bombs carpeting the target are bursting like bubbles in a vat of nitric acid," one of them said. "There are spouts of flame and belching smoke which seem to leap at us like some angry monster writhing horribly. It is terrible in sheer destruction." With bombs away, they executed some evasive maneuvers, turned right over the peninsula, and flew home. As Eldridge feared, the Germans did swing their guns upward in an effort to target the low-flying B-26s. One of the planes farther back in the formation came close to being shot down. In that plane, Sergeant Ralph Nunley, the tail gunner, was watching his group's bombs explode when he heard someone on the intercom say, "We've taken a hit." Flak had battered their right engine. The pilot feathered the propeller and shut down the engine. Now they had to make it home on only one engine. To make it, they would have to jettison some weight. That meant throwing away some of their equipment and all of their ammunition. We were to take the ammunition and dump it out of the bomb bay. We were being shot at, and there was quite a bit of apprehension. I was pretty sure that we would not have time to bail out at that altitude we were flying. Soon they were over the ocean, heading back to England. Sergeant Nunley heard a terrible banging sound coming from somewhere in the middle of the plane. I thought the front of the plane had been blown off. He took a closer look and discovered a big hole in the belly of the ship. Someone had been dumping ammunition out of this hole. A belt had gotten caught and was hung up in the hole and flapping. Soon after that, it fell. Tense moment followed tense moment. Finally, they made it to an emergency landing strip in southern England. It was a successful landing without accident, and we got out of the plane and we walked until we got a place where we could sit. Nunley's knees were trembling. They barely functioned, from either fatigue or fear. He was never completely sure. Other B-26s had similarly close calls. Our ship was full of small holes, but no one was wounded, Lieutenant Clyde Funk of the 386th Bomb Group related. The Germans shot down 3 medium bombers at Utah Beach. Considering the dangerously low altitudes from which the B-26 bombed, it is remarkable that they did not suffer greater losses. Most likely, this is because the Germans had to divide their fire. They had so many targets in front of them, naval and aerial, in such a concentrated area that they could not spew forth enough effective fire at any of those targets without concentrating on one at the expense of the other. Among the vast majority of the medium bomber crewmen who made it safely back to England, many were debriefed, ate a hot meal, and then loaded up for another mission, or even 2. First Lieutenant Robert Hobbs, an Arkansas native and bombardier navigator on an A-20 medium bomber, flew a mission in the early afternoon of D-Day to destroy rail yard oil storage tanks near Carentan. His flight of 45 A-20s made landfall 20 miles east of Carentan, turned right, and flew straight toward their target. Concentrating on keeping exactly on course and locating the target through my Norden bomb sight, I had little time to look around. The rail yard oil storage area in Carentan was easily picked up at our low altitude of 3,000 feet, and we made a direct hit. He saw all 6 of his 500-pound bombs salvo and descend straight on target. Keeping my eye on the bomb sight, I could see boxcars flying in the air and big explosions from the oil storage area. Hobbs and the other medium bomber crewmen could enjoy such unmolested victories because of the efforts of the Air Force's most glamorous branch, fighters. On D-Day, the fighters covered everyone, the Navy, the C-47s, the gliders, the heavies, and the mediums, and added much of their own firepower to the mission of reducing German resistance. The number 1 mission of the fighters was to safeguard the invasion fleet, a necessary but bitterly disappointing assignment for the cocky fighter jocks who yearned to strike a killing blow to the Luftwaffe. Actually, they already had. The fighter pilots took off from their bases in southern England and spent hours patrolling above the fleet. Many of the American fighter planes flying naval cover that day were P-38s. Naval gunners could easily recognize these fork-tailed twin-engine planes. Plus, the P-38 excelled at air-to-air combat, but not necessarily at strafing. One of those P-38 pilots flying top cover for the fleet was Lieutenant Edward Giller of the 55th Fighter Group. Giller, the son of a Jacksonville, Illinois farmer, had a degree in chemical engineering from the University of Illinois. In 1941, after a mundane year of work as a chemical engineer with the Sinclair Oil Company, he got interested in aviation. He entered a civilian pilot training program and grew so enamored of flying that he decided to join the Air Force. Now, 3 years later on D-Day, he sat in the cramped cockpit of his P-38 high above the fleet and searched for enemy aircraft. We were so high that we were disconnected from the activity on the ground. The whole mission seemed unreal somehow, perhaps because he felt no sense of personal involvement. The air controllers back in England, studying their radar sets, had almost no enemy aircraft to report. On the few occasions they did, Giller and his colleagues eagerly pointed their planes in the direction of the reported enemy. Fighter pilots, being fighter pilots, all wanted to have a chance to chase a German, and the biggest hazard was when you arrived in the sector given by the control radar from England. You would find 300 other Americans in there, which made flying more hazardous. Each report turned out to be a false alarm. Giller spent 3 hours on station and then went back to his base in Wormingford. He and the other pilots landed, refueled, ate, and went up for another uneventful mission. We spent a couple of hours circling quietly. There was little activity, and finally we were released and started back for England. Other fighter pilots who flew cover for the Navy also spent quiet hours circling and circling, heads on a swivel, looking for trouble that never came. Strapped into a rugged P-47 Thunderbolt, Francis Gabreski, a famous ace in the 56th Fighter Group, flew 4 of these missions, mostly in an area between Boulogne and the Seine on D-Day. It ended up being one of the quietest days he ever spent in combat. His 56th had arguably done more than any other unit to make this day so quiet. For months, they had engaged German fighters and swept them from the skies, earning the sobriquet Zemke's Wolfpack from an adoring press who lionized the group's commander, Hubert "Hub" Zemke. After crossing the channel, Gabreski enjoyed a breathtaking view of the fleet, but that was the most exciting moment of his day. We would go out and patrol our area as best we could until we were about out of fuel. Then we'd come home, load up again, and go back out. We flew between layers of clouds. Sometimes I could barely make out the ground through light spots in the overcast, but that was all. Farther to the west, near the Brest Peninsula, Lieutenant W.A. Simpkins and his 505th Fighter Group hunted for German submarines that might attempt to harass the Allied fleet. Occasionally we'd hear that someone thought they had sighted a submarine, or that they thought a ship was trying to get out of a harbor, but it was mostly a boring patrol. We were given an area to patrol from point A to point B. You did as you were told because you knew that you were performing a specific function. Simpkins never saw any enemy ships, but another man in his unit, Lieutenant Ralph Jenkins, did. He thought he'd spotted something below. I descended from 20,000 feet to 10,000 to have a better look, and suddenly the sky was filled with anti-aircraft fire coming from this ship. I reported this to headquarters. I suspect it was a German ship heading for the invasion area. Unlike Jenkins, most of the pilots who flew anti-submarine patrols found nothing. Like idle bodyguards, they flew for hours, staying alert for a threat that never materialized. The hours went by, and for some, like Lieutenant Leonard Schallen, another pilot in the 405th, bladders filled to the breaking point. I did have to go to the John awful bad, and we went back and forth in an area we were assigned. I finally said, to heck with it. He unhooked his seatbelt, found the remarkably impractical gyrating relief tube in the cockpit, and let nature take its course. Just in the middle of it, we bounced down and I lost a lot of my relief tube contents, emptying into the cockpit all over my legs. That was all Schallen remembered of D-Day. Some units, like Lieutenant Robert O'Neill's 406th Fighter Group, same outfit as Bill Dunn, flew cover missions for the beaches. O'Neill, the New Orleans native, could not help but look down at the drama unfolding thousands of feet below. We could see the large warships open up with everything they had at the shore installations. When they would fire their guns, it would appear that the whole ship exploded. Then we could see the flashes from the big guns of the Germans. But O'Neill and his squadron mates knew that they could not afford to stare at the spectacle below. Their job was to deal with enemy planes, not spectate. We had to keep our necks on a continual swivel in anticipation of something. The only excitement came when an air controller, codenamed Snack Bar, vectored them to intercept some enemy planes. But before we could execute, we received word from Snack Bar that the British aerial cover had taken care of that situation. It was utterly frustrating to be waiting for something that didn't appear, and not being able to do anything to help the men who were fighting and dying below us. Only 3 German fighters challenged the landings during the daylight hours. In the evening, 22 more enemy planes used the cover of darkness to attack the ships, but they did almost no damage. As O'Neill indicated, the fighter pilots were itching to do anything they could to help the assault troops. Some of the fighter pilots, upon completing their patrols, went down to the deck to empty their guns at any targets of opportunity. When Major Enoch Stevenson's squadron finished patrolling north of the Channel Islands, he led his pilots on a strafing sweep near Cannes. We found a German convoy of about a dozen trucks headed toward the beachhead. We could see swastikas on the hoods of the trucks. We peeled off and got into trail, one behind the other. Since I was the leader, I was in front. When the Germans heard us coming, they stopped in the middle of the road, got out of the trucks, and ran for the ditches. We destroyed the convoy, then headed back to our base in England. Normally, fighter pilots preferred aerial combat with enemy planes to the strafing of ground targets. But on this day, those who were assigned strafing missions, like Lieutenant Anundsen, were delighted. Flying at 2,000 feet, in a P-47 somewhere near the rear of his squadron's formation, Anundsen could not get over the number of ships and planes around him. He and his fellow pilots were nearing Pointe du Hoc, soon to be the target of the 2nd Rangers. Ships and landing craft choked the waters below. Planes buzzed everywhere. In seconds, Anundsen zoomed over Pointe du Hoc, headed for German artillery positions a mile or two inland. The leaders, many planes ahead of Anundsen in the formation, visually verified the target, in order to make sure they did not mistakenly hit any American paratroopers who might be in the area. 2 by 2, the P-47s overflew the target, dropped their bombs, and strafed anything that moved. Our mission was over in a few minutes. Things happened so fast that it was difficult for us new combat pilots to judge the results. In about 40 minutes, we were back on the ground in England. No planes lost, 3 or 4 with flak damage. At nearly the same time, several miles west of Anniston, the 365th Fighter Group closed in on its target, a railroad underpass in the central Cotentin. They were flying so low, 50 to 100 feet, that they had to watch carefully for trees and power lines. In one of those P-47s, 21-year-old Second Lieutenant William McChesney from Pittsburgh prepared to jettison his bombs. We went in right up the railroad, dropped 2 1,000-pound, 11-second delayed action bombs, and continued to orbit the target area, which was absolutely obliterated. You can imagine 16 aircraft, 32 1,000-pound bombs hitting a small railroad. We then returned to base. It was just a madhouse. Everybody was on everybody's airplane asking us what we saw, what it was like, and so forth. Like many other fighter pilots, McChesney flew a second mission later in the day. We bombed an ammunition dump with terrific success. We strafed everything that moved in gray-green and every vehicle moving anywhere leading to or retreating from Omaha Beach. A few miles beyond the beaches, Lieutenant Norman Bud Fortier, a 20-year-old New Hampshire native, flew below 2,000 feet along a tree-lined road looking for targets. He had been flying combat missions with the 355th Fighter Group since the previous September. This morning, he was leading half his squadron. Suddenly, we were directly over a column of about 12 German tanks heading north. Caught by surprise, they scattered off the road into the wooded area on each side. As Fortier led the way, the American planes dived for the deck. The tanks made it to the cover of the woods, but Fortier and his pilots simply strafed the whole wooded area. There was plenty of return fire. At treetop level, Fortier dropped both of his 250-pound bombs. I pulled into a steep climbing turn and looked back. Twin geysers of red-orange flame sprouted from the woods, and a few seconds later I felt, rather than heard, the explosion. Fortier saw oily smoke rising from the woods, so he knew he and his men had scored some hits. They reorganized, kept flying, and found a freight train in a marshalling yard. Once again they turned sharply, descended, and began strafing runs. Their bullets peppered the boxcars and blew up the locomotive. We were getting shot at but couldn't see where it was coming from. Low on ammunition, we headed home. Later in the day, Lieutenant Fortier flew another mission. On this one, he cornered a German Stuka dive bomber and shot it down. Other fighter bombers destroyed bridges at Etienneville, shot up more convoys all over Normandy, harassed German reinforcements, and generally made life miserable for the enemy. The Allies sorted nearly 13,000 aircraft on June 6th. The Luftwaffe, almost completely invisible, did not shoot even one of them down. Flak batteries or ground fire shot down 113 aircraft, the majority of which were transport planes. In the final analysis, the aerial bombardment was a mixed success. The heavies were almost totally ineffective. They were ill-suited for ground support. The mediums did significant damage at Utah Beach and elsewhere. The fighters deterred a cowed enemy fighter force, in addition to contributing plenty of mayhem of their own. The ubiquitous nature of Allied aircraft over the skies of Normandy certainly contributed to Allied morale and broke the will of many Germans to resist. The official U.S. Army Air Force historian asserted that the success of Overlord was possible only because of the absolute air domination won by the AAF and the RAF in the months before D-Day. This was absolutely true. Domination of the air undeniably made Overlord feasible, but so did something else: domination of the sea. Chapter 11. The Naval Bombardment. At Omaha Beach, the shooting started shortly after 05:30, about 20 minutes before sunrise. By now the sailors had fed the assault troops, at least those who could eat, and the soldiers had boarded their landing craft. The troops bobbed around miserably, sickeningly, on the various types of craft that slowly churned their way through the surf toward the foreboding beach. As they did so, a German battery, located somewhere near Port-en-Bessin, just east of Omaha Beach, opened up on the battleship USS Arkansas. The venerable battle wagon replied in kind, as did the rest of the bombardment group, consisting of 2 battleships, 4 cruisers, 3 British and 1 French, and 12 destroyers. About 1,000 yards from the beach aboard PC-553, a small patrol craft, Ensign Ernest Carrere was supervising the firing of his boat's main weapon, a 3-inch deck gun. Our target was a pillbox. Carrere had been furnished clear and accurate photographs of the pillbox. As he concentrated on finding the pillbox, he glanced out to sea. He had a perfect view of the Arkansas. Our magnificent vantage point permitted us to see the Arkansas firing its main battery of 14-inch shells. We could trace the course of the shells. They looked like small planes headed towards the beach. These high-velocity shells whizzed back and forth as the German heavy guns, many of which were dug into cliffs and ridges along the expanse of Omaha, traded shots with the Allied ships. The noise and the concussion from the blasts bordered on intolerable. As their guns belched, flashing in the pre-dawn half-darkness, the battleships and cruisers rocked backward, their heavy anchors holding them in place. Each time they fired, concussion and shock waves rippled across the water. The USS Texas concentrated on targets at the western end of Omaha Beach. Firing from about 5 miles offshore, the battleship hurled 14-inch shells from its main guns at German pillboxes and gun emplacements along the Vierville Draw. Soon after, she turned her attention to Pointe du Hoc. The Royal Air Force had bombed the point during the night, leaving humongous craters pockmarking the muddy, grassy landscape around the German bunkers that honeycombed the place. Aided by a spotter plane circling above the chaos of the bombardment, the Texas now added its own firepower, blasting and pockmarking the point that much more. Aboard the Texas, Dora Hampton, a gunner's mate on one of the battleship's 3-inch mounts, helped load and fire the gun while he strained to see what they were shooting at. I think we fired for 1 hour with the 14-inch guns. It seemed there was quite a few shell splashes out there. At one time, we must have hit an ammunition dump. A big mushroom went up in the air. Aside from the ammunition dump explosion, he could not see much through the smoke and dust except concrete and stuff blowing up from shelling, just like a jackhammer busting up concrete. Smoke and dust from the explosions reached hundreds of feet into the air. While the battleships and cruisers raked over the cliffs and beach draws, the destroyers, beautiful, swift, and sleek, sliced through the water, closing to within 1 or 2 miles of the coast. Their job was to serve as mobile artillery, pinpointing targets and eliminating them with precision shots. They performed magnificently on D-Day. As the day unfolded, they proved to be the most effective ships at providing close, devastating support for the ground troops. Now the destroyers fired at prearranged targets up and down Omaha Beach. Cruising through the waters immediately east of the Vierville Draw, the USS McCook blasted pillboxes and anti-tank guns. Aboard the McCook, Martin Somers, a war correspondent well known for his willingness to face danger, stood on the bridge, right next to the skipper, Lieutenant Commander Ralph "Rebel" Ramey. Somers observed as the destroyer spit shell after shell from its 5-inch guns. Within a few short minutes on automatic fire, we get our second target and attempt our third. This one is a battery, cunningly concealed behind a stone wall down a gulch curving away from the sea. A salvo below, a salvo above, a salvo to the left. This fellow is really stubborn. The next salvo smashes the gun and sends it down the gulch, starting a minor avalanche. Within half an hour, the McCook had fired 250 shells at its preassigned targets. It switched to targets of opportunity. We cruise backward and forward along the shore, searching for targets. There are large splashes off the starboard bow, and a lookout shouts that we are being bracketed by big guns ashore. But the splashes are not repeated, and we never know whether we've been aimed at. A bit farther down the coast, the USS Harding, under the tutelage of Commander George Palmer, prowled its patrol area near the 1st Division's Easy Red sector. Like every other American destroyer, the Harding was looking to inflict maximum damage on the Germans ashore. Similar to every other crew in the Allied fleet, the Harding's crew had secured the destroyer for action. The ship's compartments and living spaces are isolated by having all watertight doors and hatches closed. Lieutenant Ken Shifter, the ship's chief engineer, explained. All ventilation ducting is isolated and secured, and all water lines and electrical circuits are closed off at the sources, so in case of rupture, they do not contribute to flooding or starting fire by electrical arcs from damaged cables. We fed the crew by using the repair parties to deliver C or K rations. Short breaks were authorized from time to time during lulls, so people could use the head facilities a few at a time. Thus prepared, the Harding went to work. On the bridge, Palmer's executive officer and navigator, Lieutenant William Gentry, concentrated on navigating as the crew sprang to action. 5-inch guns were shooting fast, and I suppose accurately. Within 30 seconds, the shore disappeared in clouds of smoke, dust, and debris. My landmarks disappeared, but we still were able to navigate now by radar. The racket kept on and on. We could see flashes from the German guns ashore and hear the whine and scream of the shells as they passed overhead and astern of us. German flat-trajectory shells screamed by at low levels. Some members of the crew were sure a couple of shells went between our stacks. Topside, at one of the ship's 20mm gun mounts, Seaman James Jones could barely see anything as he shot at the shore. Shells were bursting ahead of us and then short and then over us. I thought they would hit us for sure, but they did not. We shelled our assigned position. In 45 minutes, the Harding fired about 400 rounds at targets from Port-en-Bessin to Colville. In the process, it destroyed 2 fortified houses and silenced several enemy batteries, forcing their crews to take cover in the bluffs. The naval bombardment at Omaha Beach climaxed at 06:30, right before the first troops went ashore. For 35 to 45 minutes, ships like the Texas and Harding did the best they could to eliminate resistance. Their ordnance, combined with that of the Air Force, detonated thousands of mines that otherwise might have maimed the foot soldiers. At the same time, smaller ships, like the destroyer escort USS Amesbury, patrolled the flanks. Aboard the Amesbury, 21-year-old signalman James Long went to battle stations with the rest of the crew. Our job was strictly to screen the transports and the heavy bombardment group. We were just moving up and down, checking for submarines, downed planes, bodies, anything that happened to come our way. Long lifted a pair of binoculars to his eyes and watched an LST pass on its way to the beach. She was about 500 yards past us when an explosion stopped her dead in the water. She had evidently run into a mine. The explosion just tore up through the inside of the ship. Long was part of the fire and rescue team on his crew. He and several other men boarded a launch that took them to the stricken, sinking LST. Long went to the bridge, gathered up anything of importance, put it in a weighted sack, and threw it over the side. He had just finished this when he saw something outside the bridge that stopped him short. There was a young fellow laying there, with half his head blown away. We rolled him into a Stokes litter and covered him over and carried him over the rail and passed him over to our ship. We got off any wounded and anyone else that was there that we could get to. Many others were trapped beneath the twisted, jumbled metal that had once comprised the anatomy of the destroyed LST. Long's party could not do anything for them. They went back to their ship, did what they could for the wounded, and resumed patrolling. Patrol craft like the Amesbury were mainly concerned with the possibility of attacks from German submarines or E-boats, torpedo boats similar to American PT boats. Submarines did not threaten the landings at all, but once Admiral Theodor Kranke, the German naval commander in France, realized at about 0300 that the invasion was happening, he dispatched some of his E-boats. The only serious E-boat attack occurred east of the American landing beaches at Le Havre. A torpedo hit the Norwegian destroyer Svenner, cracked it in half, and sank it. A British battleship, HMS Warspite, quickly sank one of the E-boats and sent the others retreating back to Le Havre. The Svenner was the only Allied ship the German Navy succeeded in sinking on D-Day. Otherwise, the Kriegsmarine was almost as big of a no-show as the Luftwaffe. Allied sailors had more to fear from mines than enemy ships or planes. This was especially true at Utah Beach, where Force U had a tougher time than Force O, where German shore batteries did not score even one hit on any of the bombardment ships. This was somewhat ironic, since the actual landings were exactly opposite. The troops going ashore at Utah had a far simpler task than those going ashore at Omaha. As at Omaha, the lead assault troops began boarding their landing craft in the last hour of darkness. On the deck of the USS Bayfield, Lieutenant Cyrus Aidlet, the ship's coding officer, saw many of those soldiers get ready to go. The Bayfield, a Coast Guard attack transport, served as the flagship for Admiral Don Moon, commander of the U-Force, as well as headquarters for General Barton and his immediate superior, General Joseph Collins, commander of the 7th Corps. Laden down with weapons and equipment, the troops climbed over the side of the ship and gingerly descended down rope nets to their bobbing Higgins boats. Aidlet circulated among those who were waiting to go over the side. He wondered how many of these men would soon be dead. I was suddenly filled with emotion. I could not restrain this inevitable feeling of being completely choked up with compassion for these bronzed and drill-hardened soldiers, standing there tense with painful uncertainty, nervously adjusting their packs, puffing on cigarettes as if that would be their last. No one spoke, except for the loading officer who called each man by name, like a grim reaper, signifying his turn to go over the side. Aidlet had no idea what to say to any of these men. He contented himself with moving among them, providing whatever moral support he could. The only real support the sailors could provide was fire support, over the heads of the soldiers in their beach-bound landing craft. The shooting at Utah began at 05:05, half an hour earlier than at Omaha. German observers spotted and opened fire on the destroyers Corey and Fitch. Not long after that, a large-caliber battery at St. Vaast shot at several minesweepers as they skimmed along the coast. The HMS Black Prince, a cruiser, immediately engaged the St. Vaast battery, bravely distracting the enemy gunners from the little sweepers. Aboard the USS Tuscaloosa, Admiral Deo, commander of the bombardment group, could see enemy shells splashing uncomfortably close to Black Prince. Tall splashes spring up and subside first and then beyond her. Now USS Quincy is getting attention, medium-caliber shells, perhaps 170s. Some ships ask permission to reply. Permission is not granted. Dale wanted to wait just a bit longer until his spotting planes got into position. Minute by minute, the enemy fire grew more accurate. He knew he had no choice but to open fire. At 05:36, he relayed the order. Commence counter-battery bombardment. In no time, he could hear an 8-inch shell being dropped into a loading tray inside No. 2 turret just beyond the bridge. The guns of this turret and the other two swung to port, facing the target. 9 long, graceful 8-inch rifles rise as one to the correct elevation. 2 buzzes, stand by, 1 buzz, flash, jar, lurch, acrid smoke passes my face. The Tuscaloosa's rounds had no sooner gone out than incoming shells splashed close by. Geysers of water with black, ugly centers lead up as high as our mastheads. On the open bridge, ears plugged with cotton, helmet straps buckled, we look and listen, bracing our feet as the 10,000-ton cruiser jumps and lurches to the blast of her guns. Even though the paratroopers had neutralized many guns inland, the Germans still had about 110 guns, deployed in 28 batteries along the Cotentin coast. Deo had 1 American battleship, the Nevada, under his command. Anchored 5 miles from the coast, this powerful ship hurled 14-inch shells at many of those batteries. On the signal bridge of the Nevada, electrician's mate, First Class Ross Olson, and a group of sailors gazed at the coast just as the enemy shooting began. We could see the beach and houses on the beach. We could see shells landing in the water around us. The early shelling seemed to be concentrating on us, as we were the largest ship. They were impatient to return fire. When Dale gave the word, the Nevada became a cauldron of noise and fury. The booming of the main guns was overwhelming. Olson could feel the sound waves and concussion slam into his chest. In spite of this, he felt much better now that his ship was shooting back at the enemy. Soon German shells hit even closer than before. Some of the shells were landing so close to the ship that they splashed water up onto the deck and got the men manning the 2 M guns wet. The ship's port side was parallel to the coast. Shells splashed on the starboard side, prompting Olson to wonder how they managed to get through the superstructure above us without hitting something up there. In the meantime, spotter planes relayed target information to the command center of the Nevada, aiding with the plotting of targets, range, and identification. They gave the ships corrections when needed to concentrate our fire. The Nevada fired so continuously and so violently that the paint peeled off its overheated guns, leaving only blue steel showing. There were so many shell casings littering the deck that they had to pause to sweep them overboard. The concussion from the 14-inch guns even slightly damaged the ship, destroying a lifeboat, knocking off the door to the mess hall, peeling off insulation material, and breaking light bulbs. A few hundred yards to the north of the Nevada, the USS Quincy blazed away at enemy positions along the beach. Machine gun holes, bunkers, pillboxes, and dug-in tank turrets all came under fire. In his sky control perch on the Quincy, Lieutenant John Blackburn, a gunnery officer, helped spot targets using information relayed from a spotter pilot circling over the beach in a Spitfire. Blackburn looked down just in time to see his cruiser's main guns fire. The belch of nitrous brown smoke and yellow flames from the 2 forward turrets gave us the reassuring feeling that at last we were in the fray. He could also see German shells splashing harmlessly somewhere to the right. We must have been at the extreme range for the shore batteries. For several minutes, the Quincy fired counter-battery salvos at the German guns that were firing ineffectively at the anchored bombardment ships. Then she turned her attention to her predetermined target, machine gun emplacements right in the middle of Utah Beach. A destroyer had already been shelling that area. Bomb clouds and rubble obscured the beach, but I could see where the salvos from the tin can were landing. Since she was much closer and better able to see what she was shooting at, we would just plunk ours in nearby, 1 4-gun salvo every 15 seconds. I watched them landing and called in the spots to our plotting room people. Next, he turned his attention to a small white blockhouse on the beach. Lieutenant Blackburn could tell that the shots were ineffective. He spoke with the spotter and the plotting people in an effort to correct the accuracy. We were apparently looking at different targets without realizing it. Eventually, we realized the problem and got things worked out. Just in time, too, because the shells were walking toward a French farmhouse. As at Omaha, the destroyers provided the most effective fire of all. Some of them sailed so close to the coast that they risked running aground. This was a real peril. If they ran aground, they would be sitting ducks for German artillery, not to mention the kind of damage they would do to their screws and rudders. At the northern edge of the landing force, north of Ravnoville, a mere 3 or 4 miles from the enemy guns at Saint-Vaast, the destroyer USS Fitch closed in on the beach at top speed. My ship's job was to move near the proposed landing area, turn right, and proceed along the beach in the direction of Cherbourg, firing at certain designated targets and anything else that looked suspicious or that opened fire on us, Ensign Richard Bowman later wrote. As they sped along the coast, Bowman heard the telltale sound of enemy guns. Zing! 2 150mm shells hit in the water 100 yards off our starboard bow. About 20 more hit all around us in our wake, off our beam, off our bow, and some of the fellows standing amidships swear that 2 screamed right between our stacks before hitting the water 50 yards away. The Fitch fired back and kept moving. Since they operated in such close proximity to the enemy, destroyers like the Fitch had the most dangerous job of any ships in the bombardment group, especially after the sun rose at 0600. In an effort to provide some degree of protection, support planes laid down smoke screens between the coast and the destroyers. But one of those planes, supporting the USS Corey, got shot down before it could release its protective smoke. Aboard the USS Butler, a destroyer that was screening the cruisers and the Nevada, Petty Officer Felix Podolak glanced up at the skies and saw the Corey's spotter plane get hit. The plane was coming along, and the German shore batteries just blew it out of the sky. All you could see was a big ball of fire. The plane just dropped, burning on the water off the shoreline. With no smokescreen, the quarry was naked. Most of the German artillery observers, struggling to identify targets through smoke, debris, and flashes, could only see the quarry. Every functioning enemy battery in the area zeroed in on the unfortunate destroyer. The quarry had been firing at a furious pace, particularly at one enemy casemate, which, after about 100 shots from the quarry's 5-inch guns, had been blasted into flaming, smoking ruins. The guns on deck were so hot that the sailors were hosing them down when enemy salvos began to hit perilously close. The skipper, 33-year-old Lieutenant Commander George Hoffman, realized the mortal danger he and his crew now faced. He decided to retreat. Radio man Third Class Benny Glisson, sitting in the quarry's radio shack, felt the ship make an abrupt turn. We swung around and showed them our fantail like an old maid to a Marine. Standing at his battle station on the flying bridge, just above the main bridge where Hoffman was situated, Ensign Jacob Henson, an Ohio State University graduate, also felt the ship change course. The captain ordered full speed forward and then suddenly full speed astern. He was desperately trying to throw the shore batteries off their distance calculations. They sped out of there at 28 knots. The waters ahead were full of reefs. Hoffman had to do some fancy sailing, dodging the reefs and the German shells at the same time. He ordered a zigzag course, hard left and right rudder at short intervals. Just when it seemed the quarry might make it, the ship ran squarely into a new peril, a submerged mine. The explosion from the mine lifted the ship sideways and out of the water. Before he knew it, Ensign Henson was lifted off his feet. I was propelled into the air about 5 feet, coming down on the nearby voice tube, used for communication when necessary. I was bruised and injured on my tailbone and received some scratches on my legs, but otherwise I was okay. Lieutenant J.G. Howard Anderson, the ship's medical officer, was below decks in the wardroom, treating a sailor with a minor shrapnel wound, when the explosion occurred below us in the forward fire and engine rooms. I was blown to the opposite side of the wardroom and landed on my backside, but was not hurt because of good padding. The power cut off immediately. Anderson took a few moments to come to his senses, and then went to the deck, where he set up an impromptu aid station. He found 2 of his corpsmen and went to work doing whatever he could for the wounded. The 3 of us applied splints on men who had fractures, one with fractures of both lower legs, one with a fractured leg and thigh. Several men had burns from swimming in burning oil, or were scalded by hot steam escaping from ruptured boilers. As he worked, Anderson felt no fear, only indignation that the Germans had hurt his friends. Meanwhile, the quarry was dying. The ship broke in 2, almost at once, one of the quarry's officers recalled. The forward fire room, forward engine room, and after fire room flooded immediately. Keel was broken, main deck was severed, causing a large fissure that crossed the main deck and around the hull. Within minutes, the water was up over the main deck, and we gave word to prepare to abandon ship. In spite of the fact that the ship had lost power, some of the gunners were still shooting, using manual power. The twisted wreck of this once sleek destroyer mushed and thrashed about 1,000 yards before coming to a dead stop. Below decks, in the forward engine room, Chief Machinist's mate, Grant Gullickson, and his terrified crew had no idea what was going on. The lights went out. The floor plates in their cramped engine room were coming loose. Steam was everywhere. The men coughed in the hot, choking environment. Gullickson was sure he was about to die a terrible, claustrophobic death beneath the sea. The steam dissipated, and the room cooled off, but only because water was beginning to fill up the compartment. It gushed in everywhere, steadily rising to waist level. He and the other sailors struggled to open the hatch that might liberate them from this confined space. The hatch opened, and they made their way onto the main deck. Water was quickly inundating the deck. The explosion had ripped Gullickson's lifebelt away. He knew he had to find some kind of flotation device and get off the ship immediately. The quarry was a clay pigeon now. German gunners could not help but hit the sinking wreck as it lay dead in the water. The shells were hitting near, and some were hitting the ship. He found a lifebelt and heard Hoffman's order to abandon ship. We didn't jump off the ship or anything. We literally floated off the ship, because the ship was underwater. Gullickson swam to a floater net, a life-saving device, and managed to grab hold of it. Shells continued to burst in the water around us, and each time one would hit, it really felt like someone was trying to force a sea bag up your rectum. Aboard the Butler, Chief Machinist's mate, Vincent Ullman, saw the Cory slipping below the waves. Her top part was sticking out of the water just a little over her boat deck, because there was quite a lot of stack sticking out in most of the bridge. His ship headed for the Cory to pick up survivors and engage the enemy batteries that had finished off the sunken ship. We picked up 32 men. Some of them were in the water close to 2 hours. They were so stiff they could hardly move. In sky control aboard the Quincy, Lieutenant Blackburn saw the Cory go down and disgorge survivors into the water. Blackburn could see them swimming around, hanging onto debris and safety nets or climbing into lifeboats. Splashes around them testified to the accuracy of the enemy's continued bombardment. As we were watching this drama unfold, the Quincy was ordered to use 5-inch projectiles to lay a smoke screen on the landward side. It took them a while to do this because they had to empty high-explosive shells from their ammo hoists and replace them with white phosphorus smoke shells. Finally, after the seeming passage of hours, our smoke began drifting between the Cory and the shore battery. Somewhere below the smoke screen, Grant Gullickson bobbed in the water for 2 hours, clinging to the floater net, before finally getting picked up by a lifeboat from the Fitch. By this time, we were almost incapacitated due to the coldness of the water. Our hands were so numb that they were unable to grasp and hold a line to pull us out of the water. The Fitch people reached over the side, and some literally came down and drug us out of the water and brought us aboard Fitch. They gave us coffee, heavily laced with alcohol. They opened their lockers to provide us with dry clothes, and they prepared food and gave us medical help. You name it, they gave it to us. Ensign Henson, protected by both Mae West and waist-belt life vests, slipped into the water and bobbed around for several minutes until he came to a life raft, already well loaded with other people, so I hung onto the raft by hand. I saw a seaman sitting in the raft with his right shoulder ripped open about 12 inches long and about 1 inch deep. It must have been terribly painful if the salt water got to it. The Fitch also rescued his group. We were given medical treatment and stimulants for being in the cold water for more than 2 hours. When Chief Machinist's mate Gullickson felt better, he began looking for other survivors from his ship. He was saddened to find one of his buddies lying dead in a bunk. Another had been killed by an exploding shell in the water. Still another had steam burns over 99% of his body. We tended to him, and he could talk a little, but the burns were too much. He passed away the next day. Out of 294 men who made up the Cory's crew, 13 were dead or missing, and another 33 were wounded. The Cory was the largest ship the U.S. Navy lost on D-Day. In the short time, less than an hour, the bombardment forces had to soften up targets for the assault forces, the Navy did the best it could. Shells from battleships, cruisers, and destroyers inflicted considerable damage on the German defenses, but it was not enough. The bombardment was too brief, nor was it effective enough to clear the way for Overlord. The need for operational surprise necessitated this short bombardment, and the success of the elaborate Allied deception plan undoubtedly saved many lives, so perhaps a balance was struck. But there is little question that Overlord planners failed to earmark anywhere near enough naval firepower to soften up the beaches, especially Omaha. As the clock ticked inevitably toward H hour, the naval fire slacked off. The preparation was finally over. Now it was time for the ground troops, the main actors in this theater of violence, to take the stage. After 4 years of absence from the European continent, the Allies were about to fight their way back onto it. The fate of the whole enterprise now rested upon the sturdy shoulders of several thousand soldiers, many of whom were still in high school the last time Allied soldiers trod the soil of France. Chapter 12. Sandy, Utah. The Army's amphibious duplex drive, DD, tanks were supposed to go in first, followed by boat teams from the 8th Infantry Regiment. Within 5 minutes, they would be followed by more tanks, landed on the beach from LCTs, along with tank dozers and engineers. The target for all of these assaulting units was a strip of beach at Les Dunes de Varville, between exits 3 and 4. Already by 0630, even as the bombardment ships ceased fire and specially fitted rocket-firing LCTs disgorged their ineffective projectiles, the plan was going awry. A combination of southerly winds, southerly tides, thick smoke, sandy debris, nervous confusion, and underwater mines upset the precise schedule and led the invasion force to the wrong beach. This turned out to be fortunate, but only because American leaders reacted well to the unforeseen change of plan. One of the Landing Craft Control (LCC) vessels, responsible for leading the way into the beach, fouled its screw on a Dan buoy. 2 more LCCs struck mines, blew up, and sank. The survivors hung onto debris and desperately called for help from other ships passing by. Then a nearby LCT, carrying 4 DD tanks, hit another mine. The skipper of this craft, LCT 607, had frozen when the order came to line up and head for the beach. His second-in-command, Ensign Sam Grunfast, a graduate of New York University, assumed control. His stint as skipper did not last long. The ship hit the mine only minutes after Grunfast took over. The force of the mine lifted the LCT 607 out of the water, shredded it, and turned it over. Tank crewman Carl Rambo on a nearby LCT saw the whole ghastly spectacle. I saw tanks blown 50 to 100 feet in the air. They tumbled as if they were flipped matchboxes. The LCT was broken in 2. Ensign Grunfast was one of the lucky few who were thrown clear of the boat. The next thing I knew, I was underwater. I opened my eyes, I looked up, and I saw the surface of the water somewhere above my head. He paddled as fast as he could to the surface. Were it not for the Mae West life jackets that I had everybody wear and tie up tight, I don't think I would be here today. He and another man from his crew took refuge on the overturned wreck of what had once been LCT 607. An LCM came along later and picked them up. Grunfast was badly wounded. He had a lacerated face, a displaced nose, and considerably torn-up legs, requiring skin grafts later on, but he was fortunate. Only he and 2 other men survived. The death of LCT 607 added to an already confusing situation. Neighboring LCTs circled in the water, their skippers not quite sure what to do next. Aboard the remaining control craft, LCC 60, Lieutenants Howard Vanderbeek and Sims Gauthier decided to take the initiative and lead the way into Utah Beach. When the LCT 607 struck the mine, the tiny, 56-foot-long LCC 60 had actually been lifted out of the water. A shock wave came through that vessel, Gauthier related. I was sitting at the navigator's position, charting our course. I had to grab on to keep from falling off of the stool. Having seen the kind of damage mines could do, Vanderbeek and Gauthier wanted to make sure that the confused LCTs around them did not wander away from mine-swept lanes as they sought to find their bearings. As LCC 60 circled the LCTs, Vanderbeek brandished a bullhorn and shouted orders to follow him. The tiny LCC now led the way into the wrong beach at La Madeleine, near Exit 2, roughly a mile south of the intended beach. The LCT skippers disgorged their DD tanks 3,000 yards from the shore. These specially fitted amphibious monsters swam their way in. 4 had gone down with Grunfast's LCT. The other 28 made it. As the tanks lumbered in, the LCVP's Higgins boats, containing the assault waves of the 1st and 2nd Battalions, 8th Infantry, sped past them and hit the beach. Now it was time for these soldiers of the 4th Infantry Division to make good on 2 years of training. The first unit to make it to the beach was E Company. Aboard one of those boats, Private First Class John Pfister, a 25-year-old native of Erie, Pennsylvania, struggled under the weight of 80 pounds of equipment. In addition to his gas-impregnated fatigues and invasion vest, he was lugging a bazooka with 5 rounds, a carbine, and a box of .30 caliber ammunition for his crew's machine gun. Pfister was a member of the weapons platoon. German artillery shells exploded in the water and along the beach just ahead. The coxswain of Pfister's Higgins boat came to a stop and dropped the ramp about 100 yards from the beach. Private First Class Pfister and his buddies had no idea of the water's depth, so they inflated their Mae West life vests. The water was chest-high. I went under it first and was lucky enough to be able to walk in. They slowly waded to the flat, sandy beach. There was nowhere to hide. I could see machine gun fire on the beach. Ahead, nestled against sand dunes, Pfister could see a 3-foot-high seawall the Germans had recently built. We could see pillboxes about 25 to 50 yards back. The other companies of the 8th Infantry's 2 assault battalions were not far behind E Company. In scattered formations, they bore down on Utah Beach. German small arms fire was sporadic, but artillery fire, mainly coming from several miles north, was accurate and terrifying. The enemy scored several hits on landing craft, including the one radio man Bruce Bradley was riding. Bradley was part of a forward observer team attached to the lead waves. Geysers of seawater were coming from shell fire aimed at us. The noise of the shelling and counterfire was much louder now, then a deafening blast, and we were thrown down and knocked sideways. We had been hit by a shell. The coxswain was gone, the ramp was down, the boat was sinking sideways. I was lucky to inflate my Mae West. Most of the guys in the boat drowned. Bradley dog-paddled his way ashore, and then staggered to the seawall, plopping down right next to a dead GI. Private Fred Crumb's Higgins boat passed right by one of the sunken LCCs. There were 5 survivors clinging to it, all apparently uninjured. Then we saw dead guys floating around suspended in water by their life jackets. All feeling of exhilaration and adventure left us. Previously, his infantry boat team, loaded down with demolitions, had been keyed up and ready for a fight. Now most of them felt sick, and not just from the sight of the dead. About half the guys got really seasick. With the tossing boat with its limited space, everything was a mess. Men vomited in their helmets, in the boat, and even on one another. Thoroughly miserable and weakened, the men yearned to get off this wretched boat, even if that meant facing enemy fire. Just before they got to the beach, Private Crumb looked up and saw a lone fighter plane flying at low level along the beach, laying down a smoke screen. By the time he covered the full length of the beach and began pulling up, he had absorbed so much enemy fire that the plane disintegrated in one big flash and shower of flames and smoke. Crumb heard the ramp of the Higgins boat slam into the water. In one motion, he and the other soldiers gathered their loads and staggered into the water. We moved off as quickly as the weight we carried permitted. They waded through thigh-high water. Each step seemed as though a ball and chain had been tied to our ankles. We didn't care much whether we got hit or not. In fact, we didn't think about it. They reached the seawall, where they unloaded their Bangalore torpedoes, satchel charges, and heavy weapons. Crumb and the others were fairly safe here. They rested and waited for orders. Private Bill Gay, a BAR man in C Company, 8th Infantry, landed close by, very near the present-day Utah Beach Museum at La Madeleine. I hit the solid ground running as fast as I could with all that weight on. I had gone about 50 or 60 feet when something knocked me about 3 feet to the right and arse over tea kettle. I knew I was not hurt, and when I came up on my feet again, I moved into high gear and really turned on the speed looking for cover. Later on, I started to take a drink of water, but there was no water in my canteen. It had been punctured by a bullet. That night he took off his pack and found that it had been severed by more enemy bullets. So I guess that is what knocked me down. Most of the enemy defenders on this beach had been demoralized or stunned by the naval and aerial bombardment. Once the Americans made it safely ashore, dodged mines or obstacles, and reorganized at the seawall, they began to deal with enemy soldiers. Here and there, just beyond the seawall, pillboxes dotted the beach, as did fortified houses. Even before Bill Conrad of F Company jumped off his Higgins boat, he noticed a 2-story white house standing by itself. We waded through 3 feet of water and charged the house, firing through the door. We heard shouts, and one of our platoon soldiers kicked in the door so that I could throw a grenade inside. 10 to 15 Germans came out with hands up to become prisoners. Not far away, the soldiers of G Company landed in the vicinity of a cluster of pillboxes. One boat from this company hung up on a sandbar. The front ramp dropped, and we went out into water up to our armpits, Irv Bradbury recalled. Dry land was just ahead. 800 yards ahead. The water was cold, but one paid it no mind. We had been getting sprayed with salt water for the past several hours. As they neared the beach, small arms fire and shrapnel hit several men. The beach was getting crowded with vehicles, some of which were on fire. The unwounded kept moving past the carnage, all the way to the seawall. Here they regrouped, moved to the left, south, and found a pillbox. Private James Conway laid down cover fire, while a flamethrower team approached the pillbox. We got on the blind side, since the enemy could only fire towards the channel. The flamethrower team got on with their grisly task. It was awful, a burning inferno. The Americans could smell burning flesh and hair. They came to another pillbox. This one had a tank turret mounted on top of a track. 2 tanks came up behind us. A soldier fired a smoke grenade, and one of the tanks fired. The turret went straight up in the air and fell to one side. A white flag went up. Radio man R.A. Mann saw men in German uniforms with terrified looks on their faces emerge from the pillbox. I was surprised to see that some of the prisoners that came from the pillbox had Oriental features. These men were Mongolians, Osttruppen, or Aussies, whom the Germans had captured on the Eastern Front. They preferred service in the German army to certain death in Nazi POW or slave labor camps. A substantial component, perhaps as much as 1/3 of the German army defenders at Utah Beach, were Aussies. Roughly 100 yards away, Private Harper Coleman, the H Company machine gunner, struggled ashore under the weight of his gun. We went in water somewhat more than waist deep, and a good distance from dry land. The young private made it to the beach, and then saw something that made him do a double take. We had a greeter. How he got there, I do not know, but Brigadier General Theodore Roosevelt was standing there, waving his cane and giving out instructions, as only he could do. I went right past him, as he was directing everyone to keep going and get off the beach. Roosevelt, eldest son of the colorful president by the same name, got here by lobbying fiercely. Theodore Ted Roosevelt was one of the best, most courageous senior officers in the U.S. Army. He was universally respected among the dog-faced soldiers of the 4th Division, as well as his peers in the upper echelons of the Army. He had served as Terry de la Mesa Allen's Assistant Division Commander in the Big Red 1 in the Mediterranean. Now, the 57-year-old Roosevelt, heart condition and all, was General Barton's No. 2 man in the Ivy Division. Roosevelt splashed ashore with E Company. He was one of the first men to touch French soil. When Roosevelt told Barton of his desire to go in with the first wave, Barton at first refused, but Roosevelt, undeterred, persuaded him that his presence would be good for morale of the troops. They'll figure that if a general is going in, it can't be that rough. Fully expecting Roosevelt to get killed, General Barton reluctantly assented. This was probably his best pre-invasion decision. Roosevelt's presence on the beach that morning was priceless. When he got to the seawall, he immediately realized that the first wave had landed in the wrong place. In an effort to determine exactly where the first waves had landed, he scouted the terrain that lay just in from the beach. He went back to the beach and, for several minutes, directed traffic, imploring the soldiers to get off the beach. This was when Private Coleman saw him. From time to time, German mortar shells landed near the general, showering him with sand. Unperturbed, he strode up and down the water's edge, an otherworldly figure in his olive-drab sweater and knit cap, armed only with his cane and his resolve. A flurry of energy, he moved onto a shell hole that the Navy's beach control officer was using as a temporary headquarters. Lieutenant Colonels Conrad Simmons and Carlton McNeely, commanders, respectively, of the 1st and 2nd Battalions, 8th Infantry, joined him, as did their commanding officer, Colonel James Van Fleet. They had an important decision to make. Roosevelt figured that they were a mile south of their intended beach, the one that straddled exits 3 and 4. This was actually a stroke of luck. Neither the aerial nor the naval bombardment had succeeded in taking out a battery of large-caliber guns that could have wreaked havoc on the assault troops at Les Dunes de Varville. The landings here at La Madeleine were going well. Clearly the Germans had been taken by surprise. They were lobbing artillery on the beach from long range, but most of the Germans holding this beach had little desire to resist. That was great, but there was a problem. Roosevelt could see that already traffic was building up here in front of Exit 2. Should he order the follow-up waves, 30,000 men and 3,500 vehicles, to land here, or should he divert the landings to the original beach a mile to the north? If they landed here, they would heavily depend on Exit 2, leading to the possibility of a massive log jam, whereas the beach to the north offered the possibility of capturing Exits 3 and 4, a major reason why it had been chosen. Ironically, Van Fleet had always been in favor of landing at La Madeleine, but the Navy had told him that the waters were too shallow. His opinion was unambiguous. "Go straight inland. We've caught the enemy at a weak point, so let's take advantage of it." Roosevelt agreed. He knew that he had the initiative. Far better to exploit it and risk logistical difficulties rather than rigidly adhere to a plan that had been made irrelevant by the course of events. Moreover, if he experienced problems moving inland from Exit 2, his troops could probably push south and capture Exit 1 and Poupeville, thus alleviating the traffic buildup at Exit 2. He made the decision. "We'll start the war from right here." It was a sound, flexible, intelligent decision, and it made all the difference at Utah Beach that morning. Small groups of infantrymen, like Private Crumbs, began picking their way beyond the seawall. Our gang finally got off the beach going inland about 500 yards to dig in. As Crumb negotiated the seawall, he saw General Roosevelt collaring anybody he thought looked like an engineer and ordering them to get some mines cleared out somewhere. He made a conspicuous figure standing up on the wall, and it's a wonder he didn't get bumped off. As Crumb indicated, Army engineers and naval demolition teams were ashore now. The Navy's job was to clear underwater obstacles, while the Army handled everything on land. These teams began clearing paths through the numerous minefields and obstacles, steel piling, hedgehogs, barbed wire, concrete cones, and the like, that infested the beach. They also went about blowing gaps through the seawall. If they did not do their job, then vehicles, supplies, and equipment would never get off the beach. This was why Roosevelt took a personal interest in the mine and obstacle-clearing operations of the engineers and demolitions teams. When they landed, they found that the beach obstacles and minefields were more dispersed than expected, probably a result of landing on the wrong beach. This made their work easier, but it was still a tough, dangerous job, done under constant enemy shell fire. Private Sam Ricker, the 4th Engineer Combat Battalion soldier, who had comforted himself with Psalms 23 on the trip across the channel, landed and immediately went to work disarming mines he found in the sand. Some of the mines were relatively new to us. There was one anti-personnel mine that could be detonated by stepping on it with your foot, and you could trip what we called a bouncing Betty. It would jump up in the air about waist and shoulder high, and it exploded. It was loaded with ball bearings. While Ricker and his buddies ferreted out mines, engineers of the 237th Engineer Combat Battalion wired beach obstacles for demolition. They scurried around, some on hands and knees, tying satchel charges to obstacles. Sergeant L. Pikasiewicz of B Company tied all the charges together with primer cord and ran it out to his lieutenant. When the lieutenant would pull the fuse, the timing cord would take so many seconds to burn before it blew the primer cord, which gave us just that many seconds to get the hell out of the way. Pikasiewicz ran to the seawall and yelled to his lieutenant that everything was ready. The lieutenant threw a smoke grenade, a visual warning to others of the impending explosion, and yelled, "Fire in the hole!" Everyone crouched against the wall, waiting for the impact. Sergeant Pikasiewicz looked out to sea and saw infantrymen from a follow-up wave leaving their landing craft, heading straight for the demolitions. He and several other soldiers screamed a warning at them. The infantrymen reacted by taking cover, right against the obstacles. Pikasiewicz turned to his unit's medic and said, "Look what's happening. My God, they're laying in on the explosives." In an instant, the sergeant got up, left the protection of the wall, and grabbed several of the infantrymen by their packs. "Get the hell out of here! This is ready to blow!" The infantrymen scrambled away, and Pikasiewicz ran for the wall. When I was 15 to 20 feet from it, everything blew, and a piece of shrapnel hit me in the helmet. Richard Cassidy, in C Company, had barely made it to the beach when he was hit by shrapnel. His unit's medic got to him and administered first aid. Cassidy lay there and watched as his buddies blew a gap through the seawall. Someone came along and took one of my satchel charges. They laid 700 pounds of explosives, composition C2, on the seawall. Someone shouted fire in the hole, and in seconds, an entire section of the wall disintegrated. Once the engineers had blown gaps in the seawall, some of them helped clear mines along the causeway that comprised Exit 2. Private Jack McQuiston, a 19-year-old from the 1st Engineers Special Brigade, crouched gingerly and probed for mines among the sand dunes near Exit 2. The night before, the Cleveland-born McQuiston had gambled with his buddies to calm his nervous stomach. More than the gambling, the Navy's pre-invasion meal of steak, mashed potatoes, green beans, apple pie, and ice cream soothed his stomach. Once he boarded his Higgins boat and rowed into the beach, he even managed to keep the meal down. The LCVP dumped him about 100 yards offshore, and he waded to the beach. Along the way, he saved one of his buddies, who had stumbled into water over his head. All I could see was his arms. I went back and pulled him out. He almost drowned. Now McQuiston and his comrades concentrated on the dangerous task at hand. German artillery shells exploded randomly up and down the expanse of the beach. We heard a voice and saw a soldier coming toward us waving a handkerchief with arms raised. He was dressed in a U.S. paratrooper uniform. We dropped to the ground with rifles pointed at him. He explained he was with the 101st Airborne and had overshot his mark when bailing out. The paratrooper worked alongside them. We continued to remove mines, hedgehogs, obstacles, and barbed wire. In 1 hour, we had opened the first road and causeway off the beach. The man exercising informal command of the engineers on the beach, Major Robert Tabb, executive officer of the 237th, was proud of what his men accomplished in such a short period of time. Tabb was a native of tiny Dover, Missouri, and a 1942 graduate of West Point. On the trip over, he had slipped on the deck of his LCT and badly sprained his ankle. It swelled up terribly, but Tabb told a medic to tape it up. I was determined to get on that beach and not be left behind. He and his commanding officer, Major Herschel Lynn, planned to direct engineering operations from their amphibious M29 vehicles. The soldiers called the M29 the Weasel. But when Major Tabb's M29 left the LCT, it promptly sank. He had to abandon everything except for a radio, a map case, and his musette bag. When he finally staggered ashore, Tabb saw General Roosevelt, who promptly told him that Lynn had been wounded and had also lost his M29. Limping on his gimpy ankle and popping plenty of aspirin, Tabb circulated among the men as they cleared the beach and the area beyond. The clearance of obstacles in the planned lanes on the beaches proceeded pretty much according to plan. Hand-placed explosives were used primarily. Later, tank dozers were extremely helpful. By noon, they had cleared Utah Beach and opened up Exit 2 for vehicle traffic. Gaps had been blown in the seawall, and lanes had been cleared and bulldozed through the dune line to vehicle holding areas. The Beach Obstacle Task Force was in effect dissolved. Some engineers remained on the beach to improve it further and build POW enclosures, but many others dispersed among the various infantry and armored units pushing inland. By and large, the engineers did an outstanding job at Utah Beach. For the first hour or so, the tankers, whose weapons were such an integral part of the initial assault plan, occupied themselves mostly with blasting holes in the seawall or firing on pillboxes. The tankers landed later than expected and found little room to maneuver on the crowded mined beach. DD tanks had gotten ashore and could maneuver a bit, but not tanks landed from LCTs. More than anything, the tanks had to sit tight and wait for the engineers to create openings for them to get off the beach. Once the engineers cleared the way for them, the tanks of the combat-experienced 70th Tank Battalion took a leading role. The tank crewmen looked for gaps in the seawalls. Sergeant Rambo safely got his DD tank ashore. He followed his company commander's tank toward a hole in the wall. We went over chunks of concrete in the hole and onto a causeway that went through a flooded swamp. They crossed a little culvert, and his commander got hung up for a moment but soon freed himself. Meanwhile, Rambo was experiencing engine trouble. We could barely move in low gear. In spite of elaborate waterproofing, water had infiltrated their engine. We couldn't spot the trouble and tried turning the engine over, but there was nothing we could do. He was holding up traffic on the narrow causeway, Exit 2. Other vehicles were bunching up behind his tank. Some engineer came by and said to get that tank out of here, but I said it won't move. The engineer brought up a bulldozer and pushed Rambo's tank into the swamp. That took me out of action. Further inland on the causeway, teams of tankers and infantrymen of the newly landed 3rd Battalion, 8th Infantry worked their way inland in the direction of the village of Audiobooks. Swampy water was all around these men. The causeway was little more than a narrow ridge jutting a few feet upward. Drainage ditches and canals were everywhere. Private William Jones, the I Company soldier from Tennessee, was walking slowly behind a Sherman tank. The tank was grinding its gears, trying to cross a small ditch. All at once the tank exploded. It hit a mine, and it blew up, caught on fire, and killed everybody on the thing. One of the crew was hanging outside the hatch door, dead. Jones and the other infantrymen passed the tank, waded through the ditches, and made it to Audiobooks. The people of this tiny village stared stonily at the Americans. They didn't really know how to take us, I guess. The mood was tense. The American soldiers were worried that the Germans might be in the buildings. Suddenly, one of the Frenchmen took off running. We hollered for him to halt. He didn't halt, and one of our men shot him and left him there. Private Jones turned away from this sad spectacle and began to search a house. He and 2 other men hollered for anyone inside to come out. We didn't know any French. Nobody came out. They knocked in the door with their rifle butts. I threw a grenade in the door, stepped back, and waited until it exploded. Then we went on in. There was a man, 3 or 4 women, and 2 or 3 kids in that room. The only damage that was done was the old man had a cut on his cheek. It was just luck that they didn't all get killed. Immediately outside of town, the infantrymen contacted half a dozen paratroopers who were taking sniper fire from a brick farmhouse. Jones's squad went to clean out the farmhouse. They were firing from the upstairs windows. We were slipping up on them, crawling down this ditch. They crawled past a dead German soldier into a thicket and charged the farmhouse. Mortar shells from our own outfit began falling around us. They took the farmhouse easily. Their biggest peril was from their own mortar shells. The 3rd Battalion and its accompanying tanks made it all the way across the causeway, partially thanks to Major Tabb's engineers who forded a stream for them, and by nightfall reached Les Forges, the high ground south of Saint-Mère-Église. One platoon from K Company even made contact with Captain Creek's embattled paratroopers at Chef Dupont. To the south, the 8th Infantry's 2nd Battalion and plenty of 70th Tank Battalion helpers pushed west along Exit 1 and adjacent dirt paths. In the meantime, Captain John Ahern, commander of 70th Tank Battalion's C Company, led 7 tanks through the seawall and onto Exit 1. Ahern could see American infantry walking along the road. They did not seem to notice a concrete pillbox on their flank, but Ahern could see it clearly. I ordered my tanks to fire on it. As we fired, a group of German soldiers came out with their hands up. They turned out to be East Europeans. They were not about to stand and fight for the Führer. They quickly surrendered. The captain got out of his tank to take them prisoner, but they waved their arms and screamed, "Achtung, Minen!" Grateful, Ahern scrambled back to his tank and waved them forward. They made it safely to the infantry, who shepherded them back to the beach. The column of tanks resumed its advance. They were heading south now. The road narrowed to little more than a dirt path. The tanks could barely fit between the hedgerows on either side. This was not good. Tankers like Ahern did not like confined areas because such places negated the tank's advantage of maneuverability, firepower, and intimidation. The closer enemy soldiers could get, the more damage they could do. There was also the possibility of mines. All at once, Ahern heard the dull thud of an explosion. A mine had blown off a bogey wheel in his left tread. We were inoperative. Ahern's driver, Sergeant Tony Zampiello, got out of the tank and inspected the damage. I saw that the left side of the tank was gone. I started to cry. After comforting Zampiello, Ahern got in touch with Lieutenant Thomas Teig and told him to take 5 tanks and head for Poupeville. Ahern's crew with another tank stayed put. They brewed some coffee, cracked open some rations, and ate their first meal in close to 10 hours. Ahern hopped off his tank and scouted the area on foot. Cautiously, he had covered about 100 yards when he heard someone yelling for help. I looked out in a field and saw 2 or 3 infantrymen. Most likely they were paratroopers. Captain Ahern climbed over a large, thick hedgerow and approached them. I knew there were mines. I knew it was dangerous. In my attempt to get as close to them as possible, I gingerly stepped over a small hedgerow. I was standing there wondering what the hell I was going to do, and poof! He had stepped on a German shoe mine. I was knocked unconscious and rolled up against the hedgerow. I don't know how long I was there, but as soon as I was conscious, I started yelling for help. Back at the tank, Sampiello heard the muffled explosion and Ahern's stricken call for help. I heard him calling, "Samp! Samp!" Sampiello and the gunner, Felix Beard, ran toward the sound of their captain's voice. They could easily have tripped off more mines, but they never thought of that. They only knew that Ahern, a first-class combat leader, needed help. When they reached him, Sampiello could see he was in bad shape. Both his feet were blown apart. Ahern was a big man, so Sampiello and Beard had an extremely difficult time picking him up. They were also worried about whatever mines might be lurking between Ahern and them. They went back to the tank, got a rope, and threw it to Ahern. In this way, they managed to drag their heavy captain over to them. Somehow, they lifted him up. We carried him to the tank, and I was surprised we didn't get blown up. There must have been mines all over the place. We radioed the medics, but none came for 2 or 3 hours. When the medics finally came, they evacuated Ahern to the beach. Engineers had built a hasty field hospital near the beach for the 261st Medical Battalion. Doctors from this battalion operated on Ahern. Later, the captain and other badly wounded soldiers were loaded aboard an LCT bound for England. I was on deck, and all I had on me were my dog tags, a dirty T-shirt, and a pair of shorts. Everything had been hazy, as I was in shock, but now I realized I had lost both my legs. It was a very traumatic moment, and I began to cry. I was soothed by a Navy corpsman. For his bravery in attempting to rescue the wounded paratroopers, in addition to his role in protecting the left flank of the entire 4th Infantry Division, Ahern earned the Distinguished Service Cross. Farther to the east of the area where Ahern tripped the mine that cost him his legs, Lieutenant Colonel McNeely was maneuvering his 2nd Battalion through swamps and along the Exit 1 road that led to Poupeville. We followed a path along the beach with swamps on our right side, Private Coleman of H Company remembered. This must have been a mile or so before we came to a path that was built up through the swamp and led into the town of Poupeville. Before long, G Company became trapped in a minefield. 3 men set off mines. Captain George Mabry, McNeely's operations officer, led them out of the minefield and along Exit 1 until they linked up with Tighe's tanks. They assaulted a pillbox, moved on, captured a small group of Germans, and advanced unimpeded on Poupeville. At the edge of the swamps, along the eastern approaches to the town, they halted. Mabry knew that the invasion plan called for the 101st Airborne to capture Poupeville by now, but he could not be sure that that had happened. One of Mabry's scouts, Sergeant Malvin Pike of E Company, could clearly see Poupeville from his concealed position at the edge of the swamp. We could see bushes and a few trees where the causeway ended, and then I saw a helmet, and then it disappeared. The helmet belonged to an American paratrooper. Tighe's lead tank rumbled up the road right past Pike. From Poupeville's eastern edges, American paratroopers from Julian Ewell's 3rd Battalion, 501st, warily watched the tank, not sure if it was German or American. Lieutenant Luther Knowlton was crouched under cover along the road. Nothing was moving on the causeway until a tank came grinding around the bend about 250 yards beyond Poupeville. The tank approached slowly up the narrow road. One of our men fired his machine gun from the shelter of a stone wall. The bullets ricocheted off the heavy armor plating. The tank ground to a halt. One of the crewmen, while keeping himself hidden behind an armored hatch cover, displayed an orange identification panel. Knowlton knew now that he was looking at a friend, not a foe. I tossed an orange smoke grenade into the road from my place of cover. Mabry's men broke from cover, walked forward, and shook hands with Knowlton's paratroopers. Mabry met with General Taylor and briefed him on the progress of the invasion. The link up at Exit 1 was now complete. From here, the 2nd Battalion advanced farther west, north of Sainte-Marie-du-Mont, all the way to Les Forges, where they stopped for the night. To the north, the 1st Battalion captured Exit 3 and made it as far as Torqueville. It was early afternoon now. Back at the beach, the follow-up waves of the 4th Division were pouring ashore. The Germans were still shelling the beach, but the biggest problem for these follow-up waves was congestion. Most vehicles had to use Exit 2. Exit 1 was too far away from the landing spot, and Exit 3 was too close to German artillery positions to the north. General Roosevelt could not afford to jam up his precious beach exits with thousands of infantrymen. Consequently, the follow-up waves of the 22nd and 12th Infantry Regiments had to wade through the inundated areas if they hoped to reach their D-Day objectives. The 22nd headed north toward Exit 4. The regiment's 3rd Battalion landed and turned sharply to the right. These soldiers worked their way along the seawall up the beach, destroying any remaining beach defenses from behind. They made it past Les Dunes de Varville, all the way to Amel de Coute. The other 2 battalions plunged straight into the swamps. They waded through water that mostly ranged anywhere from knee to chin high. Some sections of the swamps were so deep that the men could only cross by clinging to ropes they had strung across the deep areas. It was a good thing we had 5-foot-long toggle ropes with handles on both ends, Staff Sergeant Angelo Bavosa of B Company later wrote. As one soldier got across the deep ditches, he pulled the following soldier across. Slowly, almost arduously, they worked their way inland. Sam Jacks, a 19-year-old rifleman from North Carolina, was soaked, just like every other man in his unit. At one point he found a foxhole and jumped into it. He was surprised to find a badly wounded 101st Airborne paratrooper already occupying the hole. He was laying there, and his guts were half blown out, his arm was all mangled, and he was sitting there crying and calling Judy. I never will forget that. He was saying, "Judy, Judy, Judy." Then he called, "Mama." Completely unnerved, Jacks left the hole and sloshed through a nearby drainage ditch. A German sniper shot at him. Jacks peered over the ditch and was surprised to find that he could see the German perfectly. I kneeled down there and I blew a hole in that sucker. The 22nd Infantrymen skirted past Saint-Martin-de-Varville and made it as far as Saint-Germain-de-Varville by nightfall. Along the way, they fought stubborn groups of Germans who shot at them from buildings, ditches, or high ground. Each time the Americans shot back, closed with them, and overran them. Private First Class Bob Meyer, a BAR man in G Company, was temporarily pinned down when Germans opened fire on his unit. Bullets were flying everywhere. In the middle of this confused fight, one of the other G Company soldiers stood up and said, quite matter-of-factly, "To hell with this." He turned around and walked, completely unscathed, to the rear. Amazingly, this was the first time Meyer had ever heard this man speak. He was more animal-like than anyone I had ever seen before. When he stood, his arms and hands stretched down past his knees. I never heard him speak. If he had to respond, a sort of grunt was all you would get. There had been several attempts to get him out of the Army on a Section 8, but our captain was convinced he was faking. Meyer was amazed that the strange man did not get hit on his stroll away from the combat zone. God must have been watching over him. We were sure that back on the beach he was seen for what he was, a Section 8, and sent home. The unit eventually routed the Germans, but one of their die-hard officers emptied a machine gun into G Company's commander, Captain Robert Russell, a graduate of Virginia Military Institute. The bullets practically sawed the captain in half. The enemy officer then threw down his gun and tried to surrender. All the while, he was laughing. Our executive officer, Joe Jackson, who weighed 240 pounds with no fat, stuck him with a bayonet and pitched him like a bundle of grain. The 12th Infantry Regiment, under the earthy Colonel Red Reeder, was the last infantry unit of the 4th Division to come ashore on D-Day. One regiment from the 90th Infantry Division, the 359th Infantry Regiment, landed a bit later. Our boat grated on the sand. Its iron gate dropped. I felt as if I were in the kickoff of some terrible football game, Reeder later wrote. German artillery cracked over our heads. We ran about 200 yards to the top of the dunes. Along the dunes we found small white signs with a death's head in black and the black letters Minen. Reeder studied the terrain around him. He could tell immediately that something was wrong. He turned to his aide, Lieutenant Bill Mills, a man who excelled in map reading. "Mills, things don't look right to me. Where the hell are we?" Mills correctly surmised that they had been landed too far south. Reader did not hesitate for a moment. He knew exactly what to do. "It don't matter. We know where to go." He told Mills to spread the word about what had happened, and decided that his men would have to move through the swamps to get to their objectives. Along came General Roosevelt, who was seemingly everywhere that morning. "Red, the causeways leading inland are all clogged up. Look at it. A procession of jeeps and not a wheel turning." Reed followed Roosevelt's gaze. Jeeps, trucks, and other vehicles were lined up bumper to bumper on Exit 2, none of them going anywhere any time soon. This only confirmed for the colonel what he had already decided. His soldiers were going to get wet. "We are going through the flooded area!" Reeder yelled as loud as he could. The 12th Infantry Regiment prepared to move out. I gave an armed signal, and 3,000 heavily burdened infantrymen walked in the man-made lake. We waded through the water, which varied in depth from waist to armpit, and in a few spots over our heads. We had the non-swimmers paired with the swimmers, and I was proud of the non-swimmers around me who were holding onto their weapons. One of the men struggling to keep his weapon dry was Private Darrell Parker, a 23-year-old draftee from Belmore, Ohio, who served with a bazooka team in C Company. The water was only knee-deep or a little less, but every so many yards there were ditches, and I don't know how deep they were, but they were over my head. We had been given a long and pretty strong rope, so the tallest man in the group made his way across the ditch with the rope, and the rest of us made our way across on the rope with the aid of someone holding it on our side. The last man was on his own to get across. At the head of I Company, First Lieutenant Bob Kay, the company's commander, discovered the same flooded ditches. In the distance, he could hear artillery rumbling. Now and again, he heard the chillingly distinctive ripping sound of German machine guns. The wadable ridges often ended in 8 to 10-foot deep water troughs, necessitating use of our toggle ropes and inflatable life belts to swim our troops across. It was a slow, physically exhausting requirement that eventually took almost 3 hours to negotiate. They waded safely for about a mile until the water finally dissipated near Saint-Martin-de-Varville. In the town, Colonel Reeder reorganized them and sent his first 2 battalions in a northwesterly direction through hedgerows and orchards that eventually led to Saint-Mère-Église. At one point, Reeder noticed that forward movement had stopped. He walked up to the 2 front scouts and asked, "What's the trouble?" One of the scouts replied, "All you have to do is walk up that little bank and get fired on." "How many Germans do you think there are?" Reeder asked the scout. 2. "Where are they?" "I don't know. You can't tell, sir." 3,000 men are behind you, and 2 Germans are holding us all up, Reeder patiently explained. "Any suggestions?" The scout did not respond. Reeder told him to sideslip these 2 Germans and keep moving. They did. Later in the afternoon, they ran into real resistance near Beauceville-au-Plain. Once again, Reeder's leadership made a positive difference. From company to company, squad to squad, Red Reeder raced back and forth, pointing out weak spots in the enemy positions, targets of opportunity, and urged the men on, one officer remembered. Enemy machine guns and riflemen were posted at strategic points along the hedgerows and on high spots of ground. Each of these rattlesnake nests had to be painfully exterminated before the advance could continue. Grenades and bayonets solved this problem. Reeder also made liberal use of several batteries of artillery that had landed by now and set up at the beach. Late in the afternoon, we were in a battle with the Germans a hedgerow away, about 200 yards, both sides kneeling like Minutemen at Lexington. Bullets were whip-cracking overhead. I radioed for artillery help. In a few minutes, it crashed down just behind the Germans with an unbelievable roar, and a splendid barn with a red tile roof went up in smoke. It was a close-up of the awful waste of war. By the time the sun set, the 12th Infantry had linked up with the 82nd Airborne. The whole regiment had made it safely across the inundated area and was hunkered down in positions roughly 1 mile east of Saint-Mère-Église. Many of the gliders from the evening missions landed right in the midst of the 12th Infantry. Reeder's men had won a solid foothold in France. The same could be said for the entire Utah Beach Invasion Force, as General Collins found out. He spent the day aboard the Bayfield. During the early morning hours, as the assault on Utah Beach unfolded, he had been worried, mainly because of a lack of information. Now, in the evening, he knew that his 7th Corps had succeeded in its mission of establishing a serious lodgment in France. Lieutenant John Brawley, a communications officer on the general's staff, could see the worry melt away from his boss's countenance. General Collins was pleased. Gone were the early morning tensions. He could talk with his commanders ashore from the radio room at the Bayfield, and things were going exceptionally well for 7th Corps. Indeed they were. The airborne units, in spite of adversity, had captured many of their objectives and had generally caused major problems for the Germans at the Cotentin. A total of 20,000 troops, including the entire 4th Division, and 1,700 vehicles were ashore. At the cost of 197 casualties, the invasion forces had attained nearly all their D-Day objectives. Their advance was only stopped by strong pockets of German resistance north and south of Saint-Mère-Église, as well as in the Foucarville area. The landings could hardly have been expected to go any better. General Roosevelt deserved great credit for his excellent, decisive, effective leadership. He later was awarded the Medal of Honor for his exploits on D-Day. But in an even larger sense, the credit for the success of the Utah landings belonged to the assault troops who exploited German surprise, dealt with the adversity of a blown plan, and rapidly moved inland to link up with the paratroopers. From an American perspective, the Utah Beach landings proved to be the only bright spot on an otherwise traumatic, bloody day. Chapter 13. The Rangers at Pointe du Hoc. At the extreme western edge of the Omaha Beach sector, the rocky, imposing facade of Pointe du Hoc beckoned beneath a hushed, smoky stillness. Several miles offshore, 10 British-made Higgins boats, jammed full with soldiers of the U.S. 2nd Ranger Battalion, plodded through the treacherous, raging waters of the channel. The British called these boats LCAs, Landing Craft Assault. They were similar to the American-made LCVPs, but the British had added a bit more armor, making the boats more secure but also heavier and lower in the water. Each LCA contained, on average, 25 soldiers. Every boat bucked and crashed against the relentless waves. Most of the Rangers were wet, miserable, and cold. Some were seasick. The sea was so rough that it threatened to overwhelm the boats. In fact, one of the 2nd Rangers' supply craft had already sunk, drowning 4 men. At nearly the same time, Captain Harold Duke Slater and his boat team from D Company realized they were in deep trouble. 4-foot waves inundated their boat, LCA 860. The men took off their helmets and frantically bailed water, but it was not enough. Their boat went down. 4 of Slater's men drowned in the cold channel. Rescue boats picked up Slater and the rest, gave them dry clothes, and returned them to England over Slater's vigorous protests. "We gotta get back," he hollered, but he and his men were suffering from hypothermia and exhaustion. They were in no shape to participate in the assault on the Pointe. They did not return to the unit until almost 3 weeks later. Aboard nearby LCA 668, First Sergeant Len Lummel and the rest of his D Company boat team actually cheered as they watched Slater's craft go down. The company had a standing bet. Whoever took out the guns atop Pointe du Hoc first would win $100 per man. We had bet hundreds of bucks. We never thought 4 guys would drown. Lummel and the others only found out about their deaths later. In the meantime, water was building up on the deck of LCA 668. Lummel and his right-hand man, Sergeant Jack Kuhn, ordered everyone to start bailing. Waves were breaking over our LCA, Lummel recalled, and the guys had to take their helmets and bail because the pumps on the boat couldn't take the water out of it. From the moment they had left the safety of their transport ship, Kuhn had been worried about the waves. Now he helped Lummel motivate the men to save themselves. Nobody had much, if any, sleep the night before. The guys were sick and cold. They turned apathetic. Lummel and I verbally forced them to their feet to keep bailing water. Other boats were also taking on dangerous amounts of water. Aboard LCA 722, Lieutenant James Eichner, the Mississippian in charge of communications, saw water begin to leak in through the front ramp, which was closed. We had to rip up the floorboards and use our helmets to bail out the water, and on top of that, some of the fellows were vomiting. On the same boat, not far away from Eichner, Lieutenant G.K. Holdenfield, a reporter from Stars and Stripes, threw up on Lou Lisco, one of Eichner's radio men. The constant bucking of the boat, combined with the motion of bailing, was too much for Holdenfield. Lisco did not have time to recoil before the reporter leaned over and let his breakfast fly. Though we all had paper bags under our field jackets in case of vomiting, this man did not have time to reach it. He threw up all over my left leg, my carbine, and radio equipment. That made me sick, too. I vomited into my paper bag and threw it overboard. Aboard LCA 888, the commander of this mission, Lieutenant Colonel James Rudder, saw that his craft, like the others, was taking on water. The men around him scooped water with their helmets and poured it over the side. As they did so, they sometimes bumped into each other. No one cared. Rudder, a 1932 graduate of Texas A&M, was the 34-year-old son of a Texas farmer. He had graduated from A&M with a reserve commission in the infantry, but he spent the 1930s coaching football in Texas. When the war broke out, he went on active duty, attended the infantry school at Fort Benning, and served as a battalion executive officer before joining the Rangers. Rudder was well qualified to lead this mission, but in truth he was a bit surprised to be here. General Hubner, the overall commander of all Omaha Beach ground forces, had slated Rudder to lead the entire Ranger force, 2nd and 5th Battalions on D-Day, not just those making the initial assault on Pointe du Hoc. For Rudder, that would have meant going ashore with follow-up waves of the 2nd and 5th Rangers, whose mission was flexible. Depending on the situation at the Pointe, they were to reinforce the Pointe or land on Omaha Beach, force their way up the Vierville Draw, and work their way west on the coastal road to assault the Pointe from the landward side. An alcohol-induced meltdown by the 2nd Battalion's commander, who was originally supposed to lead the first wave of Pointe du Hoc, changed everything for Lieutenant Colonel Rudder. The incident happened aboard the Ben McCree right before the ship left Weymouth. The commander, a Major Lytle, was a recently promoted executive officer. Lytle got drunk and caused a tremendous commotion. One of the battalion's medics, Sergeant Frank South, could hear the major carrying on outside his medical room. South opened the door to see what was going on. Our newly appointed battalion commander, Major Lytle, had become a bit drunk and was convinced that all the Rangers were being sent on a suicide mission. He was complaining loudly about it. South knew that the major's outburst could destroy the morale of the gung-ho Rangers. He also knew that it would have consequences. Someone told Rudder about Lytle's histrionics. In response, Rudder immediately transferred over to the Ben McCree and relieved Lytle on the spot. When he did so, the major had to be dragged away, kicking and screaming, in the stairwell next to South's medical room. The process of arresting and leading off the former commander of the operation was a noisy one. I opened the door to find out what was going on, only to see a group of struggling and shouting uniforms, and was immediately ordered back inside by Colonel Rudder. In this struggle, the defrocked major did himself no additional favors when he punched the battalion's respected doctor, Captain Walter Block. Block was beloved, First Sergeant Lummel explained. Hitting him was like taking a sock at somebody's mother. The officers finally succeeded in hauling Lytle off the ship. In spite of what had happened, General Hubner wanted Rudder to appoint someone else to lead the Pointe mission. Rudder refused. "I'm sorry to have to disobey you, sir, but if I don't take it, it may not go." Hubner reluctantly assented. Now the burly Rudder peered in the direction of the coast, hoping to get his bearings. Finally, through mist and sea spray, he saw something. A neck of rocky coastline he recognized as Pointe de la Percée. He knew right then that something was wrong. He should not be able to see Pointe de la Percée, the objective of C Company 2nd Rangers. This could only mean that his 9 boats were at least 2 miles too far to the east. Aboard LCA 668, First Sergeant Lummel noticed the same thing. He turned to Sergeant Kuhn and said, "Hey, Jack, look at this. That's not the Pointe. That's C Company's target." Kuhn concurred. On LCA 888, Rudder's craft, the British coxswain was not so sure. He briefly argued with Rudder before realizing that somehow they had gotten off course. Lieutenant Eichner watched Rudder persuade him. He convinced the coxswain that he was in error and made him flank right, and then we had to parallel the coastline for a couple of miles, and we were within small arms range, and I can remember the first small arms hit our boat. We had been standing up except for those who were bailing water, so we all ducked down. The error meant two things, neither of them good. First, as Eichner indicated, the 9 surviving LCAs had to sail parallel to the coast, under German guns, as they made their way west to Pointe du Hoc. Second, their timetable was now blown. The naval bombardment had lifted at 0630, and thanks to the navigational error, the Rangers would not land until at least 0700. This gave the enemy time to recover from the bombardment and prepare for the assault. Perhaps even worse, it meant that the follow-up forces did not receive in time the prearranged signal to reinforce the point. Instead, they pursued the alternative plan of landing at Omaha Beach. Companies D, E, and F, 2nd Rangers, were on their own at Pointe du Hoc. For nearly half an hour, Rudder's boats ran a mini-gauntlet of German fire along the coast. Corporal Lisko's LCA 722 took plenty of fire. A Ranger, Private First Class John Silman, who was sitting across from me, was hit by a bullet in the upper left chest. He lost a considerable amount of blood and started groaning and moaning from the pain. Bullets from machine guns and rifles were flying from the top of the yacht, and nobody dared move to help him. Contrary to the original plan, which called for D Company to assault the western facade of the point, all of the boats landed on the eastern side of the pond, along a 500-yard front that stretched from the tip of the pond all the way to a gentle cove. The 30-yard strip of rocky beach had been heavily cratered by the naval and aerial bombardment. Most of the craters were filled with water. The bombardment had also pockmarked the cliffs, in places letting loose mounds of earth and rock that tumbled into muddy clumps on the beach or along the facade of the cliffs. Fittingly, Rudder's LCA 888 landed first. He and the rest of the boat team struggled out of the craft and into the water. Lieutenant Eichner was the last to leave the boat. He was hauling a load of 60mm mortar shells. I ran down the ramp and in the water about up to my knees and headed on across what I thought was the beach and stepped into a shell hole that was covered with water. I went down over my head, and of course we were under fire. A few German soldiers chucked grenades over the cliff or took potshots with their rifles. But the biggest threat came from a 20mm gun and a machine gun position on the left flank. Some of our people were getting hit, and I remember one young man that was hit 3 times on the landing craft and twice more on the beach. Believe it or not, that young man survived. Aboard LCA 858, in the middle of the formation, Lieutenant George Kirchner, a platoon leader in D Company, could not shake the feeling that the delay had caused the mission to go terribly wrong. This whole thing is a big mistake, he thought. None of us will ever get up that cliff because we are so vulnerable. In spite of this gloomy assessment, he knew there was nothing he could do about it now. There was only one way to go, forward. His British coxswain had promised a dry landing, but now the boat ground to a halt, the ramp went down, and Kirchner saw 15 or 20 feet of water, a muddy, dirty, gray stretch. The whole beach was marred with craters. The edge of one such crater had grounded LCA 858. "Everybody out!" the British coxswain commanded. Kirchner disgustedly surveyed the water. He figured it was about a foot deep. So much for that dry landing. "Come on, let's go!" he yelled above the din of machine gun and 20mm fire coming from somewhere to his left. He no sooner stepped off the ramp when he fell into water over his head. When I came to the surface, I started to doggy paddle, keeping my head above water while I tried to reach the beach. Kirchner was in the middle of a shell crater. The men of his boat team, seeing what had happened to him, wisely stepped to either side of the crater. In the process, they barely got their feet wet. Kirchner finally made it out of the flooded crater and onto the rocky beach. I looked around for someone to help me cuss out the British Navy for dumping me in 8 feet of water, but there was nobody to sympathize with me. They were all busily engaged. The machine gun on the left had hit 3 men. Kirchner fought the impulse to go after the machine gun. He knew his mission was to get up the cliff and neutralize the guns. Immediately to the right, in LCA 668, the rest of D Company struggled ashore. Private Sigurd Sundby was supposed to be the first off this boat, but his lieutenant decided to go ahead of him. Sundby saw him plunge into shoulder-deep water so he decided to jump in the opposite direction. I jumped way out there, and I went way over my head. Like so many other rangers, he was in a flooded shell crater. I had the trigger of my Mae West in one hand, my rifle in the other hand. It was still covered. As his feet touched the bottom of the crater, Sunby activated the Mae West. It worked perfectly. I came sailing out of that water, right out of that crater, into shallow water. He made his way to the face of the cliff. A few yards away, First Sergeant Lummel also landed in deep water. Thoroughly soaked, he turned around to see how the rest of his boat team was doing. As he did so, a bullet from the German machine gun hit him in the fleshy part of his chest, barely missing his ribs. I felt a burning sensation in my right side. I spun around and didn't know where the shot came from. Lummel was not seriously wounded, but he was stunned and confused. His eyes rested on Harry Fate, a man with whom he had had a nasty confrontation a few days before when Lummel had taken Fate's sergeant stripes. I didn't think he was hacking it the way he should. He had been angry ever since. Fate had even made a veiled threat to shoot Lummel once they got into combat. Because of this threat, Lummel was now convinced that Fate shot him. He was about 50 feet away and in position where he could have fired the bullet. Enraged, Lummel strode toward Fate. "You son of a bitch!" Fate protested his innocence. "Honestly, Len, I didn't do it." A medic assured Lummel that Fate was telling the truth. This brought the first sergeant to his senses. The wound wasn't bad. The bullet had just gone through the muscle on my right side. We couldn't waste time to sort this out. Later, Fate got his stripes back, and we became very good friends. The main thing now for all of the Rangers was to get up the cliffs. To help them do so, they had an ingenious array of equipment: rocket-fired ropes with grappling hooks, rope ladders, even machine-gun-laden ladders provided by the London Fire Department. As each boat closed to within 20 or 25 yards of the coast, the Rangers fired the rocket charges. The things made an awful racket that shot their ropes to the top of the point. Most of the grappling hooks caught firmly. The biggest problem was that the ropes were wet from the heavy seas. The cliffs themselves were also slippery from rain, sea spray, and the fresh clay that had been unloosed by the bombardment. Plus, there was the little matter of enemy soldiers pitching grenades, cutting ropes, and firing their weapons at the Rangers. All of the Rangers were accomplished climbers. They had been trained extensively at this sort of thing. If anyone could overcome this adversity, it was them. They had been taught to fight in small groups. Each boat team was like a mini-combat team. They did not worry about forming up with the other boat teams. Instead, they independently set about the task of climbing the cliffs and accomplishing the mission, hopefully in conjunction with others, but alone if necessary. Some of the Rangers, like Private Sunby, experienced problems with the wet ropes. I went up about 40, 50 feet. I got just about there, and the rope was wet and it was kind of muddy. My hands couldn't hold. I couldn't hold anything. They were just like grease, and I came sliding back down. He landed right next to Staff Sergeant Melvin Sweeney, who had little sympathy for the private's predicament. "What's the matter, Sunby, chicken? I'll show you how to climb." With Sweeney in the lead, the two of them made it to the top. Sunby was not chicken, nor was his experience unique. Many other Rangers had problems with the muddy, wet ropes. Even Sergeant Bill Elrod Petty, one of the battalion's toughest, most aggressive soldiers, struggled to climb the cliff. Medic Frank South saw Petty at the western edge of the landing zone in F Company's sector. South was attending to wounded men when he noticed Petty standing and cursing at the bottom of a rope. The rope was slippery, muddy, and wet. South's boss, Captain Block, the battalion surgeon whom Major Lytle punched, saw Petty standing next to the rope. Block walked over to him and said, "Soldier, stop fooling around and get up that rope to the top of the cliff." South watched as Petty turned on the doctor and bellowed in his Georgia drawl, "I've been trying to get up the goddamn rope for 5 minutes, and if you think you can do any better, you can fucking well do it yourself." South knew that Dr. Block had a temper of his own, but this time he restrained himself. Block, furious and red-faced, returned the stare, looked at me, shook his head, and turned away. South could not help but chuckle at the two of them. In spite of the problems, most of the Rangers made it up the cliffs within 15 minutes of landing. Private Salva Maimon of E Company free-climbed. The Germans were throwing grenades down the cliff. Not far away, Staff Sergeant Gene Elder of F Company also free-climbed. Germans were shooting, bullets were flying, and as the men came up to join me, I told them, "Boys, keep your heads down. Headquarters has followed up again and issued the enemy live ammunition." Sergeant Kuhn found that as he ascended the cliff, he could protect himself from the fire thanks to cover that had been created by the bombardment. It was possible to get some cover by climbing behind chunks of cliff dislodged by the shelling. Very close by, First Sergeant Lummel was clinging to a rope, straining to reach the summit. Concentrating on what I had to do and climbing the slippery rope was exhausting. Next to me was Sergeant Robert Fruehling, our radio man, struggling with his radio set with a big antenna on it. We were approaching the top, and I was running out of strength. Lummel heard Fruehling cry for help. "Len, help me! I'm losing my strength." "Hold on, I can't help you. I've got all I can do to get myself up," Lummel replied. Lummel quickly looked around and saw Sergeant Leonard Rubin, a born athlete, a very powerful man. He told Rubin to help the stricken radio man. He just reached over, grabbed Bob by the back of the neck, and swung him over. Bob went tumbling, and the antenna was whipping around, and I was worried that it was going to draw fire. When I went over the top, I tumbled into a shell crater. At the cost of 15 casualties, 1 dead and 14 wounded, the Rangers had scaled the imposing cliffs. How did they do it? 10 years after the event, Colonel Rudder visited the point and wondered the same thing. "Can you imagine anybody going up that thing?" he asked his 10-year-old son. "It's twice as high as I thought," the boy responded. Rudder shook his head in amazement and rhetorically asked, "Will you tell me how we did this? Anybody would be a fool to try this. It was crazy then, and it's crazy now." "Maybe so, but they did it, all the same." Obviously, the rigorous training and the personal courage of the Rangers had a lot to do with their successful ascent of the cliff. The element of surprise helped a bit. The Germans expected any potential attack on the point to come from the landward side. 1 or 2 BAR men helped drive some Germans from the edge of the cliff. So did pieces of fuse the Rangers had tied to their grappling hooks. The Germans saw the fuses and thought they might be attached to explosive charges. More than any other factor, though, naval gunfire proved to be decisive for the Rangers during their climb, and partially thereafter. 2 destroyers, the USS Satterley and the HMS Talaband, closed to within 1,500 yards of Pointe du Hoc and unleashed a terrific volume of fire on the Germans near the cliffs. This made them retreat to the safety of their bunkers and trenches, allowing the Rangers to climb the cliffs mostly unmolested. This was the time when they were at their most vulnerable, and the destroyer fire made sure that the Germans could not take advantage of the Rangers' vulnerability. Like Lummel, almost everyone else plopped into shell holes when they made it to the top. Pointe du Hoc looked like the surface of the moon. Deep craters had been gouged everywhere by the naval and aerial bombardment. 10 kilotons of explosives had been dropped on the place. The immense destruction provided excellent cover for the assaulting Rangers, but it also made it difficult for them to see anything beyond the next shell hole. Sergeant Kuhn took one look around and found himself a bit disoriented. I was shocked to find nothing that resembled the mock-ups and overlays we had studied prior to D-Day. The terrain was in complete disarray. Most of the Rangers saw no Germans moving around the point's uneven landscape, nor could they see one another. They paused for a few moments to rest. One man immediately dropped his trousers and defecated. With such personal issues resolved, small groups of men, most of whom had ascended the cliffs together, began to move toward their objectives. Sporadic enemy fire harassed them, but the most vigorous resistance came at the very tip of the point. Here the Germans had built a formidable concrete observation post, OP, that afforded them a panoramic view of both Utah and Omaha beaches. Several groups of Rangers repeatedly attacked the OP. From the seaward side, Staff Sergeant Charles Denbo and Private Harry Williams crawled, under machine gun fire, into a trench that zigzagged in front of the OP. The 2 men saw German guns poking through gun slits. They threw 4 grenades at the slits, 3 of which flew through and exploded. The machine gun stopped firing, but Sergeant Denbo was wounded by a rifle bullet. Moments later, Lieutenant Ted Lapras, an E Company officer whose LCA 861 landed right at the tip of the point, arrived with several other soldiers. They set up a bazooka and fired 2 shots. One hit the edge of a firing slit, the other sailed right through. Lapras and a few others worked their way around the OP, only to find Corporal Victor Aguzzi working over the landward side of the OP. Lapras and his men had had no idea of Oguzzi's presence. They cut some wires they found outside the OP, destroyed the bunker's antenna, and kept a close watch on the OP. They could only do so much, though, because they had no demolitions. The stalemate of the OP lasted the better part of a day. The Rangers did not capture the bunker until well into the afternoon of June 7th, but that did not really matter. They had neutralized the OP's ability to communicate with German artillery batteries, negating the possibility that the enemy could use the point's ideal location to direct their fire onto the landing beaches. Meanwhile, other groups of Rangers discovered that the 155mm guns they had been sent to destroy were missing. Salva Maimon and many other E Company Rangers headed for gun position 3. When we got there were no guns in the domes, casemates. He and a few others kept moving inland, searching for the guns. We had to work our way by crawling from one crater to another, and there was machine gun fire on both ends of the cliff. 30 yards to the west, Private Sunby and a gaggle of D Company soldiers captured what should have been gun position 4. They found nothing in the casemate. On the edge of the concrete, I saw that it was hollow. Sunby saw some wires and cut them. He and his sergeant caught a glimpse of 2 Germans on the horizon. They shot at them, but could not tell if they hit them. When First Sergeant Lummel struggled to the top and tumbled into his shell crater, he encountered Captain Gilbert Baugh, commander of E Company. He had a .45 in his hand, and a bullet had gone through the back of his hand into the magazine in the grip of the .45. He was in shock and bleeding badly, and there was nothing we could do other than give him morphine. Lummel, Fruhling, and Rubin left Baugh for the medics and moved on to another shell hole where they found about a dozen D Company men. We made a move to jump to the next crater for the move toward 4, 5, and 6 gun emplacements. The Germans opened fire on us as we started out, and we jumped back to avoid the fire. As they stumbled back into their crater, one man accidentally stabbed another through the thigh with his bayonet. Lummel gave him first aid, told him he had to move on, and left for another try at the gun positions. We made our way to gun positions 4, 5, and 6. There were no guns there, and we thought, what the hell? What's happened here? In response to pre-invasion air raids on Pointe du Hoc, the Germans had towed the guns away from the plant. In the event of an invasion, the Germans planned to move them into place. In the meantime, they placed telephone poles in the casemates. These poles completely fooled Allied photo intelligence analysts. All over the plant, the Rangers made this discovery. The Rangers understood that the key now was to move inland, search for the guns, and accomplish their second mission, the cutting of the coastal road that led to Omaha Beach. Even as Lieutenant Colonel Rudder set up his command post at the edge of the cliffs, and small clumps of Rangers fought several bloody, confusing engagements against German soldiers who seemed to pop up everywhere, other Rangers, totaling some 47 men, began to move inland at various intervals along a mile-long front. First Sergeant Lummel led the most notable force. After finding the vacated casemates at gun positions 4, 5, and 6, his group walked quickly inland along a dirt road that led to the paved coastal road, called GC-32 in 1944, nowadays known as D-514. They had no idea what might be ahead of them. Visibility was limited by vegetation on either side of the road. Still, Lummel did not see their actions as particularly brave. I want to point out that this was not inherently heroic. This was just plain common sense and good rangering. As we left the group at the Pointe, the Germans opened up with 88mm guns, laying in crawling fire. What they were trying to do was start at the edge of the cliffs, knowing that we were trying to get inland. Of course, that makes you move faster because it's crawling up your back. In addition to the artillery fire, German soldiers, holed up in barns or hedgerows, shot at Lummel's men as they advanced. The Germans would fire on us, and then we'd go for them, but we knew we couldn't take the time to get into sustained firefights. Our orders were to get to the guns as quickly as possible. They gave first aid to the wounded and moved on. Sergeant Kuhn, moving alone along the road just behind Lummel's force, spotted them, made contact, and joined them. They paused for a few moments, and then resumed their advance with Kuhn and Lummel in the lead. The two men kept pace with each other, on either side of the road, eyes searching the surrounding hedgerows for any sign of trouble. Just ahead to the right was an old stone barn. Suddenly, Kuhn felt someone grab him and throw him into the doorway of the barn. Lummel threw both of us through the doorway. Kuhn was nonplussed. He had no idea why Lummel had done that. Lummel looked at him in amazement. "Didn't you see that Jerry kneeling in the road aiming at us?" Kuhn hadn't. He peeked around the doorway for a look. As he did so, the German fired 2 shots that barely missed Kuhn. Lummel went into the barn and tried firing at the German through a window. Kuhn chanced another look and saw the German running away. I stepped out to cut him down, but the Tommy gun would not fire. My clip had been hit right where it inserts into the gun. The German got away, and Kuhn went back to the plant to find another Tommy gun. By the time Kuhn returned, Lummel had reached the coastal road and deployed his men in blocking positions along either side of it. The push inland had cost Lummel about 10 casualties. He was now down to anywhere between 13 and 20 men. Accounts differ. Sergeant Kuhn settled into a rain ditch along the road with Staff Sergeant Larry Johnson. A hedge afforded them nice concealment and a fine view of the approaches. Lummel set up on the opposite side of the road. Kuhn heard movement from behind a stone fence that paralleled the road. A German soldier appeared looking up and down the highway. Seeing it apparently clear, he came through the wall and ran across the road right up to me. I saw a burp gun slung across his chest. I jumped up and fired point-blank, hitting him in the chest. My slugs must have cut the strap on his weapon, for it fell to the ground about 3 feet in front of me. The German ran a few steps, then dropped. Johnson asked Kuhn to retrieve the dead German's weapon. As Kuhn leaned out to grab the burp gun, he saw another German drawing a bead on him. I had no way to protect myself and felt I was about to be shot. Lenz saw it all and gunned the German just as he shot at me. A bullet struck the road next to Kuhn but missed. For the second time on D-Day, Lummel had saved my life. Lummel now decided to resume the search for the missing guns. He detached himself and Kuhn for a reconnaissance patrol. Warily, they hopped onto the paved road and investigated a farm lane that led to the south. You could have hit a column of tanks in it. That's how wide and deep the road was. It was a sunken road with very high hedgerows. They noticed some markings in the dirt of the farm lane. Lummel thought that the markings indicated the presence of something heavy, maybe a farm wagon, or perhaps the guns. They edged their way down the darkened road. We decided to leapfrog. Jack covered me, and I went forward. When I got a few feet forward, I covered him. In this manner, they proceeded for about 200 yards, until Lummel found a camouflaged draw near a hedgerow. He peeked over the hedgerow and into an apple orchard. Sticking out of this apple orchard were these long gun barrels with netting over the top with fake leaves on them. There, right in front of Lummel, were the missing guns of Pointe du Hoc. The wheels went up over our heads. Their muzzles went way the hell into the air, above our reach. They were all sitting in proper firing condition, with ammunition piled up neatly, everything at the ready, but they were pointed at Utah Beach, not Omaha. There was nobody at the emplacement. Lummel could hardly believe his luck. The Germans had inexplicably left these 5 guns unguarded. The 6th was missing and never accounted for. He wondered where the enemy artillerymen could be. In another second, he had an answer. Another 100 yards off in a field were about 75 Germans forming up, putting on their jackets, starting their vehicles. They were being talked to by some officer standing in his vehicle. Lummel knew he had to work fast. He turned to Kuhn and pointed at the German artillerymen. "Jack, keep your eyes on them, and if one starts toward here, get him." Both Lummel and Kuhn were carrying a thermite grenade. Lummel took both grenades and put them in the traversing and elevation mechanisms of 2 of the guns. The heavy foliage around the guns concealed Lummel from the Germans. In seconds, the grenades detonated. They made a light popping noise that couldn't be heard by the enemy but destroyed the guns, mainly by melting the mechanisms. It put the guns in a firm, inoperable, weld-like position. I took my Tommy gun, wrapped it in my field jacket, and smashed the sights on all 5 guns. He and Kuhn ran back to the roadblock to retrieve more thermite grenades from the other Rangers. They returned to the guns, completely undetected, and Lummel destroyed the remaining 3 while Kuhn impatiently covered him. Hurry up, let's get the hell out of here," Kuhn urged in a low voice. Lummel worked as fast as he could. I don't think I spent 10 minutes, all told, destroying those guns. We didn't waste a second. They did a magnificent job. In a matter of minutes, 2 Rangers, without firing a shot, accomplished the vital mission that drew Companies D, E, and F of the 2nd Ranger Battalion to the plant that morning. At the very same time, Sergeant Frank Rupinski from E Company was leading a reconnaissance patrol. Unbeknownst to Kuhn and Lummel, Rupinski's people were no more than 200 yards away, closing in on the guns from the opposite direction. Rupinski's patrol did not find the guns, though. Instead, they discovered the main cache of ammunition that went with the guns. The sergeant found some demolitions, wired up the ammo, and blew it sky high. At that exact moment, Lummel and Kuhn were climbing over a hedgerow, making their way back to their roadblock. There was a tremendous roar, Lummel recalled, like the whole world had blown up. There was a shower of dirt, metal, ramrods. It deafened us. We couldn't hear each other talk for a while. Jack and I scurried back to our roadblock like scared rabbits. Lummel and Kuhn thought that a short round from the USS Texas had caused the blast. Only years later, at a reunion, did they find out the truth. As they manned their roadblock on D-Day, Lummel, Kuhn, and the other Rangers puzzled over the lackadaisical German attitude toward the security of their guns. Historians have been just as puzzled. The answer to the mystery probably has to do with E Company's small engagement back at the OP, over a mile away. By neutralizing the OP, the Rangers paralyzed the entire battery of German artillerymen. Lummel, in retrospect, certainly thought so. I believe the reason they couldn't fire was because E Company had taken out their observation post at the plant. They had no directions to fire with no firing orders. Their lines of communication had been cut off. I don't think those Germans knew there were any Rangers or American soldiers within a mile of them. They were so nonchalant about walking around, acting as if there were no enemy about. They weren't in a hurry to do anything. The guns were destroyed by 0830. Adrenaline still pumping, Lummel dispatched 2 volunteers, Sergeant Gordon Lunning and, ironically enough, Harry Fate, to get word of this to Rudder. Employing different routes, they made their way through a maze of trenches, minefields, and firefights along the plant and back to Rudder's CP at the edge of the cliff. The CP was under sniper fire. The Rangers, spread out in thin perimeters around the plant, were fighting confusing, costly battles against Germans who would pop out of their trenches, open fire, and then melt away. Other Rangers fended off counterattacks coming from both flanks. Fate and Lunning both arrived at the CP at 0900. Lunning found Lieutenant Eichner and told him the good news about the destroyed guns. Elated, Eichner tracked down Rudder and told him. Rudder ordered the lieutenant to pass the word to the fleet. Since Eichner did not have any working radios, he sent the coded message via a signal lamp he had set up at the foot of the cliff. I sent the message, "Praise the Lord," a code phrase that meant the guns had been taken out. He also dispatched a carrier pigeon with this message and signaled, with the lamp, a request for resupply and reinforcements. An hour later, the USS Satterley sent back a return message from General Hubner. No reinforcements available. All Rangers have landed at Omaha. Eichner crawled over to the colonel and passed along the message. The burly Rudder nodded. He wasn't surprised at all. Ever since the tardy landing, he knew that his 3 companies of Rangers would have to fight it out on their own for as long as it took. They were doing a fine job. The guns were destroyed, the roadblocks were deployed. Rudder's Rangers had accomplished their mission for Uncle Sam. Now they were fighting for their own lives. Rudder glanced to the east, in the direction of Omaha Beach. The Germans, he knew, would soon counterattack and attempt to annihilate his force. He and his men would fight them with everything at their disposal, but ultimately their survival depended on those landings at Omaha. He wondered idly how they were going. 48 hours later, he was still wondering the same thing. Chapter 14. Bloody Omaha. If Rudder could have seen Omaha Beach from his perilous perch on the cliffs of Pointe du Hoc, he would have been greatly dismayed by what he saw. Even as Rudder's Rangers hung on desperately at the point, the initial waves of the Omaha assault force fought a grim battle for survival. All along the invasion coast, landing craft headed for the beach. From the beginning, the American landings at Omaha flirted with disaster. No Allied soldiers had a tougher mission on D-Day than those Americans who drew the assignment of invading Omaha. a 3-mile stretch of thin, rocky beach nestled between Pointe-de-la-Percée in the west and Port-en-Bessin in the east. The terrain here was ideal for defenders. High ground, cliffs, bluffs, ridges, or gentle sloping hills dominated most of the beach. Most of the beaches were narrow, about 30 to 50 yards of rocky sand that rose slightly to a shingle embankment and in some places a seawall. Thousands of years of erosion had created 4 deep gullies at various intervals along the beach. These gullies, or exits, as the Americans called them, provided the only way vehicles could get off the beach. From west to east, the exits were D1 at Vierville, D3 at Les Moulins, often simply called the Les Moulins exit, E1 at Saint-Laurent, and E3 at Colville. The success or failure of the American landings at Omaha hinged on the capture of these beach exits. Failure to capture the beach exits meant no vehicles, no armor, no supplies, and ultimately no beachhead. The Germans naturally recognized the intrinsic defensive advantages of Omaha as well as the importance of its exits. They fortified the place extensively. They defended the exits with 35 pillboxes, 8 bunkers housing 75mm guns, and 85 separate machine gun posts, sometimes called murder holes by the Americans. Along the rest of the beach, the Germans had 18 anti-tank positions, 6 Nebelwerfer, Screaming Mimi, mortar pits, 38 rocket batteries, and 4 artillery positions. Trenches linked all these positions to one another. The Germans constructed and sited their bunkers quite ingeniously, in such a way that they enfiladed the beach. This meant 2 things. First, they could lay down effective fire on the flanks of attacking troops. Second, their embrasures faced the beach, not the sea, making it difficult for naval bombardment to hit anything but their reinforced concrete facades. Some of the positions were even dug into the cliffs. Then there were the mines and obstacles, thousands of them. At the waterline, the Germans placed wooden posts. On top of these posts, they fastened deadly teller mines. Steel girders bristled everywhere. The girders were designed to rip open a Higgins boat and sink it. There were plenty of Belgian gates, too. Behind this first belt of deadly obstacles, they strung barbed wire and sowed thousands of mines. The aerial and naval bombardment was supposed to take care of most of these defenses, but it didn't. The beach was largely untouched. As H. hour approached, only the ground troops, especially the infantry, could win Omaha Beach for the Allies. The opposition was so intense, the beach so cluttered with mines, obstacles, and destroyed vehicles, that the battle boiled down to small, isolated fights, usually for the beach exits, between clusters of infantrymen, by trade or circumstances. In the apt description of one officer who was there, the fighting at Omaha Beach consisted of violent swirls of death and destruction with areas of quiet in between. Rarely in American military history have American soldiers faced deadlier circumstances or greater adversity than at Omaha Beach on D-Day morning. Nowhere was this more true than at Dog Green Beach at the D1 exit on the extreme western edge of Omaha. The men of Company A, 116th Infantry, 29th Infantry Division, were packed aboard 6 LCAs heading for the beach. 2 of the LCAs promptly sank in the choppy channel. Some of the men drowned. Others bobbed around until rescue craft could pick them up. The 4 other LCAs, full of thoroughly wet, miserable, and seasick soldiers, proceeded on. Aboard one of those boats, bespectacled Private First Class Gilbert Murdoch watched one of his buddies nod off in spite of the circumstances. The man had taken so many Dramamine anti-seasickness pills that he could hardly keep his eyes open. Murdoch's thoughts returned to a few hours before, when they had all gathered on the deck of their transport. Many of the men had solemnly shaken hands with one another. He and his friend, Private First Class George Roach, a diminutive flamethrower man, had smiled at each other. Nothing more than that, but it was a moment of fellowship that Murdoch could not forget. Murdoch snapped out of his reverie. They were getting closer to the beach now. Cold, misty sea spray drenched Murdoch, and he shivered. The landing craft ground to a halt. The British coxswain lowered the ramp. For a brief moment there was silence, and then the first 2 men, standing in front of Murdoch, charged off the LCA. Dominguez went off at the right side, and he was immediately cut in half by machine gun fire. At the same time that he jumped, I jumped from the left side of the ramp and found myself in about 9 feet of water. The landing craft had hit a sandbar. Murdoch inflated his Mae West life vest, grabbed onto a landing craft, and rode it into the beach. Company A ran into a literal wall of enemy fire, machine guns, rifles, mortars, and artillery. The Americans didn't have a chance. From the advantage of the high ground overlooking this section of beach, the Germans poured fire on their helpless adversaries. Sergeant Thomas Valence staggered out of the same boat as Murdoch. Valence crouched over and waded through knee-high water. As he did so, he could see tracer bullets coming from a massive concrete bunker that enfiladed the whole beach. He could also see a few houses farther up the draw. Bullets and shrapnel were buzzing everywhere. He heard the sickening thud of enemy metal tearing through the bodies of his men. He fell to the ground, and the incoming tide washed around him. I remember floundering in the water with my hand up in the air trying to get my balance when I was shot through the left hand and suffered from a broken knuckle, and I was shot through the palm of my hand. The wound didn't really hurt, it just stung. Valence looked to his right. Private Henry Witt was crawling toward him. Witt looked at Valence and screamed, "Sergeant, they're leaving us here to die like rats." Valence turned away and crawled up the beach. He found a carbine and squeezed off a couple of ineffective rounds in the direction of the bunker. There was no way I was going to knock out a German concrete emplacement with a .30 caliber rifle. Firing the ineffective carbine at the bunker was a mistake. The enemy machine gunners turned their attention to Valence. I was hit several times, once in the left thigh, which broke a hip bone. I remember being hit in the pack a couple of times, feeling a tug, and my chin strap was severed by a bullet. I worked my way up onto the beach and staggered up against a seawall. All day long he lay there, wounded, watching the bodies of his friends, in many cases severely blown to pieces, wash up with the rising tide. Within 10 minutes, all but 2 of A Company's officers were killed. Those 2 were Lieutenant Edward Gearing and Lieutenant Elijah Ray Nance, who was hit in the heel as he exited his landing craft. A machine gun bullet hit another officer, Lieutenant Alfred Anderson, in the throat as he left his boat. He collapsed into the shallow water, thrashed around, and tried to speak, all with blood gushing from his slashed throat. "Advance with the wire cutters," he gasped. More machine gun bullets sliced Anderson in half. Every man on LCA 1015 was killed, including the company commander, Captain Taylor Fellers, who had foreseen this disaster. Most of their 32 bodies washed onto the beach in the course of the day. They might have hit a mine, or perhaps they were raked over by German machine guns, mortars, and artillery. No one ever knew for sure. The entire scene was absolutely ghastly, far beyond the power of any words to describe it. Not far away from where Valence encountered Witt, Private First Class Dom Bart could not even make it beyond the water line. With a stream of lead coming towards us, we were at the mercy of the Germans. Bart put his head down and played dead. I floated around in the water for about 1 hour and was more dead than alive. Tried to land at several places, but always had to withdraw. It was impossible to get ashore. I lost all hopes and said my last prayer to the good Lord. Behind Bart, farther out to sea, Private First Class Murdoch was making his way forward, creeping and crawling as the tide steadily washed over him. My glasses were coated with salt water and were spotted. He had trouble seeing anything with any clarity, but he noticed his boat's 60mm mortar team 20 yards ahead. Murdoch called out to them. They cried that they were hit, and they couldn't fire their mortar even though it was set up to fire. Murdoch made it to them and fired a few mortar rounds that didn't explode. "Murdoch, you dumb bastard, you're not pulling the firing pins," the mortar sergeant said. Chastened, Murdoch fired a few more rounds, but he couldn't see if they were doing any good. He moved on. His rifle jammed, so he acquired a new one from a wounded man to whom he gave a shot of morphine. Murdoch turned around and saw a DD tank from the 743rd Tank Battalion emerging from the water. It immediately was holed on the right side by an 88 and promptly blew up. When this and other tanks landed, they spread out as best they could at the waterline and opened fire at any target the crews could make out through the smoke and haze. As Murdoch indicated, many of them got picked off before they could do much of anything. Not only did the tankers have to watch out for enemy anti-tank fire, they also had to proceed very carefully along the beach. Very close to where Murdoch saw the tank knocked out, George Johnson, holed up in a tank dozer designed to help clear debris and provide fire support, peered through his periscope. Through the periscope's rectangular prism, he saw obstacles and prone men, dead and alive. All at once, his tank's dozer blade collided with a teller mine. The explosion put his tank out of action, but Johnson survived with nothing more than a muddy uniform. Company B of the 743rd lost 8 of its 16 tanks in front of the Vierville exit. Private First Class Murdoch skittered past the destroyed tank and came upon Roach. His friends still had his flamethrower tank strapped to his back. "What happened with you?" Murdoch wondered. Roach told him that his lieutenant and non-coms were all dead or wounded. The two friends were lying behind a beach obstacle as they talked. They noticed tracers whizzing over their heads, glanced up, and saw a teller mine on the tip of the obstacle. The German gunner was trying to hit the mine. At almost the same time, Murdoch noticed he had been shot in the ankle. He and Roach ended up retreating from the beach and swimming out to a destroyed tank that was stuck in about 4 feet of water. When they got there, they found the tank's wounded crew. We could see 3 heads bobbing up and down, their faces all powder-burned. The tank commander, a buck sergeant, was sitting behind the turret with his left leg off at the knee and the bone in the water and the artery in the water. The sergeant was angry at his crewmen because they would not respond to his orders. He asked Murdoch to give him a morphine shot, so Murdoch crawled into the turret and found a first aid kit. I gave him a shot. The tank commander was convinced that the beach was safer than his stranded tank. Emboldened by the morphine, he finally convinced his wounded crewmen to head for the beach. Murdoch and Roach tried to talk them out of it, but they went anyway. As they got closer to the beach, a long shore current swept them to the left. The last I saw, they were kicking and trying to make the beach. Roach moved on, and Murdoch stayed put. Enemy machine gunners must have run out of targets on the beach, because they started getting interested in Murdoch. Tracers were shooting past him. I got so damned angry that I stood on the turret and fired the .50 caliber machine gun until there were no rounds left. Whether I hit anything, I don't know. I could hardly see beach. My glasses were so fogged over with salt spray, and I had nothing really to clean and dry them with. The rising tide eventually swept Murdoch off the turret. Using an empty jerry can as a flotation device, he floated in the water until a British patrol craft picked him up. He knew that his company had been decimated. Of the 200 men in the company, only about 50 survived, and almost all of them were wounded. Among the Bedford contingent, 19 were killed. Immediately to the right of A Company, indeed almost intermixed with them, C Company of the 2nd Rangers experienced the same kind of nightmare. Their mission was to push through exit D1 and secure Pointe de la Percée, the bluffs that Rudder's force originally mistook for Pointe du Hoc. In so doing, C Company would secure the western flank of Omaha Beach. Numbering only 68 men, C Company rowed in 2 LCAs. In one of the boats, the company commander, Captain Ralph Goranson, joined in as his men sang to Sergeant Walter Geldon, because June 6th was his 3rd wedding anniversary. In the other boat, Lieutenant Sidney Salomon, leader of the 2nd Platoon, stood in the bow of the landing craft directly behind the steel ramp. He saw cliffs coming into focus. Artillery rumbled in the distance, but here in the boat, everything was quiet. He looked at Captain Goranson's LCA, plodding along right next to his. The 2 boats looked so forlorn, so lonesome, out here in the channel. Still, they were intact and moving, and that counted for something. So far, so good, Salomon thought to himself. He turned and gave a reassuring look to his men, most of whom were several years younger than the 30-year-old lieutenant. There was a wooden bench on either side of the craft. The men sat on either side, facing into the center. Then, in the center of the boat, there was also a bench that went from bow to stern. The men straddled it, facing forward. Some were brown-bagging it, nausea had taken over, and brown paper bags were being filled. From some, it was mainly the dry heaves. They had been too nervous and tense to eat the early morning breakfast served on board the Prince Charles. There were a few forced chuckles, as the platoon chowhound not only filled his brown bag but also his steel helmet. They were close enough now that shells began exploding around their craft. Bullets pinged off the armor of the LCA. I crouched a little lower behind the ramp, still peering over it. The two Ranger boats landed simultaneously just east of the Vierville draw, directly across the draw from where A Company was landing. British crewmen lowered the ramps, and the Rangers scrambled to get out, plunging into chest-high water. At that exact moment, the Germans poured a staggering volume of fire on the exiting Rangers. Machine guns, rifles, mortars, even artillery. Mortar shells rained down on Captain Goranson's boat, blowing off the ramp. Several of his men were already in the water, but others got hit. His radio man, Sergeant Donald Scribner, was struggling against the weight of his equipment, a heavy radio, rifle, grenades, ammunition, bedroll, and pack. A mortar shell exploded. Fragments tore through a nearby Ranger. The young man never knew what hit him, Scribner said. The LCA started filling up with lots of blood. It was just as red as anything could be. The boat was sinking. Scribner finally got out and plunged into the channel. He began sinking. I didn't think I was going to stop going down. Luckily, the water wasn't very deep. He somehow made it to the beach. Others were doing the same. When Lieutenant Salomon and his men left their landing craft, German machine gun fire swept through them. Several men were hit. A few fell into the water and died. Others tried to make it to the beach. Right behind Salomon, Sergeant Oliver Reed grunted as a bullet smashed into his stomach. Before he could fall, Salomon grabbed him and pulled him to the water's edge. The lieutenant wanted to do all he could for Reed, but knew he had to keep going. "Sergeant, this is as far as I can take you. I have to get along." Salomon turned and ran onto the beach. He was trying to make it to the comparative shelter of Pointe de la Percé's bluff. A mortar shell landed right behind me and killed or wounded all of my mortar section. I got some of the shrapnel. It hit my back and I landed right on my face. I fell down in the sand and thought I was dead. Shocked, Salomon reached inside his field jacket pocket for his maps. His platoon sergeant ran up to him. "Am I hit?" Salomon asked. "Yes." Salomon thought he was dying. "You gotta take my maps." Before he could hand them over, machine gun bullets started kicking up sand around them. This angered the irrepressible Salomon. I said to myself that I wasn't going to die. This was no place to be lying, so I took my maps, got up, and ran toward the overhang of the cliffs. A medic made it to him and dug some of the shrapnel out of his back. He poured some sulfa on the wounds and bandaged them up. "Take care of the rest of the guys," Salomon ordered. At nearly the same moment, Captain Goranson was on the beach trying to make it to the bluff where Salomon and a few others had taken cover. Goranson wanted to make it across the 300-yard expanse of beach and to the bluff more than he had ever wanted anything in his life. Going across the beach was like a dream. All the movement of my body and mind were just on automatic drive. As I went across, I saw men falling down. Every man in the company was trained to achieve the company objective, so no matter who fell, the job would get done. As I came across, I fell down on the beach once, and machine gun fire started raising sand up all around me. Immediately I got up and made it the rest of the way. By now, those who were still able-bodied, 31 in all, had made it to the bluff. Many of the wounded were lying on the beach in various stages of despair or shock. They pleaded for help or tried to make it to the bluff. Sergeant Scribner, in spite of his heavy radio, made it to the bluff. He looked back and saw Sergeant Geldon lying out on the beach with his hand raised up asking for help. Moments before, they had all been singing to Geldon to commemorate his anniversary. Now he was lying on an anonymous beach, badly wounded, scared, hoping someone could save him, hoping against hope that he could live to see his wife again. Scribner started back to help Geldon. Along the way, he saw Sergeant Reed sitting up tight along the cliffs. He was kind of rolled up into a knot. He looked like his face was all swelled up. He was kind of shivering, and I could tell he was hit. Scribner put his hand on Reed's shoulder and told him he would get help. He ran across the open beach looking for some medical supplies. German fire whizzed everywhere, but somehow Scribner survived. During his frantic search, he could not help noticing the remnants of A Company, 116th. Many of the soldiers from this company were lying there, blown to bits. Scribner found some medical supplies and made it back to the cliff, but Reed was gone. He glanced back and saw Gelden lying in the same place. This time he was lying still. Walter didn't make it. He was dead. The surviving Rangers under the cliff were not exactly immune to enemy fire. The Germans knew they were there and started dropping grenades down the cliff. Göransson first realized they were doing this when he heard one of his men, Mike Gargas, hollering, "Mashed potatoes! Mashed potatoes!" Göransson didn't know what Gargas was talking about until I looked back and there was a German potato masher grenade smoking away. The grenade exploded, but nobody was hurt. On such a grim day, this incident passed for humor. The captain surveyed the situation. In a matter of minutes, he had lost over half his company. His survivors were pinned down under this overhang, but they were still full of fight. They were Rangers, after all. His mission was to capture the Vierville Draw, D1, and move west onto Pointe de la Percée, but an enemy bunker in the middle of the exit negated any thought of doing that. This was the same bunker that was giving A Company so much trouble. If the Rangers tried to destroy it head-on, they would all be slaughtered. Göransson quickly determined that the cliffs of Pointe de la Percée offered the only way out of their predicament. I signaled Lieutenant Bill Moody with 2 fingers pointed up to undertake Plan 2. Plan 2 meant scaling the cliff. Once at the top, they would destroy enemy defenses and try to open up the exit from the western side. Moody and 3 other men, Sergeants Julius Belcher and Richard Garrett and Private First Class Otto Stevens, led the way. They were expert climbers. The 4 men free-climbed the 100-foot cliff as their comrades gave them cover fire. The last 10 or 15 feet, they chinned themselves up with their trench knives and secured a series of toggle ropes from the barbed wire emplacement up there so the rest of us could immediately climb up the cliff. At the top, Moody's group moved quickly. On some high ground to their left, a stone house dominated the landscape and the Vierville Draw. Naval gunfire had battered the house. Trenches and pillboxes zigzagged the area around the house. The Rangers figured that the house must be fortified. Covering one another as they ran, they attacked the place. Moody kicked in the door and shot a German officer. There were no other living Germans in the house. Most of the Germans had taken cover in their trenches or pillboxes. Moody spread his men out into small patrols, hunting for enemy troops in the maze of positions, quite similar to the fighting at Pointe du Hoc. Down at the base of the cliff, Lieutenant Salomon prepared to reinforce Moody. Salomon had 9 men left now. One by one, they grabbed the toggle ropes and started climbing. Just as Salomon was about to go up, he glanced at the beach and took in the awful sight of the remnants of his men. Bodies lay still where they had fallen, trickles of blood reddening the sand. Some of the wounded were crawling as best they were able, some with a look of despair and bewilderment on their tortured and pain-racked faces. Others, with a determination to reach the cover of the cliff, tried to get back up on their feet, only to be hit again by the enemy firepower. Bodies rolled back and forth at the water's edge. With a slight shudder, I turned to start my climb, hand over hand and up the ropes, feet searching for the toe holds. At the top, Salomon spotted a shell hole and took cover. There he found Moody. The 2 officers peered over the edge of the hole. They were studying the terrain, discussing what to do, when Salomon felt Moody fall onto his shoulder. He had been killed by a bullet hole through his eyes. I grabbed the man next to me and said, "Let's go." Salomon had 3 men with him. They ran ahead and jumped into a trench. After a short time, they found a dugout. I tossed a white phosphorus grenade into the dugout. We waited several seconds, then blasted away with Tommy guns and rifles. The Germans, who had emerged from the position screaming in agony as the white phosphorus burned into their skin, collapsed in a lifeless heap. Further down the trench and around a curve, we came upon a German mortar crew in a fixed gun position. Some more grenades, more rifle and Tommy gun fire, as the 3 of us continued through the trenches. They searched the mortar position, ignoring the torn, dead bodies of the enemy crew. Painted on the walls of the mortar area were targets for stakes that were in the ground for positions up around the beach at Vierville. They now understood quite well why the enemy mortar fire had been so frighteningly accurate. By 0750, Göransson's small group of Rangers cleared out parts of Pointe de la Percée, but at best, the area was only under their loose control. All day long they fought small battles against infiltrating groups of German soldiers. The Rangers inflicted terrible damage on them. According to Göransson, they found 69 dead German soldiers in the area. His unit lost 23 killed and over 20 wounded, most of them on the beach. They did not accomplish their mission of capturing Exit D1, but they did make it possible for others to do so. Plus, they demonstrated incredible resilience in the face of awful circumstances. Their grueling ranger training paid great dividends. Without it, they would not have been able to ascend the cliff or fight as effectively as they did. To some extent, A Company of the 116th and C Company of the 2nd Rangers experienced their difficulties because the 3 other assault companies of the first wave landed too far away. Company G of the 116th was supposed to land immediately to the left of A Company. Instead, they landed about 1,000 yards too far to the east. Company E was completely lost. The men of this outfit landed more than a mile to the east in the 1st Division sector. Only Company F landed in the exact right place, in front of D3 at Les Moulins, but too far away to do A Company any good. Effectively, these mislandings meant that the German defenders of Exit D1 could entirely concentrate their fire on A Company and the Rangers. Of course, their misfortune was G Company's good fortune. The 6 boats carrying this company landed safely east of Les Moulins under the cover of smoke billowing from grass fires on the bluffs overlooking the beach. The soldiers disembarked in knee-deep water, waded ashore, and made it across the beach to a shingle embankment. Private Frank Simeon was huddling under cover waiting for orders. German mortar shells exploded inaccurately. Some of it was going overhead and some falling short of us. The German spotters could not see through the smoke. The officers of G Company soon discovered that they were in the wrong place. Word came down that they would have to move 1,000 yards to the west. Simeon and the other soldiers began walking west. It was a complete shambles and disorganized. Indeed it was. Some members of the company ran into deadly machine gun fire at areas not shrouded by smoke. Others filtered inland. Still others found hiding places and stayed put. The rest broke off into small groups and made their way to the Vierville exit. Meanwhile, F Company was landing right in front of Les Moulins, D3 exit. Some of the boat teams were lucky enough to land in spots that were obscured by smoke. The men quickly disgorged from their craft, raced across the beach, and took cover along the shingle embankment directly in front of the exit. Many of them were exhausted and still fighting vestiges of seasickness. Moreover, they understood that German fire beyond the shingle was intense. Other F Company soldiers, like Staff Sergeant Harry Bear, were not so lucky. A native of Philadelphia, the 30-year-old squad leader had 2 years of college at Villanova under his belt when the war came along and he enlisted. At H hour, his boat landed right in front of the draw, directly in the line of sight of German defenders. The ramp went down and the first man off, Bear's lieutenant, instantaneously got shot in the throat. Fire rained down on us, machine gun, rifle, rockets from the bunkers on top of the cliff. The men went over the sides of the boats to avoid the fire. Some of the others froze in place on the landing craft. Sergeant Bear tried to get them moving. He pushed them forward onto the beach. My radio man had his head blown off 3 yards from me. The beach was covered with bodies, men with no legs, no arms. God, it was awful. It was absolutely terrible. Bear and a few others made it to the embankment. I could feel the cold fingers of fear grip me. He sat there shivering and soaking wet, wondering what to do. As a mortarman, Private First Class John Robertson was one of the last men out of his landing craft. He watched in horror as his boat team leader got killed. The men in front of Robertson were jumping into shoulder-high water. One of them, carrying a flamethrower, jumped in and took a shot in his flamethrower tank. He exploded in a fiery mass. Robertson was terrified. He was lugging 60 pounds of mortar rounds and other equipment. When his turn came, he jumped into the water and waded slowly through it. Machine gun bullets zipped around him. I struggled up to where the water was about a foot deep, and I just lay there wondering what I was going to do. A shell landed nearby, turning me over and causing a bitter taste in my mouth. Robertson heard engine noise behind him. He turned around. A DD tank was rumbling in his direction. That motivated Robertson to brave the terrible fire sweeping the beach. He made it to the shingle. Rocco Russo, an assistant bazooka man, was having a very rough time. On the boat ride in, he had managed to stave off seasickness until someone puked all over him. That caused me to throw up also. By the time the ramp dropped, Russo was so sick he almost wanted to die. He made it part of the way up the beach, where he and his bazooka gunner plopped down and attempted to spot pillboxes up the draw. The German defenses were high up on the cliffs, completely concealed but with a premier view of the beach. We fired 2 rounds from the bazooka, but this was accomplishing nothing and merely set us up as targets. They packed up and moved on, all the way to the shingle. Even here, they were not completely safe, though. A mortar shell landed near Russo. I looked down and saw a big chunk of bloody meat in my lap. It had hit the top part of my assault jacket and fallen into my lap, so I had blood from my jacket to my lap. I was shook up. At first, Russo wondered if he had been horribly wounded, but he quickly saw that the body part came from someone else. One of the guys had lost a leg, and it was in my lap. Gradually, after 15 or 20 minutes of the initial shock of the traumatic landing, the F Company soldiers began to work on the German defenses in the draw. Staff Sergeant Bear and a few other soldiers slithered over the embankment and found a road that led inland. A burst of machine gun fire made us duck behind a ridge. He saw that the fire came from 2 bunkers about 20 yards farther up the road. I crawled forward, circled wide, and came down between the bunkers, and destroyed both with grenades in the gun slots. I was very lucky. My canteen was torn to pieces by at least 6 rounds. Why I wasn't hit, God only knows. Sergeant Warner Hamlet helped go after several other pillboxes when he got tired of seeing his comrades slaughtered on the beach. While he was crawling on the beach, trying to advance, a private fell beside him, white with fear. He seemed to be begging for help with his eyes. Seconds later, a shell screamed in and exploded nearby. Hamlet buried his face in the sand, but the private wasn't quite quick enough. Shrapnel rose over my head and took his chin off, including the bone, except for a small piece of flesh. He tried to hold his chin in place as he ran for cover. A little later, Hamlet was waiting for wire cutters to materialize and lead the way up the draw. A lieutenant was supervising their work. A bullet hit him in the forehead. He continued to instruct his men until he sat down and held his head in the palm of his hand before falling over dead. When Hamlet and the others made it over the wire, they took fire from several pillboxes. The Americans took cover in gullies or behind bushes. At first, they tried to use long poles to push TNT charges into the pillboxes, but the Germans shot down the men carrying the poles. When this failed, Hamlet's group infiltrated the trenches that connected the pillboxes. They slipped behind the pillboxes and threw grenades into them. After the explosion, we ran into the boxes to kill any that survived the grenade. In spite of these small victories, the surviving members of the first wave of 116th Regiment assault troops, strung out along a mile of deadly beach, were mostly pinned down, soaked, terrified, and ineffective. In this sector, the invasion so far was a disaster. By 0700, the follow-up waves started coming in. At Les Moulins, Major Sidney Bingham, the commander of the 2nd Battalion, 116th, along with his headquarters group and much of H Company, came in right on top of F Company. Unfortunately for this second wave, the smoke over the beach had cleared somewhat, so the Germans had a nice view of these attackers as they stepped off their landing craft. Within a matter of minutes, 7 of H Company's 9 boats had been hit by artillery fire. An 88mm shell scored a direct hit on one boat, killing or wounding 26 men as they stepped off the ramp. The boat immediately caught fire and sank. The 6 unwounded survivors plodded ashore as best they could. Machine gun and artillery fire swept the beach. Private First Class John Amendola made it off his boat, only to be pinned down on the beach. He raised his head from the sand and looked around. 2 men from my section got down behind a tetrahedron to escape the bullets. An artillery shell hit the tetrahedron and drove the steel back into their bodies. Amendola crawled over to help them. I tried to pry the steel loose from the men, but couldn't do it. Then I figured they were dead anyway. The advancing tide immersed Amendola as he lay prone beside his two dead friends. The tide brought with it the bodies of many of those who had been killed leaving their boats. Private First Class Amendola was surprised at how quickly the color had drained from their faces. This entire experience seemed unreal somehow. They looked just like wax. I felt like I was seeing some kind of show. I felt this really can't be happening. Unfortunately, it was all too real. Even as H Company was fighting to get ashore, K Company was doing the same a couple 100 yards away at the other side of the draw. Felix Branham, the patriotic Virginia farm boy who had joined the unit in 1938, made it off his boat with no problem. On the beach he saw the regimental commander, Colonel Charles Canham, urging men to get off the beach and inland. Canham was an exacting commander. He had trained the 116th mercilessly, and Branham hated him for it. But now, amid the maelstrom of Omaha Beach, Branham had to admit that perhaps Canham wasn't so bad after all. The colonel had been shot in the wrist, but that hardly slowed him. He walked around with his arm in a sling, shouting orders and encouragement. Unconsciously imitating the colonel, Sergeant Branham turned to his buddy Gino Ferrari and said, "Let's move up, Gino." Before they could go 2 steps, Branham felt something splattered all over the side of my face. He'd been hit in the face, and his brains splattered all over my face and my stuff. That night, as Branham dug in at a position inland, he cried tears of grief and frustration. Back in England, Branham had chided his buddy Ferrari for carrying so much money in his wallet. He joked that the minute Ferrari got hit on the beach, he would loot his wallet. But Branham didn't touch Ferrari's wallet. In fact, he couldn't even bring himself to look at Ferrari's body. Slightly to the west of where Ferrari was killed, Major Bingham, USMA class of 1940, landed. Plumes of smoke obscured Bingham's view of the beach, and at first he thought all was well. I noticed explosions and thought that they were from the engineers blowing up the beach obstacles. Bingham soon learned otherwise when he stopped to rest beside a tetrahedron and noticed sand kicking up at his feet. It then occurred to me that MG bullets were kicking up that sand. From then on, there was no doubt in my mind. I was scared, exhausted. I finally crossed the beach and got to the shingle, where about 100 men from F Company were seeking what little shelter that afforded. As he took cover, Bingham was lying right in front of the major geographical feature at Les Moulins, a 3-story stone house that had been battered by naval gunfire. The major noticed that men were having trouble firing their rifles because they were clogged with sand. He had his men strip the rifles down and clean them. Then he led a push for the house. They made it unscathed, and Bingham set up his CP in the house. But he could not establish radio communication with anyone else. "I might just as well have been in the States for all the good I did the outfit that day," Bingham modestly wrote. "Everything was done by small groups, led by the real heroes of any war. Very few were decorated, chiefly because no one was left to tell about what they did." Bingham was correct in his recognition of the real heroes of Omaha Beach, but he understated his own role. All day long, he organized small groups of men from his 2nd Battalion and the adjacent 3rd and led them inland, in essence flanking the German defenses at Les Moulins Draw from the east. Captain Cawthon, commanding Bingham's headquarters company, saw the major all over the place on D-Day morning. Cawthon landed near the 3-story house, almost right in front of the draw. As he trotted up the beach, Cawthon heard a blood-curdling scream, "I'm hit!" Cawthon looked around. The white face, staring eyes, and open mouth of the first soldier I witnessed struck in battle remains with me. The image of no one remains more vivid. Cawthon shouted for a medic and moved onto the shingle. He peeked over it and saw the house. A mortar shell landed nearby. Fragments slightly wounded Cawthon in the face. He decided to press inland. As he did so, he saw Bingham rounding up men. "This is a debacle," Bingham declared. Cawthon could not disagree. He did not seem to be brooding about it. He told me to sort out the boat teams and round up some firepower, and then he left on the run down the embankment to look for a way up the bluffs. As Cawthon wandered around carrying out Bingham's orders, he was wounded a 2nd time. This time I did not hear the explosion or see the flash, but there was another jar to the side of the face, and again I started leaking blood. My injuries, though much less serious than most at Les Moulins, were spectacularly visible. A medic treated him and told him that here was a rare case of a shot having gone clearly through one cheek and out the other without damage to teeth or tongue. Coffin's lucky wound served as quite a curiosity for many of the soldiers around him. The captain did not welcome the attention, but after a brief rest, he went looking for Bingham. Coffin found him on a country lane that led to Saint-Laurent, leading a mixed group to the outskirts of the town. The Germans stopped them there, but they had penetrated the enemy's beach defenses and had flanked Les Moulins Draw, exit D3. Some 2,000 yards to the east, at Dog Green, where 2 companies of American soldiers had been decimated at the D1 exit, follow-up waves experienced the same kind of nightmare. With the exception of the positions the Rangers had destroyed atop Pointe de la Percée, German strongpoints in this vicinity had not been reduced much. Thanks to the virtual destruction of the first wave, the intact German defenders trained their weapons on the reinforcing companies at Dog Green, A and B companies, 2nd Rangers, along with B and D companies, 116th Infantry. They suffered terrible casualties. Starting at 0700, the men of these assault companies began hitting the beach. Private First Class Robert Sales served as the radio man for B Company's commander, Captain Ettore Zappacosta, a highly respected leader. As their Higgins boat approached the beach, the 2 men peered through a slit at Dog Green Beach. "Captain, there's something wrong," Private First Class Sales hollered. "There's men laying everywhere on the beach." "They shouldn't be on the beach," Captain Zappacosta replied. The ramp went down, and the captain led his men into the surf. Sales heard a machine gun chattering and saw bullets riddle his captain in the legs and shoulder. It didn't kill him instantly, but he was hollering at me. The only thing that saved me, I stumbled and went off the side of that ramp. Sales plunged into the cold water. When he surfaced, he saw Zappacosta just ahead of him. The captain called out, "I'm hit!" From the boat, a medic, T5 Thomas Kenzer, answered, "Try to make it in!" A bullet tore into the medic, and he fell dead into the water. Zappacosta went under the waves, never to be seen again. Other men, filing off the Higgins boat behind the medic, got torn apart by machine gun fire. Every single one of them got hit. Shivering and soaked, but still unwounded, Sales got rid of his radio and some of his other equipment. A mortar shell nearly killed him, but he grabbed onto a floating log that had a mine on the bottom, probably an uprooted obstacle with a teller mine. I pushed that log in front of me real close and made my way to the beach. It took me a long time. When he reached the beach, he saw the company communications sergeant. The sergeant was lying under cover, but he raised himself up to say something to Sales. A sniper hit him in the head. It looked like his head exploded. He dropped his face right back in the sand. I knew he was done for. If you moved, you were dead. I realized then how tough things were. Private Harold Baumgarten realized how tough things were the second he exited his LCA. A Bronx kid and former high school football star of Jewish ancestry, the 19-year-old Baumgarten had completed a year of pre-med studies at New York University before being drafted in 1943. As a token of ethnic and regional pride, he had drawn a Star of David on the back of his field jacket and written, "The Bronx, New York." He hopped off the ramp of his LCA and began wading toward the beach. A machine gun bullet went through the top of his helmet. Another one smashed into his M1 Garand. The water was being shot up all around me, and many a bullet ricocheted off the water top at me. Men were falling all around him. One of them, Private Robert Dittmar, took a round in the chest. He yelled, "I'm hit!" and tried to make it to the beach. He tripped over a tank obstacle, twirled around, and fell. His body sprawled over the sand. He rolled around on the sand and yelled, "Mother! Mom!" It got worse. Baumgarten made it to the waterline, but he and many others were right in the killing zone of the now infamous Vierville exit bunker. The Germans had built it right into a hillside where it still rests. Baumgarten saw his platoon sergeant walking around aimlessly. He had a gaping wound in the upper right corner of his forehead. Then I saw him get down on his knees and start praying with his rosary beads. At this moment, the Germans cut him in half with their deadly crossfire. Private Baumgarten tried to fight back. I saw the reflection from the helmet of one of the snipers and took aim and later on I found out I got a bullseye on him. Baumgarten's rifle was too damaged to shoot anymore, so he broke it in half and threw it away. Machine gun bullets ripped up the sand around him. He was pinned down and frustrated. I raised my head up to curse the Germans. An .88 shell exploded just ahead. Fragments hit me in the left cheek. It felt like being hit with a baseball bat, only the results were much worse. My upper jaw was shattered, the left cheek blown open. My upper lip was cut in half. The roof of my mouth was cut up, and teeth and gums were laying all over my mouth. Blood poured freely from the gaping wound. He washed his face in the dirty channel water, played dead, floated with the rising tide to the seawall, and got treated by a medic. Private Baumgarten looked back in the direction of the water line. I saw the bodies of my buddies who had tried in vain to clear the beach. It looked like the beach was littered with the refuse of a wrecked ship. Baumgarten was hit 5 more times that day before finally being evacuated. Approximately 50 yards to the left of where Baumgarten got hit, Sergeant Bob Slaughter, a 20-year-old Roanoke, Virginia native and member of D Company, 116th, was lying at the waterline, hoping to survive. He saw the landing craft from which he had just debarked get hit and sink. Men around him were hit and bleeding. There were dead men floating in the water, and there were live men acting dead, letting the tide take them in. A soldier ran past him, got shot, stumbled, fell, and screamed for a medic. A medic ran over to him, got shot, and pitched over. I will never forget seeing that medic lying next to that wounded GI and both of them screaming. They died in minutes. Mortar shells started falling around Slaughter and the men near him. Getting across the beach became an obsession. We decided we'd better get across the beach or we were going to get killed out there on the edge of the water. Slaughter was the leader of a machine gun section. He and his machine gunners ran as fast as they could, zigzagging their way up the beach, playing a deadly game of cat and mouse with German machine gunners. One man fell dead in a pool of water. His blood quickly turned the water red, but the rest of the section made it to the seawall. The Rangers of A and B Companies, 2nd Battalion, were landing at almost the same deadly place, and with the same results, as Slaughter's outfit. The seemingly simple act of making it ashore was a major challenge for these well-honed, psyched-up soldiers. As the landing craft carrying the Rangers approached Dog Green, German artillery and mortars zeroed in on them. Staff Sergeant Ray Alm was in charge of a mortar crew in B Company. His LCA had closed to within 200 feet of the beach when a shell blew off the front of our landing craft, destroying the ramp. My 2 best buddies were right in front of me, and they were both killed. Alm and the rest of the boat team jumped over the sides and into water over their heads. Only by letting go of most of his equipment, including a bazooka, could Sergeant Alm make it to the beach, where he took cover behind an obstacle. The bodies of dead first-wave troops floated past him. There was blood in the water. It was just dark. Several yards away, Edward Gurney bumped into dead bodies as he painstakingly splashed his way out of the water. Any man standing was a German sniper's target, so I retrogressed back to the days of my childhood and mud-crawled my way to the shore. I had to stop to catch my breath 3 times while crossing the sandy area. Each time I knelt down to take a breath, 2 mortar shells landed near me. He made it to the pile of stones that constituted the shingle in this section of the beach. A German machine gunner took an intense interest in me. He tried to use his gun to cut away the stones protecting me. The stones stayed in place. Gurney took a look around and was surprised to see that he was alone. No wonder the German gunner was so interested in him. For some reason that Gurney never understood, the enemy gunner ceased firing. That allowed Gurney to make it to the seawall. A Ranger officer, Lieutenant Gerald Heaney, soon joined him at the seawall. Heaney was an Irish-American lawyer and fiercely proud of his heritage. He was 26, a bit on the old side for a Ranger. He came from Goodhue, Minnesota, and had earned his law degree from the University of Minnesota. Heaney's LCA was bracketed by enemy mortar and machine gun fire. Like so many others, he jumped over the side into deep water. He and a sergeant worked our way toward shore, doing our best to keep our weapons dry. All around me, men were being killed and wounded. They made it to the beach. I remember being so exhausted when I reached the shore that I had all I could do to make it the short distance from the shore to the seawall. He and the sergeant made it, but enemy mortar shells harassed them. The shells exploded along the shingle, mixing deadly rock fragments together with the copious amounts of Krupp steel flying through the air. The Rangers and 29ers who made it as far as the shingle or the sea wall mixed together with a few survivors from the first wave. In wet, inert clumps, they huddled under cover and waited for what they did not exactly know. They were in shock, and that shock created a kind of collective inertia. Behind them, all along the beach, the engineers, both Army and Navy, struggled to clear gaps so that more vehicles and tanks could be landed. Like everyone else, they were just trying to make it ashore and survive. Garwood Bacon, of the 7th Naval Beach Battalion, jumped from his burning, sinking LCI and made it to the edge of the water. He could hardly believe the chaos his eyes beheld. The beach was littered with the dead and dying. Off to his left, a DD tank, with its treads in the water, was firing machine gun bursts at a German pillbox dug into the side of a hill. Destruction and chaos engulfed the entire area. It was even tougher than we anticipated. All this took just a matter of seconds to observe. Bacon spent most of his time back at his sinking LCI, trying to help the wounded make it to the beach. One staggered drunkenly to his feet with a stunned expression, and then gave a hysterical scream, grabbed frantically at his face as blood spurted and poured down his face and the front of his jacket from a head wound. The complexity of mingled expressions of surprise, pain, fear, and bewilderment he showed were indescribable. Not until later in the afternoon did Bacon and his team even begin to clear obstacles. The story was much the same for Fritz Weinschank's 6th Engineer Special Brigade. Weinshank was born in Germany. His father fought in World War I. 2 of his uncles were killed in that war. Young Fritz grew up under French occupation in the Rhineland. He was a patriotic German until the Nazis took over. Since the Weinshanks were Jewish, they decided to immigrate to the United States. Fritz went to high school in Brooklyn and got drafted in 1942. Now, on the morning of D-Day, he was a radio man sitting in the hold of an LCI heading for Dog Green. The LCI hit a mine. Our hold started to fill with acrid smoke, and the pipes were coming off the wall. He and many others made it off the LCI and into the water. Weinshank did the backstroke all the way to the beach, landing right at the Vierville draw. I was half-drowned, and I saw nothing but dead Americans. He also saw a knocked-out tank from the 743rd. He crawled under the tank until someone told him that the Germans had it zeroed in. Somewhere nearby, a medic was patching up a wounded man. The man was pale, and he was smoking, and his guts and everything was just wide open. A sergeant from Weinshank's unit found a radio and gave it to him, but Weinshank could not get it to work. There was a blue haze over the dials, and it had burned out. I couldn't do my job. Most of the other engineers on the beach felt the same way. So did artillerymen, most of whom were circling in landing craft offshore looking for an opening on the crowded beach. Since the engineers could not clear many gaps through the beach obstacles, very few reinforcing vehicles or artillery pieces could be landed. Indeed, it was even difficult for landing craft to find any openings along the beach. An LCT carrying M7 self-propelled guns, priests, from the 58th Armored Field Artillery Battalion, tried 4 separate times to land, only to back off and circle some more. Each time this happened, Master Sergeant Raymond Summers took in the ghastly sight of Dog Green Beach. I could see countless figures sprawled on the beach. Machine gun fire was coming from several points over the beach. Mortars and shells began bursting on the beach and on the edge of the water. The men weren't getting off the beach as planned. By 0830, so few gaps had been cleared, and the beaches were so jammed with destroyed vehicles and landing craft that the commander of the 7th Naval Beach Battalion, the unit responsible for traffic control, suspended the landing of all vehicles. The best way to alleviate this critical traffic problem was to capture the beach exits. At Vierville, small groups of rangers, like one led by Lieutenant Heaney, ventured over the seawall. We went over the seawall and ran as hard as we could across the road to the cover of the houses that lay in the foothills. Slowly but surely, we then began to work our way up the hill. Accurate, aimed fire from surviving tanks of the 743rd, mostly at the seawall or the waterline, since they could not yet get off the crowded beach, helped men like Heaney infiltrate the Vierville Draw. Naval gunfire provided even more help. Aboard the USS Texas, Rear Admiral Carlton Bryant, commander of the Omaha Beach Bombardment Force, ordered his ships to do anything they could to help the stricken troops destroy enemy resistance. "Get on them, men! Get on them! They are raising hell with the men on the beach, and we can't have any more of that." The destroyer McCook closed to within 1,300 yards of the beach. It had to, in order for its spotter, Seaman Second Class Gerald Grove, to see any targets through the confusing maw of smoke and haze that hung over the beach. Correspondent Martin Somers watched as Grove scanned the beach with high-powered binoculars. He sees a few faint flashes from a stone house tucked away up the gulch within range of the vital road from the beach, and these flashes coincide with the explosion of shells setting our beach-bound tanks ablaze. Range is established, and our guns go to work. They blasted the enemy guns into submission. The McCook fired close to 1,000 rounds in the course of the day. Cruising close by, the Carmick also did terrific damage to enemy defenses. It established intermittent communications with First Sergeant Bill Presley of B Company, 116th, who found a radio belonging to naval forward observers who had been killed. Sergeant Slaughter watched as Presley, totally unschooled in gunnery observation, communicated with the destroyer. A battery of Nebelwerfers, housed in a pillbox, was raking the beach. Presley told the destroyer that he did not know his position, except he was to the left of the Vierville Draw and he was trying to knock out a mortar emplacement. The radio operator on the Carmick asked Presley to fire one mortar round of his own. He did so, and the ship fired a round. First Sergeant Presley then directed their next few rounds until he thought they were right on target. "Okay, fire for effect." The destroyer knocked out the Nebelwerfer. Most of the time, the Carmick did not enjoy such communication. It had to search for targets on its own. Its spotter figured out where to fire by watching where American tanks and infantry were shooting. The captain of the Carmick, Commander O.R. Beer, got the ship to within 900 yards of the beach, so close that her keel almost scraped the bottom in order to have the best view possible. Several times, the Carmick shot at targets, saw explosions, and noticed troops advancing. Corporal Bill Preston was part of a tank crew in the 743rd. He and his crew members were ensconced in their tank, moving slowly along the beach, shooting at anything that looked suspicious in the hills when naval fire began sailing over their heads. There were some 88s in open emplacements which could have ruined us, but shortly after they started to fire, a shot from a destroyer put the one near us out of action. I cannot say enough for the Navy, for the way they brought us in, for the firepower they brought to bear on the beach, for the coordination between us. Whenever any of us fired a burst of tracer at a target, the destroyers, standing in so close they were almost ashore, fired a shot immediately after us, each time hitting what we were firing at on the nose the first shot. It was amazing and plenty encouraging. The Carmick fired 1,127 rounds in support of the troops at Dog Green. The support of ships like the McCook and Carmick was excellent, but it wasn't quite enough to propel the soldiers all the way up the draw. The German defenses were too strong for such a frontal attack. The best way to take the D1 exit was from behind. As Major Bingham had demonstrated at Les Moulins, the best way to infiltrate inland was not through the exits, but on their flanks, up the scraggly bluffs and hills. This was tougher terrain to negotiate, but it was not as heavily defended. Company C of the 116th Infantry was scheduled to reinforce Dog Green 50 minutes after H hour. They landed almost precisely on time, but not at Dog Green. The naval coxswains controlling the boats that were ferrying C Company took one look at Dog Green and decided they wanted no part of it. One of the coxswains, George Thomas Poe, saw purple smoke boiling up from Dog Green. To Poe, this meant that demolition teams were still trying to clear underwater obstacles that could rip the bottom of the boat. I signaled to my wave commander, pointing out the purple smoke. He signaled for us to land on Dog White Beach that was a little to the left. Poe complied. He heard plenty of explosions and shooting from the direction of Dog Green. Keyed up and frightened, he wanted to get as far away from that danger as he could. That morning, right after leaving the USS Charles Carroll, Someone had given him several shots of whiskey from a bottle they had stolen from somewhere on the ship. The whiskey had warmed him up, especially on an empty and nervous stomach. Right now he was running on alcohol and adrenaline. He saw a sandbar and gunned his engines, barely making it over and onto the beach. It took me a few minutes to get all the troops out of the boat. I think a few of them had ideas of digging a foxhole in the boat. Once the troops debarked, Poe saw them make it safely across the beach and to the seawall about 100 yards away. He closed his ramp, turned around, and headed back for the Charles Carroll. On the way there, the whiskey caught up with him. He was as drunk as could be. While waiting to have his Higgins boat hoisted back onto the mothership, he rammed another boat. Then, when his boat was back aboard, I stepped out of the boat and fell flat on my face. The crewmen of the Charles Carroll thought he was wounded and sent him to sick bay. They stripped me of my clothes, and that's when the doctor examined me and rolled me off the operating table, saying, "Get this drunk son of a bitch out of here." The good doctor put me on report for being drunk. Poe was reduced in rank from petty officer 3rd class to seaman 1st class. 20 minutes after C Company detoured safely to Dog White, Lieutenant Colonel Max Schneider did the same. His plans had already changed once this morning. Now they were going to change again. After he had been diverted from Pointe du Hoc, his orders were to land at Dog Green. But as he stood at the bow of his LCA and studied Dog Green from a distance of a couple 100 yards out to sea, those orders made little sense. Schneider was combat experienced. Through bravery and skill in battle, he had worked his way up from Ranger Company Commander in North Africa to Battalion Commander now. In truth, he was none too thrilled to accept the older combat-inexperienced Rudder as his superior officer. Schneider knew when to improvise. Herb Epstein, Schneider's intelligence sergeant, was standing right next to him, watching the horror of Dog Green unfold. The fire was so intense, and Colonel Schneider was observing this fire. We were in the lead boat. As we got close to shore, Schneider commanded the boat flotilla captain to swing the whole group left, parallel to the beach. As we were going parallel to the beach, Schneider saw an area that wasn't too hot and ordered the flotilla commander to get us in and get us in fast. We turned again another 90 degrees, and they got us to water that wasn't very deep. The British coxswains did a fantastic job of negotiating the obstacles in this sector and beaching the Rangers in the shallow water Epstein mentioned. Schneider's Rangers landed at Dog White Beach, clambered out of their boats, and quickly made it across the beach to the seawall. One of the boats swamped, but an LCT picked up its occupants and later returned them to the beach. Of the 450 Rangers in Schneider's force who hit the beach, 6 became casualties. Clearly, Schneider made the right decision and saved many lives in the process. In the estimation of one Ranger historian, Schneider's improvisation was one of the key tactical decisions of the invasion. It would place the right unit at the right place at the right time. The Rangers took cover behind the seawall, sometimes sharing places with the C Company 116th soldiers who had gotten there a few minutes before. The wall was crowded, Lieutenant Francis Dawson, a Ranger platoon leader in D Company, recalled. The men from the 29th Division were there, and he just had to push in for space. The wall was probably 4 feet high, made of wood. Being 6'4", I had to keep my head down. Many of the troops were exhausted and seasick from spending several hours bobbing around in their landing craft. At almost the same time, Brigadier General Norman Dutch Coda was landing nearby with a headquarters group from the 116th Infantry. Coda was second in command in the 29th Division, and he was every bit a fighting general. As Coda waded into the beach, the man standing next to him, Major John Sowers, Regimental S4 of the 116th, caught a burst of machine gun fire and keeled over dead. For a few moments, Coda was pinned down at the waterline. Even there, he could see that clumps of American soldiers were huddling behind the seawall, doing nothing but existing. Here and there, German shells exploded along the beach. Coda knew that, given more time, the German gunners would zero in on the huddled masses at the seawall. He knew he had to get them off their backsides and inland. He made it across the beach and started walking up and down the expanse of the seawall, urging soldiers to get off the beach. Every time I'd look up, one soldier recalled, I'd see General Coda walking along that beach, urging people to move. Coda circulated among the Rangers. "What outfit is this?" Private Mike Rem heard him ask. "Rangers," someone responded. "Well, goddammit, if you're Rangers, get up and lead the way." Coda now knew that the 5th Rangers had landed at Dog White, so he began searching for Schneider. Private Donald Nelson, an E Company Ranger, was lying behind the wall fighting seasickness and the weight of his 72-pound pack when he saw General Coda. Mortars were landing between us and the water, which was only 175 or 150 feet. General Coda came trotting down the beach behind us. He asked us, "Where's your commanding officer?" We pointed to the right and said, "Down there." Coda headed in that direction. As he searched for Schneider, Coda encouraged whatever junior officers he encountered to get their men moving. One of them was First Lieutenant J. Mahaffey, a platoon leader in C Company. The general plopped down next to Mahaffey. "How many Rangers got in?" "We got about 2 companies here," Mahaffey replied. "I don't know about the rest." "Get 'em up the cliffs," Coda urged. "It's suicide to stay here." Another Ranger officer, John Rahn, offered to help Coda find Schneider. Coda knew Rahn because his son had attended West Point with him. "No, you stay here with your troops," he told Rahn. The general turned and looked at the enlisted Rangers who were squatting near the seawall. In Rahn's memory, these men were hanging on Coda's every word and gesture. Coda said to them, "You men are Rangers. I know you won't let me down." He left and soon found Schneider and his command group. The colonel was lying on the sand, but when he saw Coda approaching at a leisurely walk, he stood up, braving the shell fire, and they conferred. Rather than move left or right in the direction of D3 or D1, the 2 senior officers decided to attack straight up the bluffs. If they could make it via Ville, they could use the coastal road to cut off the exits. Sergeant Epstein heard Coda say, "Colonel, we are counting on the Rangers to lead the way." Sergeant Victor Fast, Schneider's interpreter, thought he heard the general say, "I'm expecting the Rangers to lead the way." Schneider's assistant operations officer, Lieutenant Stan Askin, lying just a few feet away, heard Coda say, "Well, it looks like the Rangers are going to have to get us off the beach." Whatever the precise wording of Coda's statement, in all likelihood he said all of the things attributed to him that morning. The general's visit helped galvanize the Americans into action at Dog White. Many C Company 116th soldiers were already making their way over the seawall, and the Rangers were planning to do the same. Coda validated this approach. The Rangers, together with their 29th Division comrades, moved over the seawall and set about breaching the German defenses behind it. Beyond the seawall was a paved road whose seaward side was strung with barbed wire. German fire covered the approaches to the wire. Beyond the wire was a flat stretch of about 150 yards that gradually rose into bluffs containing German trenches and dugouts. As their comrades lent fire support from behind the wall, groups of 29ers and Rangers blew gaps through the wire. In one spot, a C Company 116th soldier slipped a Bangalore torpedo under the wire and blew it. Another soldier got up and ran through the newly created gap. Suddenly, a German machine gun opened up on him. He fell, screamed for a medic, and called out, "Mama." In seconds, he died. From behind the wall, Coda was watching the whole scene. He leaped to his feet and ran across the road and through the gap, pausing only to order others to follow. Several men did so, and made it without getting hit by the machine gun fire. Dozens more followed them. They crawled through the field, using its tall grass for concealment. At the end of the field, they found German trenches and eagerly dived into them. The trenches led to the top of the bluffs, parts of which were mined. Coda was right there with the attackers, dodging mines and Germans. He led a group that included Private Russo, the F Company soldier who had had a severed leg fall in his lap earlier that morning. We were really surprised to see a general there, but very pleased. He laughed and said that it seemed like he would make a good squad leader. At the same time, the Rangers were blowing several of their own gaps through the wire. At one of those gaps, Private Ellis Bill Reed worked with one of his buddies to assemble the multi-sectioned Bangalore torpedo. Woody Dorman and I had to assemble each piece of the torpedo, get up from behind the seawall, push the Bangalore torpedo across the road on top of the bluff, and put it under the concertina wire. In spite of enemy machine gun fire, they got the Bangalore in place and blew it. Lieutenant Dawson was one of the first soldiers through the newly blown gap. On the double, I went through the dust and a path the explosives had torn through the wire. Dawson ran and took cover, got up and ran again, then took cover, just as he had been taught in training. he found a footpath leading up the hill and noticed on his right a sign that read, Achtung, Minen. Avoiding that area, he climbed the hill using the footpath until he reached the crest of the hill. There I found myself among Germans. The ones I did dispose of quickly caused the others to surrender. I was alone, as I must have outdistanced my platoon in climbing. The Bangalore explosions set the grass on the hillsides afire. Smoke infested the whole area, so much so that many rangers, including Lieutenant Askin, put on their gas masks. Acrid, choking clouds of smoke forced some of us to don gas masks as we struggled toward the crest. In this confusion, men were losing contact with one another. Entire platoons became separated. In spite of this, Lieutenant Dawson soon met up with his platoon. A machine gun position was holding up the Ranger advance, and firing on the beach, too. Dawson saw the position and motioned for his BAR man, Private First Class Harry Bolton, to come up to him. The BAR man came forward, but the machine gunner turned the machine gun and killed Bolton. I then retrieved the BAR and opened fire on the Germans, killing them as they retreated. By 0900, the Rangers and 29ers had ascended the bluffs and cleared out most of the Germans from their trenches. Most of them turned west and tried to capture Vierville. Many got pinned down by German machine gun fire on the edges of town. The Rangers were hoping to fulfill their mission of relieving Rudder. We were still intent on getting through or around the town so we could strike out for Pointe du Hoc, Lieutenant Askin wrote, but the enemy had their own priorities and were taking their toll from concealed emplacements dug into hedgerows. As we eliminated one gun position after another, the Germans quickly brought up replacements. Most of the Rangers did not go much farther than Vierville. Most of the rest of the day we spent rooting out snipers or looking for artillery observers, Corporal Gail Beckew of E Company recalled. I was still wet from the soaking I had had on the beach, so when I found some German officers' clothing and a billet, I changed into German socks, underwear, and a heavy turtleneck sweater under my own uniform. The snipers were at times deadly. Lieutenant Charles Parker of A Company was only a few feet away when snipers got his runner and another officer. A bullet hit William Fox in the shoulder, leaving a small blue hole, and then angled down. Another one struck the lieutenant in the side of his head, blowing out a piece of his skull, leaving his brains partly exposed. General Coda and a few men from the 116th found a dirt track road into Vierville. They marched through part of the town and kept moving until they reached the D1 exit. Gingerly, they descended the draw. By now the USS Texas was pounding the bunker that had slaughtered so many Americans in the course of the morning. Lieutenant Jack Shea, Coda's aide, was impressed with the power of the battleship's guns. The concussion from the bursts of these guns seemed to make the pavement of the street in Vierville actually rise beneath our feet in a bucking sensation. They made it down the draw, all the way to the beach, where Coda told several pinned-down men that the draw was open. He also cajoled an engineer to hop aboard a bulldozer and blow a hole in the seawall. This was the first mission the engineers needed to accomplish before vehicles could use the D1 exit. Several more hours would pass before that happened, but it was a start. The 116th Regiment, the Rangers, the engineers, and everyone else in the 29th Division sector of Omaha Beach had experienced a hellish morning. But enough men survived to get off the beach and make the invasion an ultimate success. Coda's leadership helped motivate them and point them in the right direction. He meant every bit as much to the 29th Division that morning as Ted Roosevelt did to the 4th at Utah Beach. At the eastern end of Omaha, at beaches codenamed Easy Red, Fox Green, and Fox Red, the veteran 1st Division ran into just as much adversity. The first wave here consisted of DD tanks from the 741st Tank Battalion, 4 assault companies from the 16th Infantry, and attached engineers, whose job, of course, was to clear the beach for vehicles and follow-up waves of infantry. As H hour approached, rough seas and an eastward current caused all sort of problems. When the DD tanks were launched from 6,000 yards offshore, most of them experienced immediate problems. The waves damaged their struts and tore the canvas that provided flotation, leading to flooding of crew and engine compartments. In short order, the swimming tanks began to sink, one after the other. P.L. Fitz was a bow gunner and assistant driver on one of the tanks in C Company. The moment the ramp of his LCT went down, he knew the seas were too rough. They were rougher than anything we'd ever practiced in. He thought it would be foolish to launch in such conditions. But it wasn't my decision. The orders came back. We were going to launch. Fitz's tank was the second one off his LCT. The tank ahead of me went off and disappeared into the channel and was gone, sunk. In spite of the sinking of the first tank, the orders didn't change. They drove off the ramp. They did not sink at first, but 20 minutes later they had taken on so much water that they could not continue. The tank commander gave orders to launch their life raft. I was the last one to step off of the tank rail into the raft. The tank disappeared from under my foot into a swirl of water, gone. This was 5,000 yards offshore. Most of the other DD crews of the 741st suffered the same fate. Of the 32 tanks that were launched, only 5 made it to the beach, and 3 of those were brought in by an LCT and immediately disabled by German anti-tank fire. This happened to a load of tanks brought in by Lieutenant H.R. Cluster, skipper of LCT A-2008. Cluster took his tanks all the way into Fox Green. I ordered the ramp dropped and signaled to the tank officer to take his tanks ashore. They immediately came under fire from German 88s. We learned later that the Germans had gridded and ranged the entire beach. All 3 of our tanks were hit by 88s almost as soon as they rolled onto the beach. When the infantry and engineers hit the beach, they had no semblance of order. A strong current landed most of the soldiers too far to the east, stacked up on Fox Green. Only 4 boat teams, totaling some 100 men, landed in the first wave at Easy Red, the broadest expanse of beach in the whole Omaha sector. 2 of those boat teams came from E Company of the 116th. They had been mislanded by over a mile. These problems, combined with beach obstacles and intense enemy opposition, guaranteed a nightmarish experience for the first wave. Harry Kennedy, a young Coast Guard coxswain on an LCVP, warily avoided any obstacles he saw on the path to the beach. There was nothing to do but weave our way shoreward and pray. We were lucky and reached the shore. As we lowered our ramp and the soldiers started to charge, they were met with streams of machine gun bullets which brutally mowed down some soldiers. Sniper fire and 88mm shells raked the beach from every direction. Having disgorged his troops, Kennedy quickly raised his ramp and got out of there. Another Coast Guard coxswain drove his boat through waters that were boiling with bullets from hidden shore emplacements, like a mud puddle in a hailstorm. It seemed impossible that we could make it in without being riddled. Amazingly, most of them did. Conditions being what they were, the engineers could not begin to clear the kind of gaps needed to facilitate succeeding waves of vehicles. Captain Charles Murphy, the veteran 1st Engineer Combat Battalion officer who busted 2 of his sergeants back in England for going AWOL, got hit the moment he set foot on the beach. A mortar shell exploded a few feet away. My radio operator and my runner, his former 1st sergeant, were killed. I felt like I'd been kicked by a mule and I just went out. I came to with the water rushing the back of my neck, and I couldn't move my left arm and my left leg. Shrapnel had hit his field glasses, ricocheted, and broke a rib on his left side. Initially, I was scared to death. I was afraid to reach and feel how big a hole was back there. He managed to crawl to the shingle and recover well enough to remain in command of his company. On the way into the beach, Sergeant Frank Chesney of the 37th Engineers was so seasick and so nervous that he sought some kind, any kind, of distraction. He and another man of Polish extraction sang in Polish until the ramp dropped at easy red. So much enemy fire greeted them that they raced for any cover they could find. Chesney looked around and saw his battalion commander get killed. He happened to be lying on the dune line, looking over with a pair of binoculars to see where the fire was coming from, and he got hit. I could see blood gush from his head, and just down he went. He was killed almost instantly. Sergeant Chesney went over the dunes and cleared what mines he could. Eventually, he got wounded by a mine. As at Utah Beach, the Navy's job was to clear the underwater obstacles. Seaman Second Class John Talton was part of Naval Combat Demolition Unit 44. LCMs, Rhino ferries, towed rubber boats containing the NCDU teams. Not far from where Chesney landed, Talton and his team struggled just to make it out of their boat and get ashore. The machine gun fire resembled raindrops on a mill pond. Raymore had a triangular hole in his helmet and was bleeding down the front of his face. Mitcher's right eye was hanging in his socket, and he was addled. Talton made it to the waterline and fired his carbine at any flashes he saw. He threw the carbine aside and wandered around the beach, looking for a more powerful weapon, finally settling on a Tommy gun he took off a dead man. In the process, Talton witnessed a mind-numbing series of horrors. The man I relieved of his Tommy gun had lost the area of face from nose to chin. Just below me, a driver of a half-track had lost the top of his head as neatly as if it had been removed surgically. Behind me, legs were sticking up in the air like a pitiful V for victory. Talton never got to do his job. When he wasn't pinned down, he spent the day helping wounded men. Chuck Hurlbut and his 299th Engineer Combat Battalion were supposed to land at Easy Red, but the current took them a few hundred yards to the east to Fox Green, right in front of strong German positions defending exit E3. Hurlbut hopped off his landing craft and started wading in. Behind him, he pulled a raft containing his boat team's demolition explosives. All of a sudden, boom! A mortar came over and hit the raft, and it just went all over. It hit all our demolition stuff. I was knocked head over heels. I guess I blacked out. When I came to, I was on my hands and knees. I was spitting blood. Hurlbut was lucky to be alive. The raft was gone, as were the 3 men who had been riding it. When Hurlbut regained his senses, he stumbled to the waterline, right into a wounded buddy. I could see his legs had really got it. I could see the raw bone through the flesh. Hurlbut, a small man, tried everything he could to move the larger man. By planting his feet in the wet sand and pulling him by the armpits, Hurlbut moved him a little ways, but it was exhausting. Finally, a tank driver stopped, dismounted from his tank, and helped carry the wounded man to a dune, where Hurlbut gave him first aid. The agony and tragedy of the whole scene got to Hurlbut. Just pure chaos, all these dead guys, buddies. That's hard to cope with. It hurts. It gets you. Earlier that morning, back on their ship, he and a buddy in his unit said their goodbyes. As they did, Hurlbut's friend showed him a special flourish he had added to his uniform. The ugliest, gaudiest, and most outlandish necktie I ever saw in my life. The 2 friends had quite a laugh over the silly-looking tie. Now, as Hurlbut stared at the unfolding horror that was Fox Green Beach, he noticed someone walking toward him. About 60 yards away comes a guy staggering along the beach. His backpack is tattered, his clothes are in shreds, one arm is dangling. He turns, and half his head is blown away. And something told me I know that guy, something about his stature, his walk. And he turned toward me and looked at me, and through all that gore, I saw the tie. I wanted to cry out to him. I couldn't. I didn't have any voice. He just staggered away and died. The problems experienced by the tanks and the engineers made the assault that much more difficult for the 4 infantry companies of the first wave, as well as the 5 others that followed in the next 2 hours. In spite of this adversity, the infantry found ways to get off the beach. Veteran Platoon Sergeant Mike McKinney's L Company landed too far east at Fox Red, the extreme eastern edge of Omaha Beach. He had made 2 invasions and not gotten sick. Today he was sick. I heaved right on my feet. When the ramp went down, he splashed into shoulder-high water, held his rifle high, and was the first to make it to the beach. German machine guns, guarding a small gully known as Exit F1, swept the whole beach. I could see little puffs coming out of the sand. Other guys got hit going through the water. The beach was narrow, leading to bluffs that actually offered nice cover for anyone who could make it that far. We were moving laterally on the beach, looking for an area in which we could move off the beach, Steve Kellman, another L Company man, recalled. As he did so, mortar fragments hit him in the right leg. After falling down twice, I looked at my leg and saw that there was blood coming through the legging. I crawled against the bluff and tried to put a bandage on to cover the wound. He lay on the beach all day long until that night a litter team found him and took him to an LST where a doctor operated on his leg. The minute Sergeant McKinney landed, he noticed a pillbox nestled in the gully. He helped organize the survivors into a cohesive attacking force. About 125 men out of 200 had made it across the beach. There were a few men from M Company, as well as several E Company, 116th soldiers, who were totally lost. Wet and frightened, they all huddled under the cliff. Within half an hour, they were attacking. We finally get a firing line going. We get the guys started up the hill. They get the Bangalore torpedoes under the wire. They blow the wire. The flamethrower gets in there. The guys go up with satchel charges. They blow the apertures off. The surviving Germans retreated quickly from the pillbox. McKinney found a mortar team from M Company and laid some fire on the retreating Germans as they took shelter in a grove of trees farther up the bluff. In this manner, L Company and its partners advanced inland. Later in the day, McKinney led a patrol that established contact with the British, who were advancing south and west from Gold Beach. Farther to the west, where Fox Green met Easy Red, the situation was awful. Jumbles of American soldiers from a melange of 16th Infantry companies were pinned down behind obstacles at the waterline. Most of them, like Private David Snoke, were lucky to make it that far. I was first in line to get off our boat, and just as the ramp was going down, 3 shells, 88s, hit on our port side about 10 feet out. Right after that, I hit the water. I glanced behind me in time to see the lieutenant get hit in the head with an 88. That was when I first started to get scared. He was only 5 feet behind me. Seconds later, a mortar shell exploded 7 feet away. I got a hunk of shrapnel in the hand, 2 hunks in the arm, and 1 hunk in the side. I thought sure I was dead. Not even a minute after that, I saw Corporal Armstrong get hit in the head and shoulders by machine gun fire. That's when I got really mad and forgot, almost, about getting hit. He dropped his equipment, found a firing position on the beach, and shot 2 clips of ammo in the direction of the Germans. Later, he dug a hole with his fighting knife. Not more than 100 yards away from Snoke, Sergeant Harley Reynolds, a North Africa and Sicily veteran, was about as scared as he had ever been. He had landed in an area that was covered by an awesome-looking concrete bunker that spit forth a frightening volume of fire. He didn't know it, but he was in front of exit E1. He was cowering behind a hedgehog, thinking, "What does it feel like to get hit? Too many bullets flying not to get hit." Machine gun bullets were coming so close that they made a hissing sound as they passed by. I spotted the shingle embankment, a sort of raised roadbed running parallel to the beach. Many men were lying behind it. He took off for the shingle. I felt tugs at my pant legs several times. Later he found that bullets and shrapnel had torn his pants up. One of Reynolds's men plopped down beside him. With a bewildered, exasperated expression, he asked, "Sarge, how long do we have to put up with this shit?" Reynolds could only laugh at the silly question. Farther down the beach, Colonel George Taylor, commander of the 16th Infantry, was actually wondering the same thing. In spite of the murderous enemy fire, Taylor was walking up and down the beach, urging men to get inland. Like Coda in the 29th Division sector, Taylor understood that the shingle embankment, dunes, obstacles, and bluffs offered temporary shelter from small arms fire, but soon the Germans would zero in on them with artillery and mortars. The greatest danger, he knew, was here on the beach, not, ironically enough, inland, in the direction of the Germans. As the colonel trekked along the beach, he disseminated his message to hundreds of pinned-down men. One of them was Private Ira Berkowitz, a 19-year-old rifleman replacement in K Company. We were running out of space as each succeeding wave came in. The tide was rising quickly. We now had no more than 3 feet of dry beach in some spots to take shelter. Colonel Taylor approached his pinned-down group. "You have to get off this beach. Only the dead or the dying are going to be here." Not far away, Sergeant Warren Rullian saw Colonel Taylor point to the high ground and heard him tell several officers, "If we're going to die, let's die up there." In their hearts, men like Berkowitz and Rullian knew the truth of Taylor's words even before he strode the beach uttering his famous lines. Senior officers like Taylor helped reinforce the latent desire somewhere in each frightened man to get the hell off Omaha Beach as quickly as possible. Within 2 hours after the 1st Division troops went into Omaha, groups of soldiers began to successfully fight their way off the beach. The most famous examples were patrols led by junior officers like Lieutenant John Spaulding and Captain Joseph Dawson, whose men pierced German defenses and ascended the bluffs, pushing inland toward Colville and Cabot. But other, more or less anonymous soldiers were fighting inland too. Near the eastern edge of Easy Red, near exit E3, Fred Urban and several other C Company soldiers had to destroy 2 pillboxes in order to have any chance of getting off the beach. The pillboxes had interlocking fields of fire. They also were protected by barbed wire and landmines. Somebody brought Bangalore torpedoes up. They were assembled under fire one by one, with 3-foot lengths of tubing pressed into one another, until they formed a long pole that could be passed through the barbed wire. Urban picked up a satchel charge and prepared himself to run at the pillbox. Someone yelled, "Fire in the hole!" and blew the Bangalore, ripping a gap in the wire and exploding many of the mines. Private Buddy Mazzara, with an 82-pound flamethrower strapped to his back, trotted into the gap. I went up with a flamethrower to button up the aperture of the pillbox, and Fred Urban came in with his dynamite charge. The combination of Mazzara's flames and Urban's TNT persuaded the surviving enemy soldiers to surrender. Some soldiers came out of the pillbox with their hands up, saying, "No shoot, me pole." The Americans waved them back to the beach and moved inland as quickly as they could. Everyone rushed through the wire and started running for the bluffs, Private Theodore Ofert remembered. There was a good path to climb. I looked back momentarily, and it was unbelievable, the amount of fellows that were killed and wounded. The most vital breakthrough occurred at exit E1, in the middle of Easy Red Beach. Sergeant John Ellery of B Company landed about 50 yards east of the exit and made it across the beach in spite of the greatest concentration of mortar, machine gun, and artillery fire that I had ever seen. I was aware of men falling around me, but it was not until I reached the base of the bluff that things began to come into focus. The bluff under which he took cover was just opposite the beach exit and its strong defenses, most notably the reinforced concrete bunker that was exacting a huge toll all along the beach. Ellery never saw Colonel Taylor, nor did he need any senior officers to inspire him. He saw a couple of lieutenants, a captain, and many fellow sergeants demonstrating great courage and knew what had to be done. Several men collected around me, and I told them that we had to get off the beach and that I'd lead the way. A German machine gun team was somewhere over their heads, beyond the bluff, shooting down at the beach. I started up the bluff with 4 or 5 men behind me. When they were about halfway up the bluff, the machine gun opened up from the right front. Everyone hugged the ground. I scurried and scratched along until I got within 10 meters of the gun position. Then I unloaded all 4 of my fragmentation grenades, and when the last one went off, I made a dash for the top. Those kids were right behind me, and we all made it. The enemy gun stopped shooting. The crew probably retreated. Sergeant Ellery and his squad did not make it as far as Treviere, their D-Day objective, but they advanced about 1,000 meters before setting up positions in a ditch beside a hedgerow. Very close to where Ellery's squad made it over the bluff, Sergeant Reynolds and another group prepared to make a run over the shingle in hopes of blasting their way through German defenses just east of exit E1. German artillery shells landed on the beach behind them, close enough to cause alarm but not injury. Sergeant Reynolds cautiously peeked at what lay ahead. I could see a narrow pond ahead with marsh grass. Between Reynolds and the pond, barbed wire, augmented with a tripwire, was strung along a narrow roadbed. Beyond the pond there was a minefield, which gave way to a steep hill that edged to the left of the gully that comprised exit E1. German fire from pillboxes in the gully had slacked off somewhat, and Reynolds felt it would be just a short dash across the pond through a little flanking fire from our right to put us beyond the pillboxes. The plan made sense, but first a gap needed to be blown in the barbed wire. All of a sudden, Reynolds saw a little man carrying a fully assembled Bangalore torpedo. I don't know where he came from. He exposed himself to put the first section under the wire. Then he carefully inserted the fuse lighter, turned his head to the left in my direction, and looked back. He pulled the string to the fuse lighter and pushed himself backward. The fuse didn't light, so the man calmly crawled forward and relit it, successfully this time. He turned his head in my direction, made only one or two movements backward when he flinched, looked in my direction, and closed his eyes, looking into mine. Death was so fast for him. His eyes seemed to have a question or pleading look in them. His head was maybe 3 feet from the explosion, but it didn't damage him. Reynolds and his men moved like lightning through the blown wire, over the road, past the pond, and into the minefield. The grass in this field had died, exposing many of the mines, but not all. I was leading, and had gone maybe 50 yards, when a man I didn't know rushed by. He tripped a mine hanging about waist-high on a fence post. It blew him in half and splattered me. I was sick every time I thought about it for days. Another man tripped a mine that blew off his heel. Reynolds paused his squad until they could find a way out of the minefield. As he did so, he looked back to where the Bangalore man was lying dead and saw reinforcements pouring through the blown wire. Then he heard a second Bangalore torpedo blow up about 300 yards away. Another gap had been blown in the wire, ushering more American troops over the bluffs, outflanking E1. Reynolds' squad gingerly found a way out of the minefield and fought isolated groups of Germans in their trenches and dugouts along the gully. He never knew the name of the little Bangalore man, nor did he know if the man ever received a medal for his bravery. Back at Easy Red Beach, the engineers, still under heavy fire, succeeded in blowing a gap in the obstacle belt that commanded the approach to E1. Leonard Wilmot, a crew leader in Naval Combat Demolition Unit 26, helped wire up several obstacles. Each one of us had 42 pounds of explosives on our backs. We put a 3-pound block of Tetratol on the concrete. We'd lay a little E-cord on the mine. We kept moving, and machine gun bullets were hitting everywhere. 88s were landing all over the beach. Finally, we got our whole 100-yard gap charged. They blew the wired obstacles, creating a yawning 100-yard gap along the beach, more than adequate to accommodate vehicles. The gap would need to be smoothed out and improved into a road of sorts by other engineers with bulldozers, but it was a start. Before any vehicles could use the gap, though, the Germans needed to be driven from the hills overlooking the west side of E1. The key to their entire position was the bunker that had wreaked havoc all morning. Like so many other German bunkers, this one was constructed in such a way that it faced toward the beach and away from the sea. As of late morning, it was still killing and maiming, immobilizing large groups along Easy Red, preventing vehicles from using the exit. One of those immobilized men was James Knight, a member of the 299th Engineer Combat Battalion. He and his demolition team could not venture onto the beach to blow a gap in their assigned obstacles because the obstacles were right in the bunker's kill zone. They took cover under the bluffs, not far from where Sergeant Ellery had been. Knight was looking out to sea, watching the crowded, chaotic scene of stricken, burning landing craft. All at once, he saw a destroyer closing in on the beach, seemingly headed right for him. She started to turn right, and before she completed the turn to be parallel to the beach, all her guns opened fire. Shells landed above my rock cover. Knight did not know it until years later, but he was watching the USS Frankfurt, a destroyer that, like so many others, comprised the best direct fire support American troops enjoyed on D-Day. On the Frankfurt's bridge, the skipper, Lieutenant Commander James Semmes, had decided, after being unable to establish communications with the ship's shore party, to close to within several hundred yards of the beach, thus courting the risk of running aground and making his ship a stationary target for German heavy artillery. Lieutenant Owen Keeler was the gunnery officer aboard the Frankfurt. Navigating by fathometer and seaman's eye, He took us in close enough to put our optical rangefinder, ranging on the bluff above the beach, against the stops, 300 or 400 yards away. Spotters on the Frankfurt searched for targets, but came up with nothing to relay to Lieutenant Keeler. The camouflage on the beach was still good. We could not spot a target, and frankly, we did not know how far our troops had advanced. This was a valid concern. There were several instances on D-Day of destroyers, in their eagerness to provide direct support, mistakenly firing on American troops. Then one of our light tanks, that was sitting at the water's edge with a broken track, fired at something on the hill. We immediately followed up with a 5-inch salvo. The tank gunner flipped open his hatch, waved, dropped back in the tank, and fired at another target. For the next few minutes, he was our fire control party. Our rangefinder optics could examine the spots where his shells hit. In this way, the Frankfurt pinpointed the bunker and began to hammer it. This took many shots. You could see every shell burst into a large cloud of dust as they struck their target, one soldier related, but no other visible damage. From our vantage point, the projectile, from the destroyer, appeared to be about the size of a domestic water heater. Every round fired struck the target, but the shore battery continued to fire. The bunker was protected by layered walls of concrete 4 feet thick. At last, several 5-inch rounds from the Frankfurt went right through the bunker's embrasure. The wounded Captain Murphy watched this happen. We saw them go right in there. Boy, that was the end. I loved the Navy from then on. So did Sergeant Christopher Cornazzani. About 5 rounds blew part of the roof off. There was no more enemy fire from it. Back on the Frankfurt, Lieutenant Keeler's spotter could see enemy soldiers emerging from the bunker. We did have the satisfaction of seeing our soldiers take some prisoners out of the bunker. The Navy men could also see troops beginning to move up the crest of E1. Engineers like Knight could now do their jobs. I truly believe that in the absence of the damage the Frankfurt inflicted, the only way any GI was going to leave Omaha was in a mattress cover or as a prisoner of war. Captain Murphy's engineers hopped aboard their bulldozers and smoothed out a section of the beach. In the course of the day, Exit E1 served as the main egress route for the Americans at Omaha Beach. Trucks, tanks, half-tracks, jeeps, supplies, and reinforcements from the follow-up regiments, the 115th, the 18th, and the 26th, all poured through there and moved inland to various D-Day evening positions. From his perch overlooking Easy Red, Sergeant Reynolds could see the whole Exit E1 gully. It was filled with vehicles and troops. The troops were streaming inland. The beach was still a very dangerous place because it was under German artillery fire, but the Americans at Easy Red had at least established a lodgment from which to expand when and if German resistance could be overcome. Medical units were coming ashore now at Easy Red, including Dr. Richard Fahey's 60th Medical Battalion. He and the other medics found the detritus of battle. There were many wounded and dead. I saw one man whose remains consisted only of a sheet of skin flattened on the sand. There was a circular place in the middle of the skin, apparently where the explosion occurred. The only part of his body that remained were his hands, the calvarium of his skull, and his feet. Major Charles Tieckmeyer, the 16th Infantry's regimental surgeon, landed with the second wave. He could hardly do anything for the wounded until later in the day. At the water's edge, floating face downward with arched back, were innumerable human forms eddying to and fro with each incoming wave, the water above them a muddy pink in color. Everywhere the frantic cry, "Medics! Hey, medics!" could be heard above the horrible din. Tieckmeyer did the best he could to treat the wounded and evacuate them safely in landing craft waiting at the water's edge. I examined scores, telling the men who to dress and who not to bother with. Meanwhile, Dr. Fahey wandered up and down the sand, pulling the wounded to safety, or what was relative safety, behind disabled vehicles, or sometimes into little foxholes that were dug out. The doctors and their aidmen did the best they could, but the carnage was overwhelming, dispiriting, irretrievably tragic. Some of the wounded could not be evacuated in time to save them. Many others made it to LSTs or LCTs, only to wait several hours for treatment. Under the trying circumstances of bloody Omaha Beach, this was all that could be done. Miles offshore, aboard the cruiser USS Augusta at 13:30, General Omar Bradley heaved a huge sigh of relief as he received his first good news of the day. All morning long, his mood had darkened as he received fragmentary reports that indicated disaster. Our communications with the forces assaulting Omaha Beach were thin to non-existent. From the few radio messages that we overheard, and the first-hand reports of observers in small craft reconnoitering close to shore, I gained the impression that our forces had suffered an irreversible catastrophe, that there was little hope we could force the beach. For a time he was so desperate that he considered pulling the plug on Omaha Beach, evacuating whoever could get out and sending follow-up waves to Utah or the British beaches. I agonized over the withdrawal decision, praying that our men could hang on. Now an aide handed him a message from General Giroux. Troops formerly pinned down on beaches, advancing up heights behind beaches. Bradley felt like the weight of the world was off his shoulders. Thank God, he thought. In order to make sure the report was accurate, he sent 2 members of his staff to the beach to take a look. When they came back, their report was more optimistic than I dared hope for. Our troops had forced 1 or 2 of the draws and were inching inland. I gave up any thought of abandoning Omaha Beach. Bradley knew that the enemy would not push American forces into the sea, at least not on this day. By nightfall, the situation had swung in our favor. Personal heroism and the U.S. Navy had carried the day. We had by then landed close to 35,000 men and held a sliver of corpse-littered beach 5 miles long and about 1.5 miles deep. To wrest that sliver from the enemy had cost us possibly 2,500 casualties. The assault was over. In the face of terrible adversity, American troops at Omaha Beach had managed to win a costly victory, one that was, for most of them, simply a matter of personal survival more than anything else, but one that will most likely stand forever as a seminal moment in the history of American soldiers. At the Utah Beach exits, American troops and vehicles were pouring inland. Throughout the Cotentin, U.S. paratroopers held many of their objectives and, in general, were fighting tenaciously. In the skies above the U.S. beaches, American planes reigned supreme, and offshore, the U.S. Navy was doing its part to ensure Allied naval supremacy. On this day, American soldiers, sailors, and airmen had contributed much, at tragic cost, to Allied success. The Allies were firmly ashore, and the Americans, alongside their British, Canadian, and French allies, had helped make that happen. It was the end of the beginning.